I actually like it. It got along well. And the good news is that helps a lot. That helps a lot.
It's my
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our two-day July meeting of the Board of Trustees of the State Bar of California. I wanted to review, mostly for the benefit of the public, the somewhat fractured meeting of the Board of Trustees that we're planning to have over the course of today and tomorrow. We are planning a 30-minute discussion now as the Board of Trustees to provide an overview of an important topic that's going to arise in two committees and then again in our board, and that's the Appendix I review of the sub-entities of the bar that is a part of our continuing effort to reform the bar, to make it more nimble and more focused on its public protection mission. The board will meet again at this afternoon at 4 o'clock to take up item 702, which is our bar legislative update. Jennifer Wada, our lobbyist, will be here today but not tomorrow. And then we will go into closed session to start chewing through a fairly substantial closed session agenda. And then the board will meet again tomorrow, as we typically do on Friday, to do the substantial business before us. So those of you who wish to participate in the board meeting who don't have seats up here should be aware that there are going to be 3 opportunities to address us. And the primary opportunity will be when we take our primary agenda tomorrow. We will start in closed session tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will do our level best to be back in open session at 11. If you wish to address us before the closed session, you're certainly welcome to be here at 9. But if you wanted to wait till 11 and get a better night's sleep, we will not hold that against you. So that's the plan for the weekend. And with that, we should call the roll.
Roger.
Here.
Chen. Here. Fox.
Here.
Ron. Lee.
Here.
Manning. Here. Mendoza.
Here.
Tula. Saleh.
Here.
Spector.
Here.
Stalin.
Here.
Steinbrecher.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
We have a quorum. I should remind everyone that the meeting is webcast, and that means that you should be careful to turn your mics on more quickly than I did just a minute ago, and to turn them off when they're not needed, and to identify yourself when you speak, and to, if there are questions that are to be answered that didn't get captured on the mic, the answering person might want to rephrase the question just to assist those who are participating virtually. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Please come forward, turn on a microphone, and let us know what you'd like to say.
My name is Erica Hiramatsu. I'm chair of the Committee of Bar Examiners. I don't know whether you want me to hold my remarks until later, or
if you were planning to participate in the Programs Committee today, that's probably the best venue for your remarks, because that's the committee that's going to be engaged in the topic that concerns you. You're welcome to speak now if that's convenient to you, but we'll be fresher in our minds when we start making policy if you go to that.
I would like the entire board to hear my comments.
Indeed. Go ahead.
You should have received 3 documents that were distributed in advance of today's meeting. I hope everybody had a chance to read them. I would request that they be made part of the public record on the internet.
You may want to get a little closer to the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would request that they be made public and part of the internet. They're not on the web page. Of the 3 documents, one is endorsed by current and former chairs of the Committee of Bar Examiners. There are 7 listed. They did have a chance to read and review the 2 additional documents. And one of those, from the members of the Committee of Bar Examiners, is endorsed at the time by 11 members, but we've since had 1 more, Bethany Peak. And so now we're at 12 members who have endorsed the remarks. So I think I can safely say I speak for the majority of the committee today. We're concerned that not only was the report biased and inaccurate, when I say report, I mean the Walton Parker report, but there was no showing of improvement or necessity to make any of those suggested changes. However, common sense will tell you that limiting public involvement in decisions like testing accommodations will decrease transparency and accountability. Shrinking the size of the CBE will decrease the demographics represented on that committee, and it will limit public engagement. Outsourcing accreditation will decrease transparency, diversity in the profession, as well as access to justice for the lower income and underserved communities. Delegating moral character to staff using a one-size-fits-all type of approach is a threat to public protection. Lawyers have unique skills and training to allow questions during these informal conferences and are uniquely qualified to determine when there has been unauthorized practice of law. Public members are also critical in judging candor and offering their own background and knowledge. The CBE did not have an opportunity to weigh in officially on each of the recommendations. We ask that we be given an opportunity to do so.
We look forward to discussion. Is there further public comment at this time? The reason that we are starting with a discussion of the Appendix I overview writ large is to remind us as a board and the public of how we got here. In the governance task force in 2017, the year that we didn't get a fee bill, the year that there was a substantial policy debate in the legislature involving the court, involving this board, we were asked to study our governance and make those changes that were necessary to support deunification, a focus on our regulatory mission, and spending limited resources wisely, given a structural deficit in the bar that was exacerbated by separation. We lost some revenues, we also lost some folks who sucked up overhead that now has to be borne elsewhere. And as I think about this subject, I'm reminded of a parable, if you will, that management consultant Peter Drucker tells. You've got a leader at the top of the forest up in a tree shouting down to the work crew at the bottom, "Stop." And the manager on the floor of the forest, responsible for that work crew and the work that they're doing, says, "Shut up, we're making progress." And the leader says, "Wrong forest." So how much progress are you making if you are expertly serving a mission which is the wrong mission? So I think we need to approach the Appendix I review not from the perspective of what's wrong with the status quo and why are you leaving my cheese, which is the understandable reaction we're getting from every sub-entity that we're examining. Instead, remind ourselves why we're doing this exercise. It's not because they're not good people and that they're not avidly pursuing their missions and contributing well to the best of their lives. It's because we are questioning, in the broadest sense of questioning, without preordained conclusions, who they are, what they do, how they do it, and how it contributes to our mission really understood. So with that Peter Drucker parable, I will turn this over to staff to present this item. And some of you who are participating by telephone should consider muting your microphones. So, Leah.
Well, I'm going to not waste our precious minutes and invite Richard up to the table to take it away on the agenda item for this morning.
Good morning, and thank you for that introduction. My name is Richard
You may want to change
Schaufler.
microphones, that one seems challenging.
I'm sorry?
You might want to use a different microphone, that one has feedback.
Good morning. Thank you for that introduction. My name is Richard Schaufler. I'm working in the San Francisco office of the bar and am working exclusively on the Appendix I review. The Chairman's remarks remind me of my favorite Peter Drucker pearl of wisdom, which was his statement that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So another really important part of this exercise, I think, is really trying to create new relationships, new bases of trust, new ways that the bar and all of its sub-entities work together. Governance is a two-way street, and where we are today is a result of the dance that both sides have been doing with each other over the past however many years. So with that, it's really about rediscovering and defining and establishing a common view of the way we do our work. It's fair to say, I think there's very uneven knowledge both within the bar and outside the bar with its partners as to who does what and how, who makes what decisions and how, who has which authority. And when that happens, that's just an invitation to conflict and confusion. Although it should be noted, as was already noted, that there's a lot of great work that's been done. So there's no assumption going into this that there's inherent deficiencies in everything everyone is doing. So I do want to make that very, very clear. But it's really about trying to generate this common understanding that everyone can base their work on, and so that all of these sub-entities understand they are working as part of one bar with a common strategy and purpose. So examining governance, governance is a big term. How do you do that? What I'd like to offer today are these 5 dimensions of governance. If you immerse yourself in the literature about regulation, you find there's different ways that the Europeans and US and others have gone at this. But this helps us, I think, get a framework for, as you look at each sub-entity, what are the questions that you will want to be asking, and what information do we need to be providing to you to assist you in your decisions. And I think fundamentally, this goes to the question of purpose. Some of these sub-entities have a clear and narrow purpose, others were launched with very broad purposes, and in the years that have followed have assumed or have interpreted those authorities in a way that made sense to them but might not always have been apparent to the board. The thing about these authorities is they need to be reviewed, they need to be formalized, and they need to be commonly understood across the entire organization. That includes such things as when volunteers are brought onto these sub-entities, they need to be given not just an orientation to the work of the sub-entity itself, but to the bar as a whole, so that they have an understanding of how that sub-entity fits into the bar's work in a coordinated and strategic way. And also, I think probably the biggest takeaway from looking at these sub-entities so far is the need to really improve the kind of management reporting that the board is receiving and that the sub-entities themselves are receiving to understand the effectiveness of their work and whether the measures they have undertaken are having the desired outcome. So we'll come back to these dimensions in a minute, but first, in order to sensitize us to the way the bar is the same or different than other California regulatory entities, this descriptive chart tries to illustrate functions down the left side and different regulatory entities across the top. And what you notice immediately is that the bar uses volunteers for more of these functions than any of these other entities. Let me just say at the outset that the purpose of this comparison is to sensitize us to the way in which we are the same or different and help us ask those basic questions of why are we this way? Is this the way we should be operating? And if so, to validate that and move on. Many of these entities have responsibility in these other areas, but they do not use volunteers to carry them out. There may be good reasons for that. There may be good reasons for the bar doing it the way the bar has historically done it. But the question needs to be asked. And I think some of the principles that govern whether or not these regulatory entities set up standing committees to address the functions have to do with three things, really. One is that in this general governance principle, standing committees, standing bodies, sub-entities should not really be established when there is a short-term, time-bound management need to accomplish something. For example, many of these other regulatory entities use volunteers for strategic planning. That's a short-term time-bound exercise to create a plan for that area of work. Doesn't require that they stay on in perpetuity necessarily. When the California Medical Board was faced with the legalization of medical marijuana, they convened a small task force to create a policy that was proposed to the board for adoption as to the ethical and legal responsibilities of medical professionals. Once that policy was completed, the task force was dissolved. So there's a form in which these other entities, and the SEC functions much the same way, with very formal charges to very short-term, 2-year typically volunteer groups to come in, bring their expertise to the table to help shape policy, and then be thanked for their work and return to their day jobs. So there's a flexibility there that is more characteristic of some of the operations here. Another principle in terms of when should a sub-entity exist or standing committee is that the group of those sub-entities should not mirror the org chart of the organization they're serving. Or duplicate the board of staff. So that's another guiding principle. And finally, when the board is trying to signal a commitment to a policy, setting up a standing committee to do that may not be the most effective way, as opposed to publishing a policy that then informs the work of all of the BAR's sub-entities. So again, just a sensitization exercise as to how different regulatory bodies use volunteers and sub-entities. Here's a different view of the same information. The bars at the bottom here, and each of these rectangles represents a standing committee or sub-entity, and the size of those rectangles is a reflection of the number of members on it. You're probably instantly wondering what the large blue bar at the bottom to the left is. That is the 15 members of the California Board of Legal Specialization, who are assisted by 99 volunteers who work 9 each on 11 of the different legal specializations. But you can also see that in most of the others, they have, to the extent that they have sub-entities, they have pretty small ones. Again, there may be good reasons for that, there may be good reasons for other sizes being chosen. So let's look at, as another comparative exercise, let's look at some other bars, just to get, again, a sense. So these are a subset of bars. These are the, see the words mandatory and unified. Mandatory here meaning it's a regulatory body and membership is mandatory. Unified meaning that its membership is required, but it also means that that bar is undertaking both regulatory and trade association functions, which is not true any longer in California. So you see quickly that everyone has a version of the Committee of Bar Examiners, everyone has a version of an Access to Justice Commission, and only California has a law school council. I'm sure we understand why. California is the largest state, it has a large number of law schools, but also different kinds of law schools, the California accredited schools, the registered schools, which make it different. So again, maybe an entirely appropriate thing for California to do and entirely appropriate for other states not to do. And you can see in legal specialization, which we'll talk more about in the Programs Committee, not all these states undertake that function in their state. Another view of additional California sub-entities and how they play out. Here you see, again, something like the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission. In most other states, there was a pre-existing foundation to which the bar turned to administer IOLTA-funded grants. And in mandatory fee arbitration, you can see that 4 out of these 7 have voluntary rather than mandatory fee arb. So again, there's variation across these. The most consensual function is the Client Security Fund, where pretty much across all 50 states you'll find a committee of about 7 people, just as in California, with 4 lawyer members and 3 public members, and almost those exact proportions. And so everyone is pretty much doing that function the same way. That's the only one for which you could.
Really good question. I know you can't put all 49, but why did you pick those states?
Those are the states with the largest number of members in their bar, licensees in their bar, and that are mandatory. So there's another set of the voluntary bars, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and others.
I see New York's not there.
New York has a really unique structure that's driven by the roots of their bar in their judicial branch. So the roles are split up among their four equivalents of our District Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court.
Sure. All right, so again, just an exercise in trying to see how we're the same or different, and to help us think differently or examine these things from scratch. So going back to the 5 dimensions, first one is role definition, and again, these may seem like truisms, but I think you will see when you consider the full Appendix I report that there are, in each of these areas, depending on the sub-entity, there may or may not be issues that need to be addressed to address them. Some of them, as I say, started very broadly and have gone in the direction they've gone due to the sub-entity leadership, which may or may not be aligned with the bar's current strategic plan. Some of them have clearly documented what they're doing. Other documentation is less specific, so depending on the function. So again, this is important not just for the work of sub-entities, but also so that the board as a governing body can see the points of intersection among them and where coordination and implementation of the strategy might take place across sub-entities rather than just through a single one. Accountability and transparency, this is really about reporting, and here there's a lot of work currently going on at the bar about the need to improve the use of data to drive decision making. Some sub-entities are further along than others, but it's fair, I think it's fair to say that present day there are not a good set of outcome measures in place for most of these sub-entities. Some of them are reporting inputs or outputs, so the number of grant applications received, the number of awards made, and are struggling to define are those grants having the intended outcome? Are they increasing access to justice or whatever their purpose might be? I know the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission has done some substantive work in that area, and others are working on that similarly. But as you all know, the justice system, as in every system, is filled with a lot of hardworking people with good intentions who are doing things they believe to be right, and they don't often want to be bothered with evaluating whether they're being effective. Boot camps is one of my favorite examples. They have absolutely no positive effect on incarcerated criminal defendants, but they're very politically popular because the pictures look great. These guys in khakis doing push-ups, being yelled at, does absolutely nothing in terms of their criminal futures. Similarly, there are other examples that are just maybe less egregious, but for example, when drug courts began, people weren't exactly sure who should we be taking into drug courts. Well, it turns out drug courts work best for the worst, the most serious long-term addicts. They work really poorly. In fact, they make low-level, first-time drug offenders worse. So that's a hugely important thing to understand if you're running a drug court program. So there's a need to improve that, and also to improve and to evaluate the frequency and content of all of these reports to give you the management information that you need. Clear lines of authority. This exists clearly in some areas and not clearly in others, and in some it's been inherently ambiguous. I think there are some examples of that. And it's important that the board and the sub-entity have a very clear understanding of what authority has been delegated to them by the board and which kinds of actions or policies they need to seek approval from the board. Fair, impartial, and consistent decision-making. Again, some entities have documented formal procedures, precedents, decision rules that ensure also through the staggered terms of their members that there's a continuity in terms of the application of those to the decisions at hand. Others are perhaps operating less formally. Not all decisions require a super level of formality, but some of them absolutely do. And so there's a need to, again, ask that question, what's being decided here and how is it being decided? And how are we ensuring that we're doing it consistently? Finally, engagement. This has to do with engagement of both the public and the bar licensees in the work of the bar. To what extent are people aware of the bar's services for both the public or its licensees? To what extent are people engaged in assisting the bar in that work? I think it's also fair to say that there are a number of sub-entities that struggle with, for lack of a better term, marketing their work. They're not public relations people, they're not marketing people, they're attorneys and public members who have subject matter expertise. So I would urge the board to sort of really consider, when you look across these areas, to think about how that function might be performed across all of these sub-entities to get a better return on the bar's investment in the services that it's developed. Lastly, size. It's sort of an overarching issue. I guess the main thing to say about this is that size matters and that the size should be determined by purpose. So I already alluded to the fact that decision-making bodies work better when they're smaller. In fact, sobering finding, there was a Harvard Business Review study that said for every person that you add beyond 7 to the decision-making body, you diminish the effectiveness of that group by 10%. Boards are an exception because boards have different purposes, especially in the nonprofit world. You're picking board members, your board's going to be different because you're trying to reach into different constituencies and so forth. So and corporate boards are similar. So in any case, there's a need to really make sure that the size, to the extent that the bar can influence that, is controlled by purpose and not by politics or personalities. So these are the 5 principles, the dimensions of governance that we will be using as we look at these sub-entities and helping you frame the questions that you will want answers to make your decisions. And as we move toward providing you with that substantive descriptions and framing of possible future directions for these, we hope that you will find these helpful in your work you have ahead. I'd like to thank you for your time and also thank all of the bar staff and sub-entity members who thus far participated wholeheartedly in the system of this process. Thank you.
We will be diving into this topic at a more granular level in each of our committees through the course of the next 2 days. And I do want to take about 10 minutes of Joanne's time to invite such discussion as the board wants to have it at the 30,000-foot level, where we're looking at the broader appendix I review and not at its particular recommendations. So let me start by asking, are there any questions of Richard that folks would like to raise at this time? Jason and then Brandon.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Richard, for this work. It is really quite important. So a few questions, and perhaps you're not in a position, or we are not in a position to address them now, but the chart on the regulatory agency comparison, I think you had the medical board and the accountancy board. What are of those, and the SEC, so thank you for that. What is the one agency, if we're in a position to say, is most like the bar in its scope, membership, mission?
That's a great question. I think historically both the self-regulation of doctors and the self-regulation of lawyers arose at about the same time in the 19th century. So, and because the scale of the membership of both, they're perhaps the closest, there are some important differences. For example, the medical board did have a wellness program that was failed 4 different audits and was closed down. It was seen as not professionally run, as self-serving, as a way to kind of mask problems in that area rather than protect the public. So there's some important differences for how they evolve.
If it's the medical board, then I'll focus a lot of attention on that comparison. But if there's another agency out there as you continue this important work, I think it's important to sort of do an apples to apples comparison. On the bar association or bar agency comparisons, Of the ones that were thrown out, I think Michael or you said that it was based on the total population of licensees. Is there any of those that have the same breadth of, or the same type of mission statement that we have that I could focus my attention on?
It's hard to say. I mean, they're typically written very broadly. Some of them do a very good job of making that available on their publicly available websites and other sources, and others it's less transparent, if you will, or obvious. So, you know, again, it also goes, you know, where you have trade association functions like in Florida, you have a vastly different set of things going on in gigantic, frankly, committees in some areas. And the reason for that, I believe, is because if you're a trade association, like I was a member of the American Sociological Association, part of the health of a membership organization is the level of engagement of its members in the work of it, working on committees, organizing the conferences, working on the finance committee, the budget committee, the membership committee, the journal. So if you can't muster support and volunteerism for that, it's a sign that you're not a healthy organization, maybe you're not even needed. So I think some of them are organized that way in order to engage their members in that way, much as the California Bar did earlier, had bigger entities in some areas. So I think that accounts for some of the differences. There's, you know, I was hoping that I'd get more of an outcome like the Client Security Fund, where you'd see some pattern and you'd see, oh, okay, well, you know, the 40 states do it this way and these other 10 did it some other way for some other reason, but at least there's an apparent consensus. But that's really not the case, and a lot of the evolution of them has to do what we've seen with the different origins of the bar, whether there was a bar foundation that was sizable and professional in place in that area, what the nature of interbranch governance, relationships between the judiciary and the executive branch and legislative branch are. So I think there's many factors that shape those differences. But I will be happy to think more and see if I can improve the comparison.
Great, no, I appreciate that. And final question, on the size of the committees, is there a relationship to the size versus the workload? Because I think you quoted a Harvard, I saw it in the memo, which is quite well done. A Harvard study about as size grows, you reduce efficiency. And I was thinking, is that relationship still hold true if the workload on that particular body is heavy? Because I think my observation is as these committees, bodies have developed over time, the size could be, and I don't know if this is true, I think your work is going to come to that answer, has grown or is in such a way that it reflects the scope of the work that is required. So if you have volunteers, necessarily you need volunteers to do the work.
I would say there's a weak relationship between those two things in my view. I think that, you know, you have the size ranges from, you know, the ideal 7 of the Client Security Fund Commission, and all they do is make decisions, right? They have a very specific focus, and they have a very steady stream of work, and they are sort of head down in doing that. Very formal, very documented, and so on. And I think that where the committees have gotten bigger, sometimes that's been the result of the process of establishment, which was a political process in the legislature, where you see, well, you know, there are many different appointed bodies, and everybody wants to be seen as caring about whatever that issue is. And, you know, that's a process over which the bar has, you know, a role, but obviously not full control. And I think that kind of is a violation of the principle that really, if you're trying to say you care about this, maybe that's not the best way to say that, but that's a California state government issue and not just a bar issue. And I think in other areas, size may reflect the current division of labor between staff and volunteers, which may not be the optimal one. Sometimes workflows have been designed around the need for volunteers to do it, which could slow down the process and make the process less efficient or effective than it would be if it were designed as a staff function that would, and with review where needed of that work. So I think that division of labor issue is also an important one as you look at all these sub-entities.
I think the salient counterexample is Jenny. Jenny is what, 52 members when it's fully staffed, something like that? Because the members of the body actually do the work. But I also think it's interesting to note that the governor's analog to Jenny, the governor's kitchen cabinet screening committees, there isn't one. There are 6, and they're smaller than Jenny. So you can see both sides of the point in that function where you're relying on volunteers to work their Rolodexes to gather information about candidates. We have this enormous committee which works statewide, and one could argue that there's more deference from the body as a whole to the investigating commissioners simply because of the practicalities of getting 52 opinions on every candidate. So there's a debate there, and I don't want to critique them. I think they do great work. But it is, I think, one of the things that we have in mind as we think about this size versus function tension.
Yes, because size does create work, right? I mean, it creates the recruitment, vetting, nomination, approval by both staff and then ultimately board work. It affects the ability to convene meetings, to achieve quorum, to make sure everyone on the committee is apprised of all the decisions, because at any one time, maybe 20 to 30% of these larger ones is missing from the meeting. So it's an issue of effectiveness as well.
Brandon.
Thank you for your work. Thank you for your work in this. Following up with your response to Jason's question about which body kind of more closely resembles the state bar, how many individuals does the medical board, I guess, oversee? What type of fees do they charge those individuals? And what is that organization? What is the medical board's operational budget, if you know what it is?
Size-wise, they're just over 100,000, I believe.
About half our size.
Yeah, and I'm not familiar with the other details of that, again, because what I
We
was...
would love to get the fees they get.
The fee is, I believe the fee is about $900.
So, again, because I was just trying to look at the sort of 30,000 foot level, are we the same or different? I was not looking into that, because I don't think the answers are there. I think the answers are in this room with the information that you'll be dealing with. And it would be nice if there were some guidance that we could derive from these, but I think it's more the principles and then trying to apply them.
Do you have an opinion on what metrics you think are reliable in determining a bar or organizational's effective use of volunteers and staff, or only staff? And I think you probably touched on that, kind of like that tension between the two. But are there any metrics that we can look at as a board and say, yes, that's reliable, and this is what we're going to use as our filter?
Well, I think the metrics that you need as a board are the metrics that go with the functions of each sub-entity. So I don't think there's some global set about some dashboard of the level of volunteers and the total output. I think it's really function by function. So with grants, you want to be sure that the grants are having the intended effect. With the educational pipeline work, you want to see, well, are students actually entering the legal profession as a result of that work? With the client security fund, how long is it taking people to get money? Are they getting the money that is due to them? So I think there's some, with the lawyer assistance program, you want to know, who does it work for? Does it work for everybody equally? Does it work better for men or women? How long does it take people on average to complete the program? Do they relapse? Do they relapse during the program? There are many, many measures that can be drawn from other fields that can help.
But I would just interrupt, because I think you're talking about metrics for the underlying work itself. And Brandon, you were asking about metrics for the committees. And I think that the metrics that we would develop would be aligned with the 5 governing principles. So one easy one is you would want to look to see where the board decides to continue asking committees to make adjudicative decisions, right? Which I think is going to be a question we're going to ask you to really grapple with. We will want to make sure that those decisions are impartial and consistent over time, irrespective of who the particular the composition of the committee at any one time. So that would really require some sort of auditing of decisions that are being made. And to my knowledge, we have not been doing that, or at least not consistently. So that's an example of a metric for the effectiveness of the committee itself.
again, thank you for your work. I have a question about engagement. And I understand your point about engagement in the unified bar and the need to encourage members and develop leaders and so forth and so on. I'm wondering if there's any academic research or writing that you're aware of about the value to a governmental regulatory agency of engagement to some degree of the regulated people that they are regulating. Is there any value to continuing to have at least some members of the regulated community involved in the regulatory agency? That's the value question.
Yes, that is perhaps the one thing everyone agrees on, that there is value. And I think the question then is simply, how do you get that value? What's the best way? I think all smart regulatory entities realize you can't sit in a bureaucratic office, ivory tower, whatever you want to call it, and invent rules out of your head and think they're going to make sense, because you can't anticipate all the different contexts. So in that simple example, you need practitioners to bring their knowledge, skills, and expertise to the table and say, that's not going to have the effect you want for this reason, but if you did this, it might. So that's why they all, in fact, make use of the regulated, if you will, even at the industry level. The EPA will do the same thing. And I think, and the SEC is the other example where they're bringing together finance community in that. I think the inherent risk that everyone has to manage, because it doesn't go away, is the risk of capture, either the perception of that or the substance of that. So you don't want the regulated saying, oh, let's invent the easiest rules for us to follow and that maximize whatever we want to maximize, and where the public protection function is, never mentioned perhaps. That is what every regulatory agency struggles with, and that's why there are public members on bodies and other ways, public meetings, to ensure that there's greater visibility and opportunity.
The way I think about this issue, Alan, is that you must have stakeholder input in order to regulate effectively, but there's a range of tools to accomplish it. And they can range from regulatory capture on one extreme end to notice and comment rulemaking on the other end. And there's a range of tools in between. So for example, we have a standing committee representing law schools established in a particular way that engages us about the way we regulate them. Particular schools participate more, and a particular class of schools participates less. And we've actually had an antitrust claim arising from those sociological patterns. If we chose to give that community particular tasks at a particular time, convene a group, have it do its work, and have it go away for a while, we might get more representative participation. We might get less external critique. I don't know. But I think we should be thoughtful about the range of tools to accomplish that task and not assume that the status quo is the norm. Other questions or comments before we let Joanna have the gavel? That's Mark.
Mark Brodman. I want to follow up a little bit on what Jason was asking, and I apologize if you answered my question while I had to take a call. But in a comparison between the state bar and the other, what you've called regulatory agencies, I'm assuming that the primary functions of those other groups, for example, the medical board and the nursing board and so forth, is purely regulatory. In other words, they don't have a purpose or a charge, if you will, to pursue issues of access and diversity in medicine and so forth. Is that correct?
To an extent. I mean, some of them do. There are statewide, for example, on the issue of wellness programs, there's a statewide within the Department of Consumer Affairs. If you look across those regulatory bodies, they will all be trying to meet that requirement to provide some way for the professionals that they regulate to be rehabilitated or seek help without punitive sanctions. So, but you're right. I mean, I think I see where you're going. Yes, the bar has some very different functions. And for example, no one has anything that looks like.
Well, we're sort of a hybrid regulatory agency. We have primarily, regulation, licensing, and discipline function. But in addition to that, we have things that aren't necessarily directly related to those core functions.
Well, let me interrupt, Mark, because if you just go to the medical board website, you see that their mission includes to promote access to quality medical care. So it includes an explicit access component. In addition, there's a licensing fee assessment that doctors pay that directly goes to increasing access through subsidizing. I'm not sure of the specifics, but it either provides loan forgiveness or provides direct wage subsidies to doctors who work in particular underserved areas of the state. So they actually have something quite more advanced than what we have.
As to whether or not we're comparing apples to oranges or apples to apples in terms of looking at the number of volunteers. And the other question I had was when you did the comparisons between the other state bars, do you have a comparison in terms of their size and the number of volunteers and committees that they have? I didn't really see that.
Yes, and that's reflected symbolically in that little blue chart where the size is. So, well, no, that was the regulatory agencies, not the bars.
Yes.
No, and here's why, because some of them, again, publish that information where it's accessible either through ABA directories or through their own website, and it was just way too incomplete, unfortunately.
I think we can take one or two more comments. Stacey?
I was just going to comment that the medical board, and I don't know as much about the veterinary board, actually.
You may want to borrow a better microphone. That one's giving us feedback.
Is this better?
No, I think it's probably better.
I was just going to say that the California Medical Board actually mirrors quite closely a lot of the issues that we are grappling with, that we grappled with a year ago and 2 years ago and 3 years ago when considering the split. So there's actually many issues that don't maybe on the surface seem like they would have shared issues, but have many shared issues around advocacy and policy and that kind of association feel, et cetera. We don't have to go through that here because that's not the issue, but the comparison actually is very relevant. So we can talk about that offline, doesn't have to be right here, but there's actually quite many similarities, and many of us have looked, much deeper into it. And I think one of our colleagues, is Bridget, can share with us at length much more about that as well.
And I would simply observe that some of our friends in the legislature would reject the distinction that you're making between regulation and access and inclusion. Right? So that they would argue that the distinction itself is value-laden and they're not values they share. I think it's all healthy debate. One last comment before we give Joanna her due. Okay, as a board, we're adjourned until 2 o'clock when we will reconvene for some training, and Joanna will be commencing the programs committee momentarily. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for being here.
So Joanne.
Want to trade? Actually,
I'm resigning. But if you'd like to stay for the meeting,
it's part of your DNA.
Where's Michael? So, I would never miss a meeting. So I apologize for not being sure.
They've been
I think I would never do that.
Did you want to benefit your
But I went to the bar
I
and
wanted
I
to
was
let you
waiting.
guys know that I didn't want to just not. Never
Yeah, I you would have to ask.
Hi, how are you? How was your trip? Oh, crazy. Good, how are you?
Waiting for the man who's really in charge to let me know when I can start. Okay. All right, welcome everybody to the Programs Committee. Can we start with the roll call, please?
Certainly. Broughton.
Here.
Chen.
Here.
Valentina.
Here.
Manning.
Here.
Bertula. Streck.
Here.
Stalling.
Temporarily out.
Steinbrecher.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
And
Here. Okay, before we get started, I'd like to know if there's any members of the public who would like to make any public comment during our meeting. Okay, is it all going to be on the Appendix I review issue?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we're going to wait and hold that public comment until we begin that item. So you, there's 3 of you, I see.
And Greg.
4? All right, we'll let him talk to 4. Okay. Thank you. So with the chair's report, real brief, I wanted to let you all know we're going to reverse the order of the agenda today. We're going to go with the items that are not Appendix I first to get them out of the way, which will hopefully leave us even more time for Appendix I, seeing how things go, just to give you a heads up. And there were a couple of things that we had wanted to have on the agenda that were reporting informational items that we decided to take off to make more time for the Appendix I discussion. One had to do with lawyer referral services. We are making progress on those revisions to the rules, and that's going to be coming back to the board in September. And the other item had to do with the special admissions rules, which we are also making a lot of progress on, and we will see that in September as a full board. So, that being said, is there anybody who would like to remove the consent item off the consent agenda? Seeing none? There's one item, it's the Jenny report, evaluation.
I think what's the agenda posted this way doesn't reflect that.
It does.
It does.
Okay. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but it's in front of me at my. Oh, there's 2 consent calendars supposed to know, but my apologies.
Yeah, if you scroll down to those.
Otherwise, your copies get down.
Okay. Now that you've identified what the consent item was, would you like to take it off the consent?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. We'll move on then to item B, which is the admissions report. And that we've got Amy, is that right? Yeah, Amy is reporting today. Amy Nunez from the Director of Admissions will be making the report today.
Hello, good morning. I have a few items to report on in terms of activities at the Office of Admissions. The first is an update on where we're at with the AIMS project. That is the Admissions Information Management System. The 10-week discovery period has been completed. It was completed in June. We're now in the build phase of the project, specifically on sprint 3 of 10 sprints that are scheduled. And the project launch date is scheduled for the week of November 5th. All right, the next item I'll update everyone on is the job analysis. As you recall, in 2017, as part of the bar exam studies, there was a recommendation for a California-based job analysis. The standard setting study was evaluated whether the existing pass score was appropriately reflected the minimum competence of entry-level attorneys. And the content validation study evaluated whether the topics covered on the bar exam were sufficient and if they covered the breadth and depth required in terms of the alignment with knowledge, skills, and abilities required of entry-level attorneys. The job analysis that was utilized for that project was based on the 2012 job analysis conducted by the National Committee of Bar Examiners, which may or may not mirror the current skills of expected attorneys in California. And as a result, the state bar has decided to proceed with conducting a California-based job analysis. So where we are now with that process is that we conducted a request for information, And that was a process to learn about the viability of the project and to identify potential contractors. At the same time, a proposal was submitted to Access Lex to help fund this project, and that proposal was accepted. So Access Lex will be funding this initiative. As a result of also the RFI, we learned about potential contractors, and a request for proposal was published. And we're in the process now of selecting vendors for that initiative, and we hope to accomplish that by the end of July of this month. We're also formulating a working group that will be working on the job analysis effort. And the criteria for composition of that working group has been developed. And so the State Bar will seek nominations from the following list of constituents. So attorneys from small, medium, and large firms, from bench officers, public sector and nonprofit attorneys, law schools, the Board of Trustees, labor economists, the CBE, Senate and Assembly Judiciary Committees, the California Supreme Court, the ABA, and the National Conference of Examiners. Final appointments will be made by the California Supreme Court. All right, an update on the upcoming bar exam. So next Tuesday, July 24th, the California State Bar will be administering the 2-day July bar exam at 16 separate locations across the state. Approximately 9,220 applicants will be taking the bar exam or are registered to take that exam. And that represents a 7.4% decrease compared to last year, when we had 9,959 applicants registered for that exam. 7 of our 16 sites are designated as a testing accommodation site, and we are staffed and geared to conduct that exam next week. Also, last one, we had questions on the productive mindset intervention. So I want to give everybody a sense of what that participation looks like. In the first round of recruitment, we had approximately 1,641 applicants who enrolled in the program. And as you may recall, we had closed the registration process and then reopened it. When that enrollment reopened, we received an additional 719 applicants that registered for the productive mindset. So the total combined in those 2 waves is approximately 2,360 applicants.
What total?
9,500 people registered altogether.
So just less than a quarter, that's great.
Yeah,
That's really good.
Mhm. All right. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for Amy? Great, thank you very much.
Sure.
We'll move on to item C, the submission of Council on Access and Fairness Annual Report. And with that, we're supposed to have Pat Lee joining us. Thank you, Pat. She's the Program Manager of the Office of Legal Services.
On contract.
That's on my notes.
Oh. Good morning, and thank you for having us provide this information to you. We always welcome the opportunity to inform the board on what's happening with the council. What you have before you is the year-end report for 2017, and it summarizes the work that the council did. As you recall, this was the year there were no bar dues, so you all had to really approve the use of reserve funds to keep this work going. We really appreciate that. What you'll see is that the council, since its inception, has been functioning within the parameters of the 4 strategic goals that you see at the bottom of the first page. Everything they do is reviewed and vetted according to those strategic goals, and if they don't align with those goals and move those goals forward, then they decide not to adopt those initiatives for their ongoing work. Also, they organize their work by the segments on the diversity pipeline. So you'll see work focusing on early education, college, law school, and bar passage, the legal profession, and the judiciary. So that's how this report is organized, and I'll walk you through it just briefly so you know what's in here. In terms of the early education portion of the work that's done, the main project is the working with the California Law Academy partnership academies in partnership with the California Department of Education. These were originated in 2010 when we were fortunate enough to partner with the CDE. They, at that time, had almost 500 partnership academies, but none of them really focused on the legal profession. And we were able to work with them to coordinate, and they had funding available at that time for us to start 6 new law academies. Since that time, we've been adding academies, and as of 2017, we have 18 academies. And by the end of this year, when you receive this year-end report, we've also been adding additional high school academies throughout the state. The reason we picked this program is because when you look at the high school law academies, the provisions, the structure, the operation is mandated in provisions of the Education Code. One of the key requirements is that these schools be at least 50% at risk. And when you look at the definition of at risk in the Education Code, you see that they're either truancy issues, grade point issues, and so forth. And the schools that these are located in have to be public schools, so they're located in areas where there's a lot of low income and diverse students. So those are the target that we're looking for, but we don't have to really mention that so that we don't run into issues with Prop 209. What you'll see is that every year the law academies convene an annual summit designed to bring together all the teaching teams, all the advisory councils, all the volunteers, and so forth, for ongoing communication, sharing of information, best practices, and so forth. And then there's another day that we use for professional development for the faculties. So that's outlined here. In 2017, the focus was on implicit bias, and what we wanted to do at that point, we received a grant from the Bar Foundation to develop an implicit bias training curriculum for the teaching teams so that they would be aware of what the issues are, what the implicit bias is all about, how to identify it within themselves, how to identify it within the classroom, and how to raise those issues with the students so they could move forward and take those issues into consideration as they move forward with their pathway to law. We also process resource materials that we think would be helpful to the law academies statewide so that they don't have to reinvent the wheel each time within their own particular school district. So in 2017, we created and designed mentoring handbooks. One of the requirements for the law academies is that they all have to provide mentors to their junior 11th graders. So every year when the students reach the 11th grade, they are assigned mentors. Throughout the year, the mentors meet with them. They look at issues that are critical to the development of the students, whether it's critical thinking, writing, interviewing skills, or whatever it takes to increase the skill set and knowledge of the students about careers in the law. Also, we advanced our pilot program. We have an agreement with Fast Case. It's a legal research entity. I think if some of you might be familiar with it, if you're working with a bar association that offers that as a benefit to its members. They agreed to provide free access to their online legal research. So what we did was to identify a number of high schools that would be part of a pilot program. And the Fast Case introduced that program to their teachers and students, so they've been engaged in that pilot program. We'll be working out the tweaks, and when that's all resolved, then it'll be opened up to all the students and teachers in all the high school academies. The next segment is the college, law school, bar exam portion, and that's the other program that we created in 2014 in partnership with the Community College Chancellor's Office. And we were working with, at that point when we initiated this program, 24 community colleges throughout the state, 6 law schools and their undergraduate counterparts. They all signed on to an MOU where they all agreed to provide specific curriculum that we mandated that they provide. We worked with the community colleges to identify various courses that they already had in their list so that they didn't have to create any new curriculum. And our focus was to be sure that there was a law-focused class, and they basically all pretty much focus on using the street law curriculum, which is really a very good curriculum, which a lot of the high schools use as well. And then we picked courses that were already being offered that tracked some of these skill sets that are identified in Mark Schultz and Sheldon Zedek's Effective Lawyering Study. We wanted to be sure that the students were exposed to the kinds of skill sets that were identified for effective lawyering, so they kind of had an advanced approach and be trained in those skills even before they go to the undergraduate and law school setting. We also conducted a Law Academy essay contest. This was designed to introduce students to various legal concepts, critical thinking, and to enhance their writing skills. We also, for the community college segment, had an annual summit, which is presented every year. It's a Pathway to Law Summit. And I should advise you at this point that what we decided to do, instead of having a separate high school summit and then a separate college summit, law school summit, we're going to combine the two. The high school summit is usually in June, the Pathway Summit is in February, so February 2019 will be a combined summit that takes into account the entire pathway, high school all the way through law school, which we think is that was our original goal, was to have that pathway. So again, it'll be 2 days of professional development for the faculties and the teaching teams, and then the second day will be open, invited to all those involved and interested in the pathway to talk about communication, key issues that affect the students in the pathway and so forth. Excuse me. And then bar passage, you're all familiar with that. You just heard the update on the productive mindset initiative, and we're really happy how that's progressing, and we're looking forward to the outcomes and the analysis early next year after the results have been made public. In terms of the legal profession segment, we provide support to members of the legal profession, but the main focus in 2017 is to continue to promote the video that was produced called Walk the Walk. It was produced in conjunction with Abby Ginsburg. And it's a series of vignettes that portray the experiences of bias by attorneys from diverse backgrounds in the practice setting. And then accompanying that is a set of questions that analyzes each of the scenes, the segments, so that the facilitator can guide the discussion. And then also, we have a focus group report that was conducted compiled from focus groups about 8 years ago. The council is now in the process of updating these focus group reports, and is going to start with focusing on corporate counsel in the entertainment industry, and then work from there in terms of law firms, government setting, public interest, and so forth. In the judicial area, the main focus is the judicial appointments workshops. And you can see that they presented workshops in Martinez, Bakersfield, Fresno, LA, San Francisco, and for the Legal Aid Association of California and California Association of Black Lawyers. This is to provide information to any attorney interested in applying for a judicial appointment. It gives them entire information on what the process is all about. We bring together the Governor's Appointment Secretary, the Jenny Commission Chair, the chairs of various local and minority bar screening committees, and recently appointed judges who are from diverse backgrounds to go over the entire process and let those potential applicants know what's involved. And then after that, we have a second round of workshops for mentoring, which provide one-on-one review of the draft applications that have been prepared by the applicants, so that they can receive feedback on where they need to improve their applications, and then also get tips on how to go through the interview process. We engage in fundraising every year because the revenues from the Elimination of Bias Fund haven't been enough to sustain certain efforts or projects, so the council annually had engaged in fundraising. For 2017, annually they've been able to raise about $25,000. For 2017, they didn't engage in a full fundraising effort because they realized that they had to just focus on the work that they had ongoing, and what they chose to do was to advise the members of the profession that they should provide the $10 opt-out that appeared on the due statement for 2017. And I think when we checked that the revenue from that opt-out brought in about $86,000, which we were really happy to see that. And then finally, they engage in annual planning retreat. They use the 4 strategic goals. They look at the initiatives they're engaged in, and they continue to revise their approach. Last year, they realized that they were really taking on more that they can accomplish. They cut everything down. They have a more focused approach. They're looking at elimination of bias and pipeline, and they're looking where they could provide a leadership or supporting role. If the suggestions or the ongoing initiatives don't really fall into those categories, they're kind of winding those down, cutting them out of the strategic plan. So that's it. And they continue to do their work for 2018.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very thorough. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Just one more question. Are you able to track any of the students, for example, that were in the academies?
Yes, I should mention that we're working with an organization called California Law. Our goal, in addition to having the complete pathway, is to have an organization that could undertake the ongoing administration, monitoring, and development on behalf of the pathway. California Law is that organization, and we're working really hard to have them become the independent entity to take over that work. So they're engaged in developing a tracking system, a reporting system, because that's one of the things we want to do, is to be sure that the high school students receive the support to go into community college or a four-year university. They go from that program to an undergraduate entity and then on to law school. The idea is that if they're a part of that community college pathway program and they complete those 2 years, that will appear on their transcript. And the work of COAF and the community at large is to be able to educate not only the community colleges, but the undergraduate and the law school, so that when a student applies and they see that designation, they'll know that that student has already been exposed to the kinds of courses and skill sets that they will need to be successful.
So can we track them if they get into law school and then
Yeah, and we actually have
successful they
some.
become on the bar exam?
Oh, they haven't completed law school yet, but there's some that have been admitted to some very good law schools, so we're really proud of them.
Yeah, Pat, just Brent Stallings, thank you for the work that you and your team are doing. It's a really important area. Just anecdotally, and talking to high school students and college students in Bakersfield, they're really excited about the 2+2.
That's a great program.
2+2+3 program. And there's just a lot of really good energy in that small rural community. So thank you for investing in communities like this.
That's one of our goals too, is to work in areas where you don't typically have those resources and to bring those groups together. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. We're going to move on to item D, revision to the state bar rules to reflect revised grant timelines. Request to circulate for public comment. Presenting on this will be Stephanie Choi, the program director of the Office of Legal Services.
Hi. So I apologize because I'm taking you from kind of a high visionary view to a very low kind of in the weeds what's going on view. This rule revision is because our IOLTA program is very closely governed by statute. The statute requires that there be an audited financial statement for each organization every year. In about 2014, the program decided to, what we call the reboot, re-envision how it does its work. And then among the things that it did is it looked at the audits and how we use those audits in application review. And rather than requiring that all programs true up their fiscal year to match a calendar year, we determined that they could submit their fiscal year and not an income and expense statement to match it up to the calendar year, which caused a lot of inconsistencies in how we worked with grants and a lot of staff time. At the same time, we brought all our grants into a single time period, so instead of partnership grants being calendar year and IOTA grants being July through June and so on and so forth, we brought all our grants from a January to December calendar year. These rule revisions are requested to bring our roles in kind of together with our actual practice. It's no longer necessary, and it actually is quite harmful to allow programs 60 days after the grant application to submit their audited financial, because we need the audited financial in order to determine whether there's eligibility and also whether the allocation is appropriate. And for that reason, we're requesting that the committee send this out for public comment.
Do I have a motion before discussion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Michael Comatino, seconded by Brandon Stallings. Do I have any discussion?
Again, the main question is why do we need public? I mean, is this controversial? Like, can we just enact this? Seems like a no-brainer.
We don't get it without notice and comment.
Okay.
The question is whether or not we really need to set it up for public comment.
We look for an exception so that it didn't have to go, but apparently it has to go.
All right, let's vote.
Okay, we need to take a roll call vote.
Broughton.
Yes.
Chen.
Yes.
Valentin.
Yes.
Manning.
Yes.
Brujula. Spector.
Yes.
Stalling.
Yes.
Langreifer.
Yes.
Stevens.
Yes.
Yes.
And the next item E, the Legal Services Trust Fund, approval of interest on lawyers' trust accounts. Stephanie Troy is also going to be presenting on that item.
I'm pleased to bring this item to you. It's a little less mundane. Every year we bring to the board a request for distribution of our IOTA grant amounts. And it's a little bit formulaic, but it's very important. And this year I'm very pleased to bring this because we're anticipating quite a bit of additional IOTA revenue, which allows the commission to make a recommendation of a 97% increase over last year's grants. So while called IOTA grants, I want to remind you that these grants also include other funding sources. There's also revenue from the Justice Gap Fund and from the $40 contributions through the fee statement, as well as other things such as sometimes site rate residual or residual funds. There is a practice of reserving about 30% that's been developed over the years of the grant funds. A lot of that's for cash flow purposes, but it's also because it's very important from a grantee standpoint that we not announce grant funds and then later tell them that those funds aren't available, because we give out the funds as we get the funds in. So if our projections are off, it would be very harmful for the stability of grantees to then have their grant amounts cut. Now, the board's protected, the state bar is protected because the grant agreements provide that if there are less revenue than projected, then the grants can be cut. But we want to avoid that scenario at all costs. So if you look at the attachment to the agenda item, I can walk you through very quickly how the commission came up with the numbers. Basically, it's actual revenue and projected revenue from January through December. That includes the IOTA funds, which I'll talk about in just a bit, Justice Gap funds, fee statement contributions, less the grant funds and administration. Add that into the net assets at the end of the last year to get the projected where we're going to be at the end of this year. And then you do that again for 2019 expenses because, as they said, we give out money as we get the money in. And that brings us to funds available we anticipate at the end of next year of $41 million. And you probably are wondering why the big increase, and it's really because of the economy. So you may recall that in 2008, the board worked with the legislature to pass or to implement what's called the comparability rule, which basically just says banks, you have to treat these IOTA accounts fairly. If you pay X amount to a similarly situated customer and charge these fees, you have to do the same for IOTA accounts. And we regulate attorneys, not banks. We'll say, attorney, you can't put your money in a bank that isn't complying. So now that interest rates are rising, revenue from IOTA is increasing, but more importantly, because in 2008, we also said that sweep products, which are invested in government securities, also apply. For years, those sweep products didn't come into play, and they now are. So while deposit rates are still at around 10 or 20 basis points, those sweep products are bringing in more than 1%. So we are actually working with our banks very extensively now to increase revenue and to make sure they're in compliance with the statute. And it has resulted in our top 4 banks, which last year brought in under $4 million to a projection of maybe over $20 million. So because of that, even our projection is at the 40 million mark, and then even applying a cash on hand policy that the board adopted in 2006, in which the first 5% over last year's goes to the grantees, the next 10% goes to a reserve to stabilize funding, and then anything above that is split 50-50 between the grantee and the reserve fund, results in grants of $27 million this year, which is 97% increase, while still pulling aside $14 million for reserves. So if there are no questions, we'd love to have approval, or a recommendation for approval.
There's a resolution on the board. Debbie's moving. Seconded by Michael Fullerton. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection to substituting the roll call? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we're going to move to agenda item A, our appendix I discussion. Just by way of background and process. The discussion today is to help Richard Schaffler prepare his final report that's going to the full board in September. We're not making any final decisions today. Richard has gotten feedback from the consultants for certain of the sub-entities. He's gotten feedback from the sub-entities themselves. This is feedback from the board that will help inform the ultimate report that goes to the full board in September. So I wanted to just give you an update of where we are, and if the board has anything that they would like to contribute here during our meeting, this is the time to do it, although your comments to Richard are welcome anytime. So that being said, we, for public comment, one second. We're going to do public comment first, and we have 4 individuals who identified themselves for presenting public comment. We're going to set aside 15 minutes now for public comment. Then there's 4 of you, so you can fight among yourselves, but if you go over 4 minutes, someone else is going to have to see their time, just so you know. So who would like to go first?
Good morning. Hi, 4 minutes I'll have to talk fast.
And if you can introduce yourself.
I will. Good morning, members of the Board of Trustees of the State Bar. My name is Patrick Dixon. I served the State Bar for many years. I'm a former member for 2 terms of the Committee of Bar Examiners. I was chair once. I was a member of the Board of Governors back when it was governors and not trustees. And I'm currently a member of the National Conference of Bar Examiners, although I have to make it clear that my comments today are my own, not those of the National Conference. When I first ran for the Board of Governors, I just come off being chair of the Committee of Bar Examiners. It was 1999. I ran on a platform that the State Bar's main primary function was regulation and discipline, and the mission of the State Bar was public protection. I got it then, I get it now. I believe it is the job of every bar examiner here or across the country to keep that in mind, public protection. I just want to make a few comments with respect to, and I trust you'll tell me when I'm getting close to 4 minutes, about the numbers and members of the committee with respect to the report that's being offered, moral character and accreditation. In my take, the California Bar Exam, and my friends in Madison at the conference might be upset with me, is one of the best, if not the best, exam in the country. And that's because of the hard work over the years of Gail Murphy, Jerry Brown, Bond before her, the committee itself, and the staff. It is a high-stakes exam. More so in California because of the high cut score and the pass rate. People spend $200,000 or more to prepare to take this exam. You have to get it right. And the way to get it right, in my view, is through experienced members. Cutting back on the number of members of the Committee of Bar Examiners, their terms, I think is a very big mistake. You can look, and I think the report bases much of its background on the National Conference's comprehensive guide to bar admissions. Bar committees across the country are all over the map on how many people are on their committees. Some of them do fitness and character, moral character, some don't. New York, for example, the only state that tests more applicants than California, although now they use the uniform bar exam, has 5 or 6 people on their committee. But those people, and I know them, have been there for up to 20, 25 years. They have a lot of experience. At the end of the day, this is an exam about the law. It's an exam on the law. And to cut back on the number of lawyers who are on your committee and making those decisions is I would suggest something you need to think about long and hard. This is a very difficult exam, very important to the people that take it. Moving on quickly to moral character, during the 8 years I was on the Committee of Bar Examiners, somehow I ended up serving 5 years as chair of the Subcommittee on Moral Character. It was my focus. And it is at the very heart of public protection for bar examiners across the country and here in California. I believe that there is a great need to have experienced members, whether they're public or lawyer members, do these interviews, the moral character informal conferences. This cannot be done by checking off paperwork or going through a matrix. Candor is one of the most important values I've found at the State Bar and with the Committee of Bar Examiners on moral character applications. Sitting across from an applicant when they tell you what happened or what didn't happen is very, very important. And experienced members of the committee can make those decisions that you can rely on, and they have for years. I could, if we had time, give you a couple hypotheticals that I sat through that would make that point. You need to have people who have the skills and experience, and many of them are lawyers, some of them are public members. The public members are terrific on the Committee of Bar Examiners, but they know the questions to ask. One of my favorites who still served with me and continue to serve, Dr. James Bolton, often asks somebody with alcohol drug problems right off the bat, what's your birthday? Well, in the AA world, that's your date of sobriety. And people who could answer that and answer that quickly and correctly, like they were asking their own birthday, got a vote of confidence from him. So I truly believe that you need to maintain the number of lawyers on this committee because it is a law exam and the interview process should remain in their hands because candor is so important, and it is important for members of this committee to judge candor and truthfulness, because we want lawyers who are admitted in California not only to be truthful to us, but to judges and opposing counsel when we hand them a ticket to practice law. I'm happy to answer any questions. I hope I haven't gone over too far. Thank you.
Who would like to come up next? Erica? So again, we have Erica Hiramatsu, the chair of the Committee of Bar Examiners this year.
Thank you. I don't want to rehash what I said earlier, but I do want to address some of the things that Mr. Schaffler said. First of all, I want to make very clear, we're not upset with anyone moving our cheese. This isn't about, we've done this for however long time and we don't want any change. The issue is there has to be improvement toward the mission of the State Bar. If there's no improvement, what's the point of change for the sake of change? We're looking at access to justice and inclusion in the legal system as well as public protection. And there hasn't been a showing, at least for the topics that we're concerned about, that those will be improved at all. On Jenny, it was pointed out there are 52 volunteers. I served on Jenny, and this issue about quorum, we never missed quorum. There was one time we were very, very close, but somebody overslept, so they came in and we made quorum. So as far as that argument goes with size, it's nonsense. It was pointed out that the medical board reduced its number of volunteers involved. Well, they also had the equivalent of an LAP program, which failed. It failed and has not been redeveloped. They don't have it anymore. Ours is successful. We still have ours. So perhaps the number of volunteers would have to do with the number of programs they have and that remain successful. With other bars and that comparison, California is a leader, and we've always been proud of that. There are no other state accredited schools. That gives access to justice and inclusion in the legal system for those who are lower income and from underserved communities, because those are the people who can use this less expensive legal education that the Cal Accrediteds offer. And as far as decision-making being more effective with a smaller group, well, there's also less input. There's less public input. We have the issue in California that we have Northern, Central, and Southern California. And we also have different areas of practice. And we also have public members who come from different areas in their professions. So we want diversity, and the more diversity we have, the better we are protecting the public. To reduce that is to reduce the representation of the public within the committee. The legislature found that to be important because by law, the Senate, Assembly, and Governor have 3 public appointments each. Now, not 1, but 3. And I'm sure they picked that for a reason. And finally, Mr. Schaffler said that a report like this, it's important to get input from all stakeholders. Well, staff was not interviewed for this report. During our meeting last month, one of the staff members was asked about the impact if one of the recommendations was implemented. And she didn't know because she hadn't been asked about any of these things. Also, the deans of the CALs who are most affected by accreditation, nobody bothered to talk to them, or the Rules Advisory Committee, RAC, which is made up of deans of the CALs. The CEB wants to have an input into this process more than just a couple footnotes in the report. We feel that our position needs to be heard.
Thank you. We got Mitch Winnick and Greg Brennan. Did you want to come up together or separate?
Oh, we're not really joined at the hip, although you think so. We argue plenty.
We have about 6 minutes left, so.
I'll try to be very quick.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of this committee. Very briefly, for those who don't know me, and I say this not for aggrandizement, but to just put it in context, I was one of the co-authors of the original RAC rules agreement that we settled in Sacramento, along with Senator Nava, the General Counsel of the State Bar, and I served as representative of the CALs when we came to that agreement of the creation of the RAC. I subsequently served as a member and as chair of the RAC. I serve on the Law School Council as a member, and I currently serve as the chair of that council. I've been a dean for 13 years for a Cal school and previously served 6 years as an assistant dean of an ABA law school. I served on TFAR and on the standing committee for the delivery of legal services. I guess you could say I'm somewhat of a bar junkie, as we would say in Texas. And I really appreciate the comments of the chair of the Board of Trustees saying how important that engagement and collaboration with the stakeholders and the major constituencies are. And in fact, I think the history of the last 10 years shows of how effective that process is, particularly in rulemaking related to law schools and in the regulation of law schools and the accreditation of law schools. We've had some tremendous successes working together, all the way from the schools up through this board itself. Let me just talk about 3 of them that are not insignificant. We've had the reduction of non-performing law schools. And we've done it without lawsuits, we've done it without acrimony, we've set standards high, they've had a chance to engage in upgrading to higher standards, and in many cases when they could not do it, they voluntarily withdrew their nomination as being registered schools. It's a kind of an incredible event, but it shows that there's that type of a give and take. We've increased the rigor of the standards in many ways. I won't go through them here, but the standards for accreditation and regulation are significantly more rigorous now than they were when I came on board 13 years ago. And we've participated in writing those and encouraging the enforcement of them. And we've actually supported and helped draft legislation to increase transparency and reporting from the schools of what they have to put on their website. And these may not seem like small things, but every one of these could have been a landmine that could have created lawsuits and acrimony between all of the parties. And that has not been the history of the relationship within the schools, the Committee of Bar Examiners, and this Board of Trustees. That said, let me borrow for a moment from Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the other. And I want to specifically talk to the long laundry list of recommendations in Appendix I. The one thing I would like to call out for your consideration is the recommendation to outsource accreditation to a non-bar entity. Everything else that I see on that list go to the issue of policy related to governance. The outsourcing of accreditation was a legislative mandate that was given to this body by the people of California through the legislature for all the reasons we've talked about: public protection, access to justice, and diversity of the profession. And I believe we can be very proud of outcomes that we can measure on all of those things with the California accredited law schools. What I would suggest to you in close is not that that process doesn't benefit from and warrant opportunities to look for efficiency and effectiveness, but to start the conversation with the recommendation to just jettison it seems odd to me. This is a very complicated matter. It engages the legislature, the schools, the Committee of Bar Examiners, and this board itself. I would ask you to consider to take that item off of this fast-track consideration that's being proposed to you in September, and let's give an opportunity for some more comprehensive, collaborative work that has proven so successful over the past 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greg, got a couple minutes?
Good morning, Greg Brandis, Dean of St. Francis School of Law. Been a dean at a couple of other schools, state accredited schools, as well as another one of the registered schools here since the late 90s. Most of you know me because of the work that I've done over the last 6 years or so with respect to regulations that allow innovation in law school. And this board has twice approved a set of regulations that support the accreditation of distance learning programs. These innovative programs that are breaking the ground to try to improve the access to legal education at affordable costs. That has been approved 3 times by the Committee of Bar Examiners as well, over a rulemaking process that began about 2012. Involved a bunch of working groups. I've been over this ground with most of the members of the board before. Today, I really am here to speak respecting the RAC. The RAC is the Advisory Committee on California Accredited Law School Rules, but RAC is a lot easier to deal with. Fortunately, I think the RAC fits right into what Mr. Schoffer would define as a perfectly sized committee. We have 6 members, equal representation of members of the Committee of Bar Examiners, and folks appointed by the deans of the accredited law schools. This body functions only as needed. This is a body that has been around about 10 years, probably has met less than 24 times in 10 years. And of course, it acts in only a very narrow scope. It only addresses the regulations that are written to regulate the California accredited law schools. So it doesn't do anything else, and all it does is make recommendations to the Committee of Bar Examiners. So it fits into a very narrow scope. When somebody has a regulation that they want to propose, typically it's the staff or the committee. You run through the process of trying to improve it, just as was spoken about before. So that's mainly what I came to make sure that board members are aware of. Obviously, I concur in my colleagues' comments about the circumstances regarding accreditation. It seems like, particularly after spending 6 years preparing rules to support innovative accredited schools in California, that it kind of comes out of left field to now be considering jettisoning all of that work, as well as the entire system of accrediting schools in town. So I was trying to, most of you have seen me speak before, I love analogy, right? So I was trying to come up with a good analogy, and I didn't get a good analogy, actually. So the one that I thought of came laden with stuff that I didn't want to be part of it. If you ask me later, I'll tell you individually that it's not appropriate for the public. But if you just import your favorite journey or loss of innocence parable, whatever one appeals to you, sort of to where we are today. That's where I am. After 6 years of very intensive effort on a rulemaking process that is, to me, incredibly valuable and collaborative and serving the mission of the State Bar and public policy of the state of California, to have this recommendation show up from nowhere is very troubling and very painful. And so I'm kind of a stand-by-me sort of person, a lot less than like felon please, speaking of parables, journey parables and what have you. So let's stick with the stand-by-me, kind of working together to try to get to where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have several sub-entities we have to discuss this morning in a very limited amount of time. So we need to all keep that in mind as we have our discussion. We're going to begin with the Committee of Bar Examiners, especially timely since we had all of our public comment on that particular sub-entity. And in that regard, we have Elise Walton and Elizabeth Parker on the phone. Are you there?
Yes, we're here.
Okay.
I'm here. Oh, good.
Okay.
And yes, I am too. I have you on mute, so as not to disturb you with any ruffling of paper.
So if the two of you could give us about 5 minutes highlighting some of your key findings in the report you provided.
Well, I guess I'll just start out with a little bit of an overview of the process and just a quick review of the findings and sort of a point of view on some of the recommendations that have been discussed already. Elizabeth, I will address some of the moral character discussion, and Elizabeth will address some of the accreditation discussion. But just to start off, first we want to thank everybody who did help us by providing time for the interview and review and providing ideas for recommendations and having that conversation back in February with the CBE. And we also wanted to recognize and acknowledge the many dedicated volunteers and staff who have worked so hard to provide such great service to the public and to the law profession in general. We were tasked with this in part because of the State Bar's effort to take a significant look at the governance in the public interest, and that was done by the task force. And then as a follow-on to that, the programs committee and others have been reviewing the responsibility of all committees, and we were specifically looking at the Committee of Bar Examiners. So we started with having one-on-one conversations with several folks. You can see in the appendix, we spoke with over 44 people formally and had a lot of informal conversations and input as well as doing reading background documents and reading general literature on the various topics related to the work of bar examiners. And we looked at the current work against sort of organizational design, and you can look and see the design criteria that we thought up later in the paper. And I just would like to highlight that the way we approached it was to look at the pros and cons of the various options. And some of the, at least in organizational design thinking, you will say that there's not one answer, but one type of structure will give you more of this, and another type will give you more of that, and it's kind of trying to decide which of the most important design features that you want to look at. And I would encourage the full group to continue to use that logic, because I think it will get you to answers that are going to serve both the State Bar as well as its constituencies and the public best. Just to very quickly highlight the areas that we made recommendations is first that we recommended several best practices in governance, some of which were already in place, including term limits, terms, and committee chair rotations. We added in the idea of a skills matrix that might be used to recruit members of the CBE. And in the discussion of size, we did not come down with a specific recommendation, but it was, or in the discussion, we never made a specific number recommended, but we said that it would be tied to the precise work that would be done. So if the work is reallocated or redesigned, then it might be appropriate to adapt the size to that workload. We also suggested greater oversight and audits of all the activities should occur, simply in the concept of regular examination and improves the overall functionality of any organization. That we suggested the policy should be emphasized, therefore the focus on policy, and should be aligned with the State Bar strategic plan and deep review. The training can be enhanced, onboarding can be enhanced, and interaction with the Board of Trustees improved by clarification of roles and functioning. And that there are specifically 2 functional areas that we thought could be reevaluated in terms of how they're done. And then I think these are the areas that have certainly raised the most reactions. We thought that we were clear about when we were making recommendations and did not try to speak for the group in terms of saying this is what the CPE is recommending, but did try to reflect the conversations, the nature of the conversations that we had with members of the working group as well as of the CPE. And we think that these recommendations are worth considering, particularly as the State Bar and CPE enter serious review on the bar exam. We also just wanted to acknowledge that any of these, some more than others, but these recommendations will require change, and the idea is not to throw out all the positives of the current models and all the strengths that you've developed over the years, but to understand how those will be built into a potentially different organizational model going forward. So obviously you don't want to have a change process where the costs and outcomes of change are worse than the current situation, or the costs of change are so high that the benefits are swamped. So that was sort of the overall, a very overall high description of the project itself, as well as the intent and findings of the report. And just to make a few comments on moral character, I'll just expand on it a little, although I think in reading it, there's a lot of the detail is in the report. First, I would just say that in our conversations, everybody has noted that moral character is a very significant responsibility. It was not taken lightly by anyone, and they value their ability to participate in it. Many did comment that the moral character reviews are sort of the human interest work of the CBE, and everyone often likes to be engaged in it because, you know, you get the stories of the applicants, and some find that very engaging. There were several who did talk about inconsistency and varied outcomes, and there was some reference to this in the paper, and that, you know, sometimes a group may come down harder on something that seems like quite a minor infraction, and while a larger infraction is passed on. Others mentioned that they found that they were appalled at some of the decisions, including some behavior that was not considered to be an issue of character. So there was clearly at least views of people who expressed some concern about not just the nature of the outcome, but the process of the discussion. Some did comment that there was an orientation and attitude of some of the reviewers where there's, yes, lawyers are good at asking witnesses questions, but though the interrogatory approach may not always be the best method for assessing cognitive and character functioning, and there could be situational responses triggered, or even unconscious bias in the questions that may or may not be appropriate to really evaluating character. And in fact, I might just take the recent example of that sort of the single question that Mr. Bolton asks about what's your birth date. That is undoubtedly, you know, gets a quick response from people who have been through a 12-step program, but there may be plenty of other people who have addressed issues that would not be able to respond to that program in a way that would get the thumbs up, so to speak. And so many folks did comment on the value of experienced staff and specialists who can evaluate some of the character issues. Those of those folks have been very valuable, and I think that what we had hoped to see in the moral character, or recommended in the evaluation, look at is to what extent can these reviews, the ones that are appealed, not the very many that are perfectly fine and require no more in-depth review than, you know, a clean pass, but that those do benefit from people who have experience, not just as lawyers, but also as psychologists, and evaluating the potential for of a particular act or behavior early on in one's life, or at whatever point they're applying for the character and fitness path, that they that act is actually indicative of future behavior. So that's a little bit of a greater dive on moral character. I may turn it over to Elizabeth to say a little bit about accreditation.
Thanks, Elise. I appreciate that. Just a word about our team. We did divide our responsibilities, but shared information. And of course, Elise comes to the task as an expert in organizational design. My own background, first as a decade-long dean of the California Law School, clearly did inform some of my thinking on the accreditation topic. I think I'd like to begin by saying that everyone recognizes, first of all, the importance of the non-ABA accredited access to legal education and becoming a lawyer. That's a tremendous, I think, asset that California enjoys. But secondly, I would say that I think this type of a process does require periodic deep review. And one of the things I learned during my brief tenure as the executive director of the State Bar was that kind of a deep review, it happens with almost none of our functions. And I go so far as to say none. And I think we saw that in the bar exam, surprises occurred when we realized that we hadn't kept pace with advancing science in related areas. And so acknowledging that much good work has been done by certainly the volunteers who have participated in the CBE for many years, and also the law school deans who have commented today and who participated in WAC. I nonetheless think that it's extremely important that all functions be reviewed in a deep and thoughtful way periodically. And so here I would say that one problem we confront is that we don't have any evidence of the success or, if you will, the failure of the accreditation system. But what we do know is that it has never been looked at deeply by professionally qualified people in the education sector, those who are knowledgeable about accreditation. So having said that, I would make a couple of general points that I think you'll find more thoroughly developed in our report. The first important thought to me is that accreditation is completely different in its activities and skills than overseeing admissions. And there's an aside I'll say that it was this thought that I confronted when I first became executive director, that the bar had not always focused on its core functional areas as carefully as it should, and that there was almost a grab bag of very different kinds of activities being managed. So accreditation is terribly important, something I learned about deeply during my time as dean, but equally so as admissions, but these are different and distinct. I think, too, that particularly at this point in the bar's history, when we're going to be looking very carefully and deeply at the bar exam process itself, adding accreditation to an already significant burden could well distract the attention of volunteers who have not, in virtually all cases, been selected because of their expertise as educators. So the next point I'd make then is that I think there is an innate tension between accreditation and admissions, but I also think that not to have engaged in independent external oversight creates at least the perception that the dominant role of law school deans in the accreditation process may in fact pose possibilities for a conflict. And whether that's true or not, I think we need to take the kind of review initiatives that make clear that the decisions and the approach is in fact the best one for all of California. Now, I think too that the interest in review and improvement of the whole CBE accreditation process has really not had a level of attention that I would hope it would have going forward. With regard to the staff role in this. I think that the expertise to oversee both accreditation and the admissions processes may create a significant demand on their time and resources. Finally, I would say that I believe there are alternatives to a CBA-led accreditation process. Whether they exist now could be developed. And so I think to simply stand back and say there are none is a mistake. And I would say similarly that to base this decision on cost alone ignores what is really most important, and that is what are the outcomes we're seeking to achieve, and are we effectively achieving them? And I think this is a topic that really has not been looked at in the way it ought to have been. Perhaps that's enough to say for now. I would add finally that insofar as the CBE feels they may not agree with some of the recommendations and thinking that are reflected in our report, I would remind everyone that we were asked for our independent views and judgments. We recognize that not everyone may agree with everything we've said, but we also spent a great deal of time talking with others who were knowledgeable, looking at literature, drawing on our own experience. And so we were invited to provide an independent perspective, and that's certainly what we hope to do. At a minimum, I think that this should give some stimulus to looking deeply at a very important function as we go forward. We do believe that the CBE members were in agreement that a 3-year review process with an audit involved was appropriate. What they may not have agreed to was my belief that given the unusual combination of functions here, the disparate nature of the functions, that the burden on continuing to couple accreditation and admissions really ought to be on those who propose that outcome. There's a significant reason from a structural perspective why the two functions ought to be separate.
Okay, thank you both. We have a PowerPoint presented by staff with their recommendations based on their discussions with the sub-entity members in the report. And so I'd like to invite up Don Hershkowitz. Amy, are you going to be presenting?
Can I ask a quick question?
Can we ask the folks who are participating by telephone to mute their phones, because somebody's giving us a lot of distracting background noise.
And if you want to have committee members be able to ask Elizabeth and Elise questions now.
I have one quick question, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm confused. Is the recommendation to jettison accreditation or to do a 3-year study of the accreditation process currently being conducted by CBE?
Are you talking about their recommendation or the staff's recommendation, or?
I'm confused where we are.
Wait, you want to address it?
Maybe I'm premature.
Yeah, the staff recommendation is to study whether or not to either take accreditation in-house. That means it would be performed primarily by staff, no longer have the type of involvement by CBE that it does now, or to contract out that function. That's distinct from a couple of different things. One, if we retain it in any way, meaning our current status quo model, or certainly if we take it on with the work being performed more primarily by staff, whether or not we would want to implement an audit process and an audit cycle. That was certainly a focus of Elizabeth and Elise's report. If the function is contracted out to an entity like a WASC, that's not, we would not be in a position to audit per se what WASC, which is a regional and very well-renowned institution, is doing. So I think that whether or not we're going to implement a 3-year audit and review process depends on the ultimate decision of the board as to which direction we're going to go in terms of who's doing the actual accreditation work. The other distinction I want to make is when you contract the work out, the actual accreditation work out, there is still a need to create, there will be a need to create policy. Right, that's something that we're not contracting out. We can't contract it out. And so there is additional staff work to do to come up with a recommendation for how those policy recommendations will be generated and approved. And for example, when we talk about the ROC as a standing committee of law schools, we probably now are in a position as a staff where we would not recommend the continuation of a standing committee comprised of deans. However, when it was time to review or reconsider rules, that would be an appropriate time to bring together a limited term subject matter specific committee to review rules, changes, and recommend them. And deans, of course, would participate in that.
Let me do a little reflective listening if I can to make sure I got it. What I'm hearing is that all we're doing at this point is establishing a bias for action, for change, and that the burden of proof is now on the status quo and not on change. But we're not being especially specific as to what that change is going to look like because we don't yet know. Is that a fair summary?
Right. We don't know. We need to do further work to be able to delineate what would it look like to take this in-house, having been primarily performed by staff. And more, I think, challenging, is contracting this out feasible? I think I raised with the board previously that we have reached out to the ABA to see if this was something that they would be interested in taking on. Because the ABA does not believe in non-ABA law schools. This is not a viable pathway. So the other major accrediting institution is WASC for physical schools. And so we have had conversations with WASC. Most recently, Donna and I, earlier this week or last week, with the president of WASC. And that's certainly a conversation that we need to continue. But that's part of why we're not really in a position to say, board, we recommend you take approach A, but certainly we are recommending that we look at making some changes in this area.
Well, let me make a quick comment if I may. And this is really directed at a couple of deans in the room whose presence and contributions I welcome today and every future day. The dialogue that we've had with the WASC thus far has been really illuminating for me. What I drew from that dialogue, perhaps wrongly, but it's what I drew, is that our model of regulating your industry is based on the ADA model, which is based on buildings and books and, from my perspective, barriers to entry. And the WASC is saying, how do you show that your standards at all measure the outputs you're trying to get from this system? Are you preparing lawyers at acceptable cost and acceptable time to be good young lawyers? And they are saying, well, what about distance learning? What about different modalities of instruction? What about cost control? So by getting outside the law bunker mentality and talking to a professional regulator of educational institutions, we got really illuminating questions asked. And I would like to continue that illumination without excluding the regulated community from a meaningful role in the dialogue. So for this trustee, I very much have a bias towards change. But I have no persuasive case yet for precisely what that change should look like, and I'm not sure how quickly we can get there. And so this may be the first step of a longer journey, but I think we should start. That's just my perspective.
Thank you, Michael. The staff recommendations specifically are presented in this PowerPoint that we're going to go through. I encourage trustees to ask questions as we go through it. This is just on the community bar examiners again. And again, we still have at least 4 other sub-entities after this that we need to get through. So I know this is a very important topic. We have to manage our time as best we can. So if you can go ahead and
You can have the 15 minutes back that I took from the beginning, because I don't think we'll need it for ours.
I already counted it.
So I don't want to keep the committee any longer from the substantive part of the discussion than I need to, but I want to add just very briefly a little addition to some framework and process that applies to CBE as well as all of the sub-entities that we'll be discussing today. Just sort of following up on some of the things that Richard said earlier, you know, we are in a position where we are getting our arms around our new identity as a primarily a regulatory entity. And as I view Appendix I and what I had told many of the sub-entities that I've talked to, what we're doing here today is saying, now that I understand my new identity, how would I design the system if I were designing it today? How would I use volunteer committees? What would staff do? What would the board role be in this world in which we are primarily a regulatory entity?
It is important to set the structure because I want to be crystal clear that nothing that we are proposing is an indictment of any of the work that has been performed by any of the committees. It's rather a fresh look at how we would organize our work today. As an example, one of the things Amy will be talking about, would I design a system where I would bring to a committee of bar examiners a question of whether we should count the bar exam score of somebody who had a cell phone go off contrary to our zero tolerance policy for cell phone. No, I don't think I'd design a system that way. I would design a system where the CBE develops that zero tolerance policy and gives staff the rubric for what they have to administer, and the staff would administer that, and we wouldn't take that back to the committee. Would I design a system where a committee is having informal conferences to discuss moral character with 182 of the 6,000 and something applicants we had, so 2.5% of the applicants, where the committee looks at that? I probably wouldn't. I would probably design a system where I'm asking the committee to develop decision matrices, give me guidance, create transparency and accountability so everybody knows what the rules are, and then have staff administer that and create a system where the committee would hear appeals of those denials, so we are ensuring due process, but not using committee time for that. And so I just wanted to sort of set that structure for what we're going to be talking about with everybody. And then as to process, I did want to mention that we have had discussions with all of the sub-entities in various forms. We've had discussions with 2 or 3 appointees of those sub-entities that they have designated as folks that staff can talk to, Richard can talk to. We can get their input, we can share drafts with them. We've also presented to many of the committees as a whole. With regard to CBE, Joanna, you were present for one of the 2 days of a meeting where we discussed with the CBE what the staff recommendations are that you'll be seeing here. No, the CBE did not see the report that Elise Walton and Elizabeth Parker just talked about. They didn't see that before it was presented. That is an input for all of you to consider as part of this Appendix I process. It is one of the inputs that we have. The staff recommendation is another input that we have. We've also invited all of the committees to submit written comments. That would also be an input for your consideration. One of the things that we as staff think is absolutely critical for the board is that if we are presenting recommendations to you, you are making decisions with all of the information. And a critical piece of that information is what the opinions are of the committees that are currently doing the work. And so we are striving to make sure we get that input when we present to them, and that they have the opportunity to ensure that we have accurately characterized their input, that they have the opportunity to also submit written comments which would be included as the appendix, as part of the Appendix I. One of the groups that we have sort of trailed in our processes of seeking input from are the law school deans. And we have developed a survey that we sent out, Richard? That we sent out yesterday to the law schools to seek their input on some of the inflection points and ways of methods of engagement and modalities that we will be laying out for you today with the law schools. So they have not had an opportunity to weigh in on that. And with that, I'm going to let Amy get to the substance of CBE.
Thank you. So building on Elise and Elizabeth's report, staff thought that the best way to organize these recommendations would be to look at the functions that are typically carried out by licensing agencies. The list that you have before you is a list of those functions, and we don't have to go through them all right now because we will make recommendations around each of these. Our recommendations are going to be spelled out by recommendation on who we propose should be the entity to carry out that function and how it should be carried out. An additional function that is currently not active is transom licensing and certification. This refers to involving both CBE and staff on continuously searching for innovation in licensing and certification. And so I will be discussing that later on as we go through each of the functions. Exam development. The table reflects the function as well as which entity is being proposed to carry that out and whether there's a change from the current practice or not. In the best interest of time for today's presentation, I'm going to focus on the recommendations that are changes to the current operations. As Donna alluded, we are also including a proposal for what the law school role might look like. So, the goal of that is to involve them in a meaningful way. And lastly, we've also included a description of the board's role, if there was one, and what that role would be. So back to exam development, there are 2 items that deviate from the current practice, and that includes the review and evaluation of the grading process.
Hold on, Amy, these people are having a hard time seeing this slide.
Okay.
A similar chart is in the material, but it's not the exact same chart.
It's not.
So I don't think we have anything people can follow along with, unfortunately.
Actually, in the material, there's the things that have not changed are the functions. So if you open the material that you received in that attachment, the appendix, attachment 3 has that table. So, and it has the same entities that are being proposed. So that might be material that you can follow along with. Sure. So
it does not have the column about law school or
no.
Yeah. I don't think it's helpful to refer to the agenda attachment. I think what we could do is ask staff to make copies of this PowerPoint. So maybe Louisa, you could do that. We can send it to her.
Does this make any difference at all?
Yes. Okay. All right.
Okay, sure.
Remember the age of the board.
All right, so items 3 and 4 are what deviate from our current practice, and that refers to the review and evaluation of grading development. And so that, while the current grading process was developed between the staff and the CBE, this recommendation requests that the process is reviewed with more consistency. The 4th function there is a sampling plan, which stems from a recommendation made by the psychometrician during the bar exam studies. And this is simply devising a method for determining the content areas for the upcoming bar exams. And the recommendation is for the staff and psychometrician to perform that.
So we lose our Zoom when you advance the slides, so if you stop advancing, we can put it back into that Zoom mode.
Okay.
I don't think we want to take the time to do that. We're going to get copies down for short.
Yes. Okay. As for law school participation in this function, so we're still back at exam development. The idea is that the most appropriate role for law schools in this is in perhaps commenting on the exam fees only rather than anything related to the exam. And for the board, they would be involved in reviewing the evaluation and grading process. And the sampling plan will be part of the evaluation of the every 7-year bar exam study. And the board would approve all changes to exam fees.
So I think it might be helpful to orient the board to the table. The functions that Amy mentioned in kind of the first slide are there listed in the left-hand column. And then we have identified our recommendation as to who would perform this function, staff or CBE. And then we've indicated whether or not it's a change. As Amy indicated, she's focusing now on the changes. Those last 2 columns are the very beginnings of our thinking as staff as to what would the role of the law schools be with respect to this particular function, and then what would the role of the board be? Because that's ultimately a part of the Appendix I review, is how will the board exercise its oversight authority over all of the different functional areas of the bar. And so that's the structure of each one of these slides, and your input is sought regarding all of this, right? The distribution of labor, so to speak, between the committee and staff, and then the suggestions about ways that the law schools will be engaged, and how you might be engaged to provide input or approval and oversight.
And just to remind everyone, testing accommodations refers to the process by which the State Bar processes ADA requests for the bar exam and for the first year exam in accordance with ABA regulations. If you look on this chart, there are no changes to the current structure and the way that it is structured now, and I just want to highlight this because it is the method that we are proposing for the next functions. The first is that policy development happens between staff and the CBE. The reviews of the initial reviews and determinations are made by staff with the consultant support, and the CBE gets involved in the appeals process. For law schools, they would serve on working groups if established to develop or revise testing accommodation policies as appropriate. And lastly, as with all policy changes, the board would have to approve those. The next item is moral character. So that involves the policy development, review, informal conferences, and appeals of denials. We heard a little bit earlier about the informal conferences. Those are meetings with moral character applicants requiring a greater level of scrutiny. Typically, these involve applicants with perhaps felony convictions, multiple DUIs, and the like. And the idea is to have this meeting to make a determination on whether the misconduct has had a rehabilitative component. And the proposed change here is for staff to take on those informal conferences. In terms of law school participation, again, their participation would be to get involved in any working groups that are related to policy changes and policy review in general. And again, the boards would have the same role in terms of approving the guidelines or any changes. So I just want to highlight that this mirrors the TA policy recommendations as well. The next item is on eligibility and exam rules and enforcement. So as you can see here, this function is for staff to make the initial determination and for the CBE to serve as the appeal body as was previously recommended. Here the only change is that the staff would make the initial determination rather than the way it's operating now where the decision comes to the CBE. The CBE would still be involved in the appeal process. For law schools, again, law schools would be informed of policy and procedural changes through the law school assembly and through a periodic newsletter that's being proposed. And lastly, that the board would be involved as with all policy changes. They would need to approve them. Exam analysis and review, this is in reference to the bar exam studies that have been ongoing, and we have a job analysis that's upcoming. This function would be carried out the way that we're doing it now. For example, I mentioned earlier that we have a working group that is going to solicit input through representation of CBE members and of law schools, and that's how we are proposing that we continue that practice. The next item is the budget. So with the budget, with regard to the budget, the CBE has exercised some role in the review of the budget, and staff are proposing that this be changed. The board is the entity responsible for the annual budget, and they make annual and quarterly reports available on our website that would be available to CBE and any public member. So the role of the budget is one that belongs to staff and ultimately to the board. And that's what this recommendation reflects. Personnel, there is no recommendation for change. We would carry out the way personnel changes or decisions the way we do it now. Trends in licensing and certification. I mentioned this earlier. It's a method of keeping abreast of trends so that California can be updated or on the forefront of innovation and licensing. And it's a way of ensuring that we're carrying out the public protection with the best promising practices applied. The proposal here is that that is a shared task between staff and CBE. Law schools would be updated of anything that we gained through these forums or conferences, through regular communication with the State Bar, and also input during the annual law school assembly or working groups as appropriate. The board would also receive information and updates on trend information, and that information will also inform design and implementation of the 7-year bar exam study. Maintaining relationships with legal institutions. So we talked about the proposed method for achieving meaningful engagement with the law schools. And this is a summary of each of those initiatives. First is the proposal to devise a biannual newsletter. This would be information from the State Bar going to all of the California law schools or law schools in general. The other is maintaining the annual law school assembly. This is conducted once a year, and we propose that we continue that assembly. And also, lastly, to invite schools to participate in working groups like we do now that are addressing topic-specific areas, and it's similar to what we're doing with the job analysis. Lastly, the law school accreditation. Right now, you've heard that California is unique compared to other bar jurisdictions in that we have accredited and unaccredited law schools. This proposal here has 2 proposed changes to this function. The first is to outsource the function, and it's reflected at the bottom there. The other is to have staff carry out this function. And in this model, the CBE could serve as an appeals body, or that determination has to be made. Any of these changes are going to require revisiting, as we've heard earlier, the task of policy development. And depending on whether it's outsourced or not, and which entity oversees that process is impacted in that policy development as well. Given the new changes, the proposal for law school participation is law school representatives could serve on working groups, again, like they were recommending in other arenas, to revise and review accreditation policies. And once more, the board would have to approve any policy changes. So what the current law school participation looks like, we have, as I mentioned earlier, a law school assembly that takes place once a year. It's a forum for disseminating information and discussion with the law schools. Sometimes they submit topic areas that they're interested in, or we put them together as staff. We also have the Law School Council that meets twice a year. This is a sub-entity of the board and advises the the CBE on bar exam and curriculum. And lastly, we have the Advisory Committee on California Accredited Law School Rules, and they meet approximately 7 times a year. So the proposed changes in summary are these 3 things that we've already highlighted, and that is an annual convening of all the schools, participation in the working groups in the various aspects, as well as the inclusion of this e-newsletter. And that content could include updates on bar exam studies, standards, eligibility, and content, changes to moral character policies if that were to occur. Also the information that we would gather from the trends in licensing and certification process as just some ideas. So the next steps for us internally and for the board, as Leah mentioned and Donna mentioned, in an attempt to develop a method for identifying meaningful engagement with the law schools, the State Bar launched a survey of all law schools to gauge their current participation and to learn about the efficacies of the current communication modalities. The other thing we have to do is analyze the impact of outsourcing or insourcing moral character conferences. And specifically, that is reviewing information related to the staffing requirements that would be necessitated in the event that it becomes insourced, And the other thing is to also determine whether we're going to apply other recommendations that were included in Elise and Elizabeth's report, such as reviewing the moral character policies against the National Conference of Bar Examiners moral character policies. The other items are clarifying the Board of Trustees' oversight and approval role for each of these functional areas. We await that. Clarifying the role of the CBE in the policy development for accredited and unaccredited law schools. This is again comparing if these changes were to take place, the accreditation outsourcing, that specifying and clarifying that role, as well as developing policies for determining compliance for unaccredited law schools. And this is in the event that we move to outsourcing. The question remains what happens to unaccredited law schools and how we will carry out the function to ensure that they are compliant to the unaccredited standards.
Okay, we still have Elise and Elizabeth on the phone. They're going to have to get off soon. And we do need to move on to the other sub-entities. So if you have any questions, now's the time, or comments, now's the time to engage with regard to the Committee of Bar Examiners. Michael?
Curious as to the rationale for not including law schools in exam design questions. I get that the exam is sort of the ultimate regulation of law schools, but I wonder what the basis for not having a formal mechanism for input for them, distinct from the usual notice and comment process.
Explain how it would work in your, not for any particular, not question selection, obviously, but so question.
I'm reacting to the staff recommendation that we make a change on that topic, and so I'm really asking why the change.
So the law schools aren't currently involved in that today, except to the extent that that certainly many of the questions in our question bank have been drafted by law school professors. That would continue. But there isn't a role for RAC and the Law School Council per se today in exam development. So what we're changing there, the things that are reflected in change, has to do with staff versus CBE, but there's no change with law schools.
Got it. Thank you.
I do want to highlight that law schools are encouraged to participate in our calibration sessions in the grading process. So not exam development, but in the grading.
Aren't they on edge? They're on edge, aren't they?
And one of my concerns about the involvement in law schools, and again, this is my perspective, and if that's wrong, I'm sure people will correct me early and often, is that to the unaccrediteds and Cal accrediteds, we matter an awful lot. They pay attention to us and they participate. To the ABAs, not so much. And so when we get input from the law schools, we tend to get it disproportionately from certain law schools. And I'm not sure that that's always in our interest or in California's interest. So I would be looking for ways to engage the law community in ways where we can get the attention of the ABAs appropriately. I don't think they need to be on our speed dial or that they need to be at every meeting, but there are topics where their engagement would be helpful. And I'm looking for ways to achieve that engagement is constructive. I also think it bodes for more participation by this institution at the ABA. Because if the ABA schools really focus on the ABA because they need to, because that's their mission critical accreditation, then we probably need to be at least a fly on the wall when those decisions are made.
And of course, we started that. Right?
Michael, could I make a comment on this? It's Elizabeth speaking.
I defer to our chair, but I would welcome it.
Go ahead, Elizabeth, and then Leah has a comment.
Yeah, one thing we did observe as we talked with other bar organizations is that all are struggling with how do you get the law schools more directly involved and yet avoid the conflict of interest that our psychometricians would point to if they're directly involved in bar exam development. So I think that this kind of an outreach effort is very important. One comment further I'd make is that we sit in kind of an awkward position with regard to membership on the Board of Trustees, and that most law school deans, maybe I overstate that, are not members of the California Bar, but also would not qualify as public members. And so involving them in that way in a number of different bodies is a problem too, even if we could manage the conflict of interest issue. I would say, however, that with the 7-year review of the bar exam, which is now about to start, I think we'll get a good deal of buy-in and interest from them. because they are very concerned to make sure that that instrument is really as effective as it should be. My final comment is to endorse your comments about the conversation you had with WASC. My own thinking here has evolved rather dramatically from thinking only the ABA should be the accreditor of an ABA-approved school, as I was the dean of it at a time, to experiencing the difference in a WASC accreditation visit. Learning outcomes are really what they are about, and I think that's a focus that we should embrace, or at least think seriously about as well.
Thank you, Elizabeth Williams.
Oh, I was just going to say we started that closer partnership with the ABA most recently by appointing Donna as one of our delegates.
Brandon?
I have a question for Elizabeth and Elise. So other than outsourcing accreditation, do you have any recommendations on the separation of, or I guess overseeing the administration of the bar exam and the accreditation of law schools, and this concept you're talking about the appearance of some sort of conflict? Do you have any other recommendations other than, I guess, outsourcing?
Elise, I go forward first, or go ahead. Yes. Brandon, one of the things that we learned, and it was quite striking, was that best practices within the accreditation community, if I can refer to it that way, is to have periodic reviews of the accreditors, reviews of those who essentially accredit the accreditors. And that was where the idea of an audit occurred, in order to make sure that we are dealing with what are truly best practices in how educational systems are reviewed and accredited. So leaving all other recommendations aside, that seems to me to be an essential thing for us to do, and something we have never done up to this point.
I mean, is there any thought on who should conduct that audit, and whether basically a provider of an accreditation service would be the best and most impartial organization to carry out such an audit?
Well, I've had preliminary conversations with the Council on Higher Education Accreditation, so-called SHIA, and that appears in a memo that perhaps has perhaps been shared with you, I'm not sure, but they seem to be willing to consider undertaking that kind of an effort. Now, they accredit a variety of educational accreditors, and so they wouldn't have a specialized focus on law, but I think they would have a specialized focus on what kind of macro goals and objectives there ought to be in any kind of an accreditation process.
And then it seems like the macro goal is to get individuals licensed. So have we conducted a study of the difference between ABA graduates, CALs, and then registered schools, their bar passage rates, and whether they've been fairly consistent over the past 10, 20, 30 years?
Well, here I'll just make an anecdotal comment. What you're pointing to is one of the outcome measures that everybody would look to. And I think the answer is no. We haven't done, or at least we haven't done the kind of study that would analyze this carefully. One thing we do know, again anecdotally, is that the one Cal-accredited school that is also WASC accredited has exceptionally fine outcome performance. I don't know, however, I haven't looked at the others, but I think it's that kind of a measure, and others as well, that we ought to be designing, and not simply relying on what is the cost of the accreditation process.
I thought, Debbie, but let me just jump in with a couple quick things. There are now 2 CALs that are WASC accredited, 5 more in the pipeline. That's nearly half of our CALs, so I think that's an important thing to think about. The other, Brandon, is we may not have done a comprehensive study, but we do know certainly that the bar pass rates for the CALs are lower than those for the ABA schools. The unaccredited in general, significantly lower still. And I do think we really have to question as an organization, what are the goals of our accreditation process? Because if we were going to accredit primarily based on bar passage rates, we would have to acknowledge that we have fallen down in recent years for various reasons, including the Sander litigation. We have had for a time stopped providing schools with their pass or test lists of test takers, And because of that, we suspended the process of reviewing Bar Pass as part of accreditation. It's complicated and I don't want to get into it now. But I do think if that is a key component of accreditation, if we believe that that's appropriate, we really can't argue with any criticism that we have not met the mark in recent years because we have not used that as a tool to unaccredit schools recently, although perhaps we should have.
Can I also add one thing, that we do have the law school performance study that's going to be released. Initially, we wanted participation from CALS, unaccredited, and ABA schools. Unfortunately, only 11 ABA schools have participated, but that was going to be a way of linking the bar passage rate with by school characteristics.
When do we expect that study to come back?
August.
And I guess my last question is for staff. Have you started to determine how many staff hours are going to be needed in order to transfer these functions? I guess in each area that you're recommending changes or discussing changes?
That's part of that second bullet is conducting that type of level of analysis.
Manning?
Debbie Manning, and I'm one of the public members, so some of this is, this is new to me. But I understand that doing the accreditation process, you want to see how the CALS, their success rate in passing the bar. But I think the CALS also provide an educational level for people who go to some of those schools that they may not pass the bar, but the fact that they are law school graduates, or even if they've only had 1 year, that impacts their lives in a very pro way that I think is underestimated. As someone who has seen people who have gone to the CALS schools, people in my family, friends, co-workers, some of who passed the bar, some of who didn't. The fact that they did have that degree, the ones that didn't pass, were able to be more successful in their career based on the fact that they did have that training. Because there's a level of training that you get, that I feel you get, going to a law school, that maybe you're never going to be a practicing attorney in terms of that, because you pass the bar, but you bring a value to whoever it is you work for that is over and above someone who maybe just has a BA. And I think that to not measure that or not to look at that and just sort of discount that value, I think it's a mistake. And I think it's a mistake because most of the people who go to the CAL schools are the underserved, are from underserved communities, low income and that kind of thing. And I think there's a value for them that we need to address and look at as well.
And so one of the requirements currently for the CALs is that they maintain a minimum pass rate of 40%. As Leah had mentioned, what WASC looks at and what some others look at in their accreditation are the learning outcomes. And so what we don't know is if we switch to that kind of model, are we looking at more of those kinds of outcomes that you're talking about and not focused solely on the bar pass rate? I don't know the answer to that question, but that's certainly something that could be that's part of what we would need to be exploring as we're looking, if we go to a model that looks more at educational outcomes and not just the physical plant and what's in your library and if your administrator is part-time or full-time. If we look at those outcomes, that may address some of that as well.
Any other questions?
Brandon? It strikes me that legal education is a little bit different than other areas of education, and I'm curious, what WASC has to say about that, what our own internal philosophies are. California, I don't know if other states are like this, but in California you can sit under a judge or an attorney and study for 4 years and pass the bar. And in fact, we have a judge in our county, an incredible judge, who did exactly that and was able to work with many underserved minorities in Kern County prior to going to the bench, and that's a success story. But he never went to a brick and mortar school, which indicates that legal education is not necessarily what happens inside the four corners of the building, but the individual who's involved in the drive that they have to pursue this profession. And so, I guess, kind of philosophically, I would just hate to see us get married to a metric that excludes classes of individuals who have a desire to serve Californians.
I would just observe, like almost everything else we do, this is an area where there are competing objectives. We want to protect students from being fleeced by those who are not genuinely giving them opportunity for a career. We want to make sure that we produce enough lawyers to serve Californians. We want to make sure that those lawyers are qualified. We want to lower costs where we can. We want to create as many paths into the workforce as we can. And we're not likely to achieve all of those objectives perfectly well. But we do want to keep them all on the table.
And some of those things that you're talking about, Brandon, are special admissions rules, not our accreditation rules. And I do think, I want to clarify and just make sure to bring the committee back to what we're looking for today is direction as to staff's recommendations, which hopefully we'll have the PowerPoint now, really list those out by functional area, because this is the direction we would continue in between now and September when we finalize the report. With respect to accreditation, which is the most complicated area, we would need to really look further into the viability of outsourcing, and right now that looks like it would be with WASP. One of the issues with outsourcing with WASP, which we clarified last week, was if you outsource with WASP, all schools will become WASP accredited. It is not that they would come up with a new set of standards for us. There's a question as to whether all 15 of our CALs, our current CALs, could actually qualify. As I said, that's my understanding is 7 are either already WASP accredited or in the pipeline. But that leaves 8 schools that we would have to grapple with. It is absolutely true that WASP accreditation is more expensive than our process. And part of what we will have to come up with as staff is if we are going to recommend going down that route, would we recommend some sort of subsidy? Because you would not want to see those costs passed on to students. Now, 7 of the 15 CALs have decided that they could bear the cost of WASP accreditation, but certainly for those others. So these are the kinds of things that we would have to consider. If we decide, the board decides, to retain this function either as something that staff performs or the committee of bar examiners performs, I do think that this body will have to do some deep work and consideration of what is the purpose of accreditation. Again, is our primary purpose public protection? Is our primary purpose to increase access? And as you laid out, Michael, we really have multiple purposes, and we have to make sure that our accreditation standards really addressed that wide range of goals that we have. I don't think that work has been done heretofore. And one of the great benefits of the appendix I reviewed, frankly, is just even being able to come up with a matrix like this that really lays out these are the functions that are currently being performed, these are the functions not being performed but that should, and here's the proposal for the distribution of labor, here's the proposal for law school involvement, the board involvement. This is real transparency, accountability, and will provide you all with the ability to govern. So I want to be clear about the next steps for us. We do need some specific input on the grid, and if you don't have any, that's fine. We'll proceed as we are.
So I think I support studying all these areas and looking into these areas. But I think what I'm hearing from some of our stakeholders, especially CBE, is that we're starting from a zero ground approach, or ground zero approach, rather than basically justify the existence of each individual aspect. And I think for a committee that has the experience, the gravitas, and the important work that CBE takes on, I think that can come across as very threatening. And I just want to make sure that the CBE is given a voice, a very strong voice in this process, and that their voice is not heard through this filter of, hey, you have to justify your existence, because I think that can change the types of questions that are being asked and then the responses that are being given. Going back to what Michael said about how he is excited about change, thinks that change is necessary. I don't know if that's a good place to start at. I think we take a little bit more of a caution approach to that. Engage our stakeholders, continue to engage our stakeholders, CBE and RAC.
Any other comments on the committee of bar examiners before we move on to our next sub-entity? The next one we're going to discuss is the California Board of Legal Specialization. So Richard, you want to join us again, please? In case it's not already obvious, we're running late, and we will continue to do so at this point. But we will be eating lunch, I promise.
Okay, mindful of that precarious position between you and lunch, try to make good use of your time. Thank you and good morning again. So, what we'd like to do in this section is to really begin to use this framework and to show how it frames up some of the questions about the different sub-entities. Again, we're not asking you to make decisions today, but if you have thoughts on future directions we should be pursuing, certainly love to hear those. So, the Board of Legal Specialization, this is a function that several weeks ago at a board meeting was put up as, it has both public protection, it can be seen as a public protection function and can be seen as a trade associational function. And I think, one of the questions for the board is how does California want to regard this? California certainly has a very robust version of this compared to other states, and whether will continue to be the right direction is the decision you want to make. Because despite having a robust version, the challenges are the size of the group involved in managing and administering this, as well as the level of engagement. So you can see that from a national perspective, only 3% of all the active attorneys take advantage when you look across states. You can see that within the states there are differences as to their philosophies about this, which range, as you can see, from we don't allow you to claim it, to you can claim it, but we disclaim it, to we're happy to take the revenue to allow others to do it, to the robust California version, which is the more substantive and if I may say so, serious version of doing it. Yet in California, it's still the case that only 3% of the active attorneys take advantage of this, primarily in the areas that you might imagine, probate areas, family areas, workers' comp, areas of consumer-based law, if you will. In California, 11 certifications are offered directly by the bar. That means the bar develops the requirements, which include education, practice experience, and passing an exam, which is developed by those 99 volunteers who work in the different areas. And California also contracts with ABA accredited providers for 11 certifications, and 3 of those 11 overlap with the California 11, if you can follow that. So there's a bit of overlap there. That leaves California with about, if my numbers are right, and Natalie will correct me if they're not, about 5,500 certified legal specialists in these different areas. So where might California go? The logical possibilities framed by looking how this is done across the country could be outsourced exclusively to outside providers. They do not provide all the areas that California does, so it would be a question of whether they would begin to fulfill those or not. You could eliminate certified specialization, which some states have never recognized, or you could maintain the status quo but streamline. The CBLS has been engaged in the process of streamlining over the past time, which they continue to do. And by that I mean things like, and I think this is a good example of something I mentioned earlier, we have a workflow designed around volunteers. What it turned into in this instance was every year they would start with a blank piece of paper and make up the next exam. That's a very different approach than banking questions and developing a library and multiple versions, which is the model they've now moved to. So again, there's probably more opportunities for streamlining there that are still being pursued. moving along. I think Donna wanted to mention something about the next ones that are coming in sequence. Do you want to discuss each of these as we go along?
It's whatever's easier for you at this point, and the board members are free to ask questions at any time as we're discussing.
I think it may be easier, so, sorry, to pause and see if there's questions that would help inform our efforts.
Just a comment on the board legal specialization. I am a certified specialist, so I come to this with the perspective, and I'll tell you, I know I'm a better lawyer and a more effective advocate for my clients for having gone through this process. But I'm also a member of the City Attorney's Department of the League of California Cities, which is the professional network for people who do what I do. And they proposed to create a new specialization in consultation with the State Bar. And that immediately provoked a really interesting debate in our department between the old dogs who really did not want to take another test and felt that it would quickly become a market standard that they had to achieve, and the youngsters who felt that it would be a good way for them to distinguish them in the marketplace for talent. And I just thought that dialogue was really interesting about what we're dealing with. Look, imagine yourself as an administrator. You've got a stack of files that you need to get from here to there through your process and act upon. Let's say it's 982 moral character evaluations. If you have to push those files to a volunteer committee who's not accountable to anybody, has other commitments in the world, and is loosely attached to the bar in terms of their daily flow of information, that is a lot harder for you as an administrator than if those same files are processed by people who work for you and you can fire if you need to. And so I think the current structure of the Board of Legal Specialization is really unwieldy and calls for trimming. But there's an element of it that I value and I don't know how to capture with effective administrative costs. And that is that I don't think the bar as an institution is in an especially good position to identify new areas of specialization, to create a constituency for the exam, and to launch the project. And I value that ability of the trade association, quite frankly, to form that function. And so I would look for a way to capture that ability to innovate while jettisoning a lot of, in my view, unnecessary administrative burden to accomplish the task.
So a comment on that, one of the paradoxes, if you will, of this is that it's my understanding that there are section members and sections that pertain to some of these specializations that actually are not favorable toward the specialization because they view section members as a way to claim expertise without having to meet the higher bar of legal specialization. So perversely, while I imagined that they would be the greatest champions of this, it turns out that is not necessarily the case, and in fact has perhaps inhibited the ability to expand these. So it's complicated.
And just one piece of information that I'd like to add to the mix. I recall in a previous conversation that we had, Richard, that there are already private providers for some of the legal specializations. Is that correct? Or am I misremembering?
Yes, there are, and California contracts with some of them for areas like trial advocacy and other ones.
And there's three that are overlapping.
Correct.
I was out of the room, so maybe you already went over this. Okay.
Yeah, so the overlap, let me see if I can get this right. There are areas that are exclusive, which are trial practice. There are some that are overlap. Bankruptcy, estate planning / trust probate, and legal malpractice are where there's an overlap.
No, not me.
Oh, it is three.
For just a second.
It is three. There's legal malpractice. There's overlap in that area. California created its own because the private certifier focused on trial practice, whereas the California version also involves an ethics component. So they're similar, but not same. And then also the bankruptcy is the other main area, and I'm looking through it. Yeah, I'm looking short.
So to be clear, the overlap is both the state bar certifies and the private entity certifies. So it's like overlapping concentric circles, areas where only non-state bar entities certify, areas where presumably only the state bar certifies in California, and then areas where both private providers and the state bar certify. That's the current structure.
Why would we even put elimination on the table? I don't even understand why we would just to have it there, just to have one. Okay.
One of the fundamental questions that I'm not sure we can even answer is certification of a specialty a benefit more for lawyers or the public? And if it's really more of a benefit for the lawyers, it's more a trade association function. If it's a benefit to the public, it's a public protection issue. I'm not sure we can actually answer that question because there's going to be no objective hard data that can provide us with that. But it is a discussion that we need to have. And that's why if we decide it's more a benefit for lawyers, we need to decide if it's appropriate to fall under the umbrella of a regulatory agency.
I'll just answer that question for myself. I think it's both, but there's sufficient public benefit that we should keep doing it, and we should do it well.
Okay, and now?
Yes, so before we move on, our next three sub-entities are the California Commission on Access to Justice, the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission, and the Council on Access and Fairness. And I just wanted to remind everyone that later this afternoon, the full board is having its training on the third prong of our mission, right? In January, you had your training on admissions and discipline system. And the one training that we put on your cyclical trustee training calendar that hasn't happened yet is a training on grant making and the access initiatives of the State Bar, as well as the diversity and inclusion initiatives of the State Bar. That is separate and apart, certainly, from this discussion about what the committees can and should do. But as part of the training and presentation to you this afternoon, you will be hearing, though it's focused on the efforts of the bar and what we're doing, you will be hearing some from the chair of the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission, as well as the chair of the California Commission on Access to Justice, sort of as a discussion of their piece of the role of the work of the State Bar. And so I just wanted to highlight that. That may be a sort of a good opportunity for you to get more information about the specifics of what it is this work is that we do at the bar, that these committees and commissions are a part of. But it is a sort of separate discussion from what we're doing here today. So with that, we're going to turn it over to Brady Dewar from our Office of General Counsel.
And do you want to explain, Donna, why Brady's opening this one up for access instead of Richard? The Office of General Counsel has done 2 legal opinions to address the question of what is the structure and the legal structure and framework of the California Commission on Access to Justice. And the reason that this is a question is that the Commission has 14 different appointing authorities. The State Bar appoints 10 people to the Commission, and there are 14 other appointing authorities. There has been a question of are they a sub-entity of the bar, or are they not a sub-entity of the bar? The Commission has in the past taken positions or advocated before the legislature as the Commission, done amicus briefs as the Commission, not sort of consistent with the bar policy and how we work with other sub-entities. So Brady was asked to look at what is the Access Commission. Are they a sub-entity of the bar? The independent autonomy that they operate with, so where did that come from, and what does that mean for decisions that the board can make? Is that set in stone, or does the board have a wide variety of options to address the structure of the Commission on Access to Justice in the same manner would any of the other sub-entities? Brady just seems to run way behind.
Yeah, I will be very brief. You have all been provided with the 2 legal opinions the Office of General Counsel has issued regarding the California Commission on Access to Justice over the past couple of years. These 2 opinions answered 2 different questions. First, we issued a memorandum which provided an overview of the Access Commission and its historical practice of operating with relative operational autonomy in the state bar. And then this spring we issued another opinion which explained that the Access Commission, despite that historical practice of operating with relative operational autonomy, is in fact a creature of the state bar, and along with that goes some limitations. Those are summarized in the memoranda which you've been provided. I can go over some of those limitations if you think that would be useful. Otherwise, leave it at that.
So the limitation, maybe we can just touch on creating independent policy, advocating for legislation.
Certainly. So I think that in looking at this issue, it's probably best to be reminded of State Bar Rule 6.20, which provides all State Bar officers, agents, committees, commissions, and other entities have only the powers, duties, and authorities delegated by the board and are subject to its supervision and control. So this applies to the Access Commission. While it has historically been given relatively wide latitude to operate, it does have limitations. Chief among those are that it depends on the State Bar for all of its resources. It cannot direct the use of staff, it cannot direct the use of money. That all comes through the State Bar and through the State Bar's budget. Additionally, the Access Commission is precluded from issuing amicus briefs without the approval of the State Bar's board, and also it should be prevented from taking positions on legislation without approval or direction from the board. On those two issues, there's been historically some confusion, but as far as the legal framework, it is ultimately within the board's purview and responsibility to approve or disapprove of any legislative activities or amicus briefing.
And I think the crux of that decision, of that opinion, is that the commission was given by the board in operational autonomy. And so the commission acted within that authority that was given to it by the board. What sort of Brady's conclusion is that the board retains that authority to decide what level of operational autonomy the commission should have and whether the commission should be subject to the same treatment as all of the other sub-entities or have special rules that apply to the commission.
We have gone over both of these legal opinions with the commissions as a whole, but also in some very focused conversations with the chair and the vice chair of the commission. And in response to this second opinion from OGC, the chair and the vice chair really identified kind of two different paths for the commission to take. One would be to advocate for or pursue separation from the bar. Why? Because the priority on being able to act independently was seen as quite high. And there was an understanding that the legal analysis provided would preclude the kind of independence that they felt was so important. So that was one option that was identified. Another was to stay with the bar, but to ask the board for some kind of exemption. So understanding the legal framework and really not taking issue with it, nonetheless asking the board to grant some kind of exemption so that the commission could continue to act with operational independence. And so we don't have a formal request from the commission now, but I do expect that you will receive one before the September finalization date for the report. And so hence, what you see on the slide under future direction, is the commission going to stay with the bar? Or remain with the bar, yes or no? And if it does, we certainly, as staff, will have recommendations about the need to clarify its role and its scope and get rid of any ambiguity around this question of independence.
Michael?
I really value the work of the commission, and I view them as a welcome member of the bar as long as they find the constraints of our environment acceptable to them. But I have an eye on the constraints of our environment. One of the things that is quickly impressed upon you if you chair this organization is that you spend a fair amount of time in the Capitol reacting to things on the legislative agenda that we did not place And many of those things come from direct action of our sub-entities or in reaction to the conduct of our sub-entities or by individual members of our sub-entities. And it is very hard for the bar as presently structured to speak with one voice and to be held accountable to the court and the legislature for our conduct when nobody's in charge. Staff can't manage it, we can't manage it. We've got all these sub-entities filled with passionate, self-empowered, non-shrinking violent volunteers who can and will disagree with us after we have made a policy decision, which has happened at least twice in this legislative session alone. We have Keller Broster House concerns about their amicus briefs and their legislative advocacy. We have antitrust concerns for some of our sub-entities. And at the end of the day, we are legally responsible. The culture that we're trying to get away from by establishing one bar is partly, regrettably, reining in the autonomy of well-intended, hard-working volunteers. But it's also about reasserting our authority and our responsibility to have the buck stop somewhere. And looking back on our own performance over 6 years and over the performance of the bar's board of governors, there was a mutual exchange of unaccountability. We gave them way too long a leash and took no responsibility for the consequences of having done so. And the bar has paid a very high price. And so I think, as much as I appreciate and respect the members of this commission and know they do vitally important work, I can't advocate for or support exceptional treatment for them.
Does any other member of the board want to speak on the issue of whether or not they think exceptional treatment should be given for access commission?
No.
Oh, come on, somebody, Alan?
Not on that topic. But I do suggest that we add to the future direction a third bullet point. If CCAJ did not remain with the bar, what would we have to do to replicate what it is doing to discharge our duties for access to justice?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, I think that is a critical point because our mission statement includes access and inclusion. And so if the Access Commission decided that its best opportunity to be able to create and prioritize an agenda of its own outside of the board's agenda is to separate from the bar, then I think the bar would be remiss if we did not create a commission, a committee, a sub-entity that was responsible for providing recommendations to the board and about what our strategic goals and objectives should be with regard to access and working to implement those goals.
Well, and on the other hand, although I think that's probably the direction we'd have to take, we heard from Richard this morning that one of the motivations to create a committee should not be just to make a public sort of affirmative statement that the underlying subject matter is important to you as an organization. And I think heretofore, both with respect to the Access Commission and COAP, which we will talk about, that has been the way that the bar has operated. The fact that we value both access and diversity has been manifested in the existence of these two different committees. And when you talk about unaccountability, I thought you were also going to mention, because this is my observation, including through the Office of the Executive Director, being unaccountable, that because there has been the Access Commission, and again on the diversity side, COAP, neither from the institutional side, meaning the Executive Director's office on down, or the board side, has there been an appropriate level of focus on this work. So we've sort of said, well, we have the committees and the committees are doing it, right? Now, for the first time, as far as I know, we have very concrete access objectives directly in our strategic plan. And those objectives will be carried out regardless of whether or not we have an Access Commission or any substitute committee of the bar. And so that's a really important thing to consider. I think ultimately, Donna's point is well made, if only because we are not operating in a vacuum. There are political realities that we face as an organization. And so I do think we may, under that new third bullet, Alan, decide that we need to have another committee. But I thought Richard's point was really well made, that You don't establish a committee just to say something's important to you.
And if I can add, just one more thing, Joanna, because I think sort of we skipped talking about this, and I tried to allude to it a little bit, but I'm sure it was very subtle. Because, well, the charge of the Access Commission is very broad. They are looking at access to justice in all ways possible. And because they have so many different appointing authorities, there are a variety of ways that they are appropriately concerned about access, ways that all of us as individuals are concerned about access and ensuring appropriate access to justice, but things that may be outside the priorities of the bar. We have to focus our resources, staff resources, hours, board resources, as well as financial resources on where can we be most impactful when we're talking about access to the legal profession. What are the areas where we should focus on? And we need to think about sort of the Access Commission, looking at access as broadly as they do, does focus on some areas where the bar would say, I'm not sure that that's where the bar would go, but because they do have so many other appointing authorities, certainly they're being responsive to all of those interests. And so it's part of the reason that we've been having this discussion on the Access Commission.
Can we move on to COA?
Having successfully delegated discussion of that to all of these fine law-trained people, yes, let's now turn to COA. So here again, some of the same issues, size, role definition, lines of authority, for some of the same reasons. And I think here, we've touched on, and you heard earlier about the need for measuring outcome measures, and you've heard some of the progress they're trying to make in that regard, in terms of our kids getting through the pipeline and into the legal profession, whether it's with bypassing the bar or some other way, having a degree. But again, this is an area where the board needs to provide some specific direction, and to go back to a point Donna just made, there's a very strongly held opinion by some members of this sub-entity that one of its focuses really needs to be diversity among judges. So some will argue that's appropriate because judges, after all, are lawyers. Others say, well, that's the Judicial Council's domain. The bar's domain is the bar. And so there's a divide, at least philosophically, again, there as to what the direction should be. So this is just an area where I think the board will need to assert itself and engage with the sub-entity to clarify and align what it's doing and make sure it's all aligned in the way that everyone imagines, because I do think, as Theo alluded to, it's been a situation where, having set up some sub-entities, everybody decided, well, our work here is done, and it's not. It's the time to re-engage this and make sure that that's the case.
Richard, can I interrupt for a moment? One of the discussions that came up with the commission, which I thought was a very good point that it made, is we haven't defined as a board what access and diversity means in the state bar and what falls under those parameters, and it's something that we as a programs committee should start engaging in that discussion next year when we're done with this Appendix I review. So once we've defined what that means to us, then we can better understand what a sub-entity needs to be doing in that parameter. So,
all right. Moving on to the other related, the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission. Again, you heard earlier some of the reporting about this. With respect to their grant-making function, and here again, I think there's the challenges to use our framework include its size, its role definition, and clear lines of authority in terms of what information is reported to the board, how and when, and whether that's in the right frequency and the right amount with the right content, I think are worthy of discussion. And to just give a couple of examples, and again, I really want to emphasize this is not to suggest any malfeasance on anybody's part, bad intentions, bad actors. It's simply the question of where's the board's authority entered into the process. So, for example, there was a receipt of one time a large influx of bank settlement funds into the domain of this commission, and the commission, after consultative process, made a decision that to allocate a certain amount of it according to the ILTA formula. but that was a discretionary decision. That within those funds, they have to be used for two broad purposes, but discretion within that. One could argue that should have been a board discussion to set the priority for where those investments should be made coming out of there. So I think that's an example of the need for clear lines of authority as to what the board has or does not delegated. That was a novel situation, just like the medical marijuana situation I mentioned earlier for the medical board, and a reasonable question to ask is, should that have come to the board? Similarly, there's sort of a quasi-independent entity, subcommittee known as the Reboot Committee, which wasn't in some ways formally authorized. It was made up primarily of legal services stakeholders who were trying to define what would be, trying to do the right thing and figure out what's a meaningful set of outcome measures for all the recipients of these grants to be reporting back to the board. The question is, what's the oversight there from the commission and from the board? The impression I was given was that they acted fairly autonomously and in a sense spoke for the bar when they weren't the bar. So I think that, again, there's a risk there, that a governance problem that needs to be just worthy of discussion and revisiting and seeing what we can all learn from that and how that might have been done differently. And it's another area where I think you've heard examples about business process improvements that have been made to streamline the decision making and align it, and I think that's a good example of the staff trying to create efficiencies in the grant making and grant management process that speak well for that. So you'll learn more about this afternoon in greater detail, and Stephanie already alluded to a number of these things. Won't belabor this piece in terms of the amount of money at stake, but only, if nothing else, one should take away from this, it's a significant responsibility that they exercise. I also want to note that within the formula-driven, IELTS formula-driven granting process, which California is one of 5 states where that is specified by statute. Other states have far more autonomy as to how they use those funds, but the actual formula itself is embedded in the statute. And yet within that, there is discretion exercised as to the decision rules. For example, qualified legal services providers need to have as their primary purpose the provision of free legal services to indigent people. So the question is, how do you define, how do we measure their primary purpose? It's simple if that's all they do, because not 100% of their budget effectively is doing that. However, when you have organizations doing more than one thing, there's discretion exercise when, and their business decision rule present is, well, if that number falls below 75% of their expenditures, if it's between 50 and 75%, is it really qualified? And so there is discretion that enters in at a couple of places with respect to those providers, as well as the support centers that provide, which is another category of grant recipients that gets funded through them. So again, just important that those decision rules be explicit, be known, that the board know what they are, and that that the policies that guide this are known to and approved by the board. So a possible future direction would be staff-driven grant making. Given the mostly formulaic nature of this, it seems that one option is for the staff to develop and bring to the board decision rules, policies, guidelines that for administering these funds, have those approved and the model sort of suggested in earlier comments by Donna. Then the staff's job is to implement those and to bring exceptions and to allow appeals to come somewhere. The somewhere, of course, is an important question, whether that be to the board itself or to some other volunteer-based thing. I'm not sure. I don't think our thinking's got that far, but that would be a different way to go in this era, since the expertise of the staff is what drives this program. There's a lot of work, and so there's a reasonable question of where does that work go, but there are many ways to rethink that. So again, a discussion worth having with this sub-entity.
So just a couple, I'm sorry, Glenn.
When you're done with the Senate, I've got some comments on it.
Just a couple of points that I wanted to add for the committee's consideration with regard to the trust fund commission. Just sort of one thing, there are certainly some sub-entities of the bar that create work is not what I'm trying to say, but that sort of develop projects and develop assignments separate and apart from what may be on the board's strategic plan. And so staff do the work not only of providing information to the committee, but then get new objectives and projects coming from the committee. The Trust Fund Commission is not one of those sub-entities. The Trust Fund Commission hears the recommendations of staff for the distribution of funds and approves or not those recommendations of staff. So one other thing I wanted to add to, as Richard was talking about, there are a variety of policies that staff can and should set for the implementation of these grants. But as formulaic as, and Stephanie used that word too, as formulaic as the IOLTA distribution is, there are so many questions that fall under that. So what's the primary purpose? Okay, we've got a guideline that interprets the rule that talks about primary purpose. So we look at qualified expenditures. Well, if they act as if they get money from a funder and they pass it through entirely to another entity, do we count that as qualified expenditures? There are questions that come up quite a lot, and staff has been making a concerted effort to document interpretations that we've been making in analyzing whether somebody is a qualified legal services provider, whether they meet the requirements, what their primary purpose is. We have been trying to document those interpretations. We need to, I think, develop changes to our rules and our guidelines and put even more of that before the board and out to the public to get public comment and create as much transparency as humanly possible. But there will be some of those questions that come up that we didn't anticipate. And so we would want to make sure that we've created a process within the board where some of those questions that we didn't anticipate by rule that need to be decided would be able to be decided. One of the other things I would just raise that we are going to be doing, certainly there's a question out there of what would be the outcome if the legal services providers that we work with so closely, what if they now sort of viewing the bar staff as decision makers if we were to bring these grant decisions in-house. Would that impact the ability of staff to provide effective technical assistance, which they do currently to some of these providers, or to share best practices? We don't know, and so we're going to be conducting a survey, sending a survey out to legal services providers to make sure that we can share with the board whether the legal services community truly sees the bar not as the current decision makers, the staff not as current decision makers, and the Trust Fund Commission is the decision maker, and therefore that allows for a different relationship with staff than would exist if the commission didn't exist and the bar staff were the decision makers. I don't know the answer to that question, but it's certainly something that's worth our surveying the legal services community, and we'll be doing that.
This is an area in which I think this board has been absent, at least during my 6 years of service. And I think it's too important an area for us to continue to be absent. So once we get the Appendix I review behind us, I think next year's Programs Committee Chair ought to think hard about putting on the work plan for this committee, some focused thinking about developing the board's policymaking role in this area. And obviously, we should be trying to align the use of these very considerable resources to achieve the strategic objectives of the bar. As we approach this topic, I think there's a couple of competing interests that are worth identifying. It is important that organizations that employ a lot of people and do really good work have stable, predictable revenues to the extent that we can make that possible, without precluding the possibility of innovation. And then the second tension that I see is the tension between making sure that the legal aid community has sufficient voice in our deliberations that they do not feel compelled to voice themselves at the legislature or elsewhere. That's one end of that teeter-totter. The other end of the teeter-totter is we should not create the appearance of the substance that they're deciding how this money gets spent. there needs to be not only the appearance but the substance of disinterested oversight. Because as much as I love all those folks and admire the work they do, they have very much at stake in these discussions, and they cannot be or appear to be disinterested. And the last comment I'll make in a somewhat parochial way is that if you just count heads of legal service organizations and put them all in a room and count the voices one person at a time, the sliver of California from the crest of the coastal range to the ocean is very well represented. And the rest of the geography of California, particularly some very fast-growing areas like Riverside, San Bernardino, and Sacramento, not to mention the places that these gentlemen hail from, are much less represented. And that becomes a political problem for us, and we hear persistently from certain voices in the legislature who come from those portions of the state as a result. I just put a whole complicated set of problems on the table, and I'm not proposing any solutions to them, other than to acknowledge that they exist and start to engage that dialogue next year.
I think we did it, unless somebody else has a comment or question, which of course you're free to reach out to Richard before he finalizes his report that's going to the board in September at any time. But if there's no other comments, we're going to adjourn this meeting, we're going to take a 10-minute break for lunch, and then the RAD committee is coming back for a closed session to accommodate our presenter's schedule. So all the people who are on RAD, you can come back into the room in 10 minutes with your lunch, and we're going to have a working lunch doing closed session.
And that session should be relatively short. I imagine it's about 15 or 20 minutes. So if we start at 1:45, we should be out of that about 1:05 and back into the exec comment open session.
And also, the PowerPoints from this meeting are in the back of the room on the counter, so if anybody wants to grab one that they didn't get one, thank you.
Are you going to be on this? Are you going to be the delegate on this?
15 minute slice of the RAD meeting. It's basically, Chair Brad, I'm joined by my Vice Chair. We are going to go immediately into closed session. Yeah.
LeBron.
Here.
Mendoza.
Here.
Bertula. Slade. Here. Spector.
Here.
Stallings. Here. Steinbrecher.
Here.
Stevens. And Lee.
mercifully short. This is not a coincidence. We have been trying to use the executive committee as late as possible out of deference to the larger board. But we do have a function as effectively the air. You guys are saying you can't hear me. But I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Is this SI Is this any better? Do I need to change mics?
You need to change mics.
I can hear you. I hear about this. Is this any better back there? Doesn't sound like it's.
There you go.
Great. Okay, so we got a nice short executive committee agenda, and as I said, an apparent half silence. That's not by accident, that's by design. We're trying to use the executive committee only when we need it. And it has absorbed the function of what used to be the nominations appointments committee, so that's all we have on our agenda today. With that start, I would ask Sarah to call the roll.
Fox,
Here.
LeBron, here. Lee,
Here.
Manning, here. Mendoza, here. Stallings,
Here.
Stevens.
Here. We have a quorum. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address the executive committee? Seeing no one, we will move on. We have, I'll save my oral report for the board meeting tomorrow. We have one item on consent. Does anybody wish to pull that? And I will not hear from Mr. Stallings or Mr. Stevens on this item. You don't get to opt out. Hearing no one, we will approve their appointment as appointment liaisons. Surely the shortest appointment you'll ever hold, because it only lasts until September 14th.
Those are unacceptable appointments, right?
Yes, all the resume value, but none of the work. Let's see. I want to skip the Board of Bar Examiners till the end, because both Jim and Brandon will be leaving us for that item, because they both have an oar in the water there, so to speak. So first up is the Jenny Commission. Who's going to present this, Todd or Brandon?
I can.
Microphone.
It's like got Christmas colors on. What's happening?
Hello. There you go.
On Jenny, Brandon and I interviewed both the candidates for chair and vice chair. There was one candidate, singular, for chair, who was fantastic, Diane Dulles, and we're recommending her. We had sort of an embarrassment of riches, really wonderful, multiple candidates for vice chair. It was a very difficult decision, but I'm very pleased with who we did select, or who we did recommend, which is Aminder Singh, who's going to be a fantastic vice chair. And so those are the two recommendations. And we spent the day interviewing wonderful, wonderful candidates, well-serving this bar. And the work of Jenny never ceases to amaze me, how committed and how they are a bright light in this organization. So it was our pleasure, I know I speak for Brandon to say it was our pleasure to be a part of that process.
So I'll take that as a motion for Mr. Stevens and a second for Mr. Stallings. Is there any discussion? May I substitute the roll call? The matter is approved. That takes us to our Jenny.
Similar, this week we didn't interview, but we did review extensively all the very impressive resumes and very impressive candidates, and bring to you our recommendations of Angelique Bonanno, if I'm pronouncing that properly, and then David George. I get an easy one. Those are the two candidates that we recommend to you.
So again, I'll take that as a motion and as a second. Is there any discussion? So that's a motion by Stevens, a second by Stallings. Any discussion? May I substitute the roll call? The matter is approved. That takes us not to C, but to D, which is COPRAC. Looks like Brandon's up, or perhaps Mr. Todd.
I'm happy to defer.
You're a resource, not a presenter.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
I defer to the presenter.
Okay. I'll be quick. This item requests approval for appointment of 4 vacancies to the Committee on Professional Responsibility and Conduct. We received 9 applicants. We extended interviews to 7 of them. And following the interview process, we recommended 4 people. They're all identified in the board agenda item. The board agenda item also describes in detail the process that the committee went through. and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. But again, this item is simply seeking the appointment of to fill the 4 vacancies on COBRA.
And do the others become alternates in case vacancies are occurred, or do we re-recruit when there are vacancies for COBRA?
In the agenda item, we identify one individual as an alternate.
So we would be approving that as well?
That's correct.
Do I have a motion? Mr. Stallings moved, is there a second? Joanna has seconded, please, Mr. Stevens is back, may I substitute the roll call? In absence of objection, the COPRAC appointments are approved.
Thank you.
California Rural Legal Assistance, who's presenting on this? Rodney, I believe. No.
On behalf of Rodney, I'm
Thank you.
presenting this item. The California Rural Legal Assistance is requesting appointment of an attorney member to its board. As you might know, the federally funded agencies under the Code of Federal Regulations Register requires that there be appointing entities by bars, associations, sometimes local bars, sometimes state bar. In this case, they are a statewide entity, and they have appointments from the bar of 8 positions. They came before the board and had 1 position appointed, Anna D'Alba. Unfortunately, she cannot serve, and so they are coming back to the board requesting the appointment of Mr. Romano. According to the board book, it's been posted, published. It was disseminated widely. Unfortunately, they only had 2 applicants. One of the applicants is being appointed by the Monterey Bar Association, which leaves Mr. Romano, who is wonderful in every way, but he has served on the board before. Now, he hasn't served for the last 4 years, and CRLA considers it not a continuing appointment, but a new appointment, and would request that he be appointed to the board. And if there are any questions, the Executive Director, Jose Padilla, is in the audience to answer.
Mr. Padilla, we welcome you. If you have anything to say, you're welcome to say it. If not, that's fine too.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity to at least make
a
comment. Turn it on.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much for your consideration. I only wanted to mention the fact that it's very, very important for us to rely on the state bar for these kinds of appointments. It's not easy to secure appointments of attorneys from the rural bars. The rural bars in many parts of California are smaller bar associations. The requirement from the federal government is that 50+% of our board be lawyers. And so it's a large board of 45. It's a lot of lawyers to appoint. And so one of the things that we have sought is to selectively take advantage of urban bars. The state bar has allowed us that opportunity for us to get appointments from Los Angeles, from San Francisco, from San Diego. And so we're able to secure that urban lawyer. And the urban lawyer sometimes brings in law firm support, brings in relationships from other urban lawyers. And so the state bar appointment is very critical to us. And I wanted to thank you for taking the responsibility to do that for us. And it just happens that this is one of those where you had appointed Ana de Alba for personal reasons, and I think she's also running for the California for Superior Court in the Central Valley, and so she felt that she couldn't continue even though her appointment had been very recent. And so on short notice, we were able to get two folks who did apply, and Mr. Romero had served previously, and we were hoping that you would consider appointing him as a new appointee.
Jim, did you wish to comment?
I was going to move the resolution.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Just one comment on this subject. There are 2 related policy areas suggested by this item, but not specific to this item, that we will be discussing subsequently. One is how to get better demographic data from these entities about the constellation of their members and how we can help them create a diverse pool to serve our diversity mission. So we're working on that. Secondly, anybody who receives Federal Legal Services Corporation funding that operates on a multi-county basis is required to have their appointments handled by a multi-county bar association. And historically, we've been the only game in town. But post-separation, the California Lawyers Association could fill that role, and we are going to think about whether they should fill that role. But for now, this is our responsibility, and we fulfill it gratefully. Is there further discussion on the motion? May I substitute the roll call? Then the motion carries. And at this point, I'd like to invite Jim Fox to leave the room and Brandon Stallings to leave the room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and we appreciate your service. Well, actually, the rules, actually, it's not a financial conflict, so you don't have to leave the room, you just have to leave the dais. To explain what's going on here, Jim Fox, in his serial habit of accepting responsibilities, has been invited to apply for appointment to the Committee of Bar Examiners. Should the court choose to appoint Jim, his service here will end in August, and he will move to that board. That will also create another opening on this board to be filled by the Supreme Court, and as Jason and Brandon are among the 3 applicants for Jason's seat, if there's a second seat made available, that creates an interest for Mr. Stallings, and so he therefore abstained. And I appreciate Joanna for stepping into the temporary vacancy in the appointing committee's role. So they're going to step aside, and we will entertain this item. Who's presenting it? Are you presenting it, Todd?
Sure.
You got the same vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just looking for an excuse not to work.
It's a good sign that the talent on this board is staying energetically serving the judicial branch in Southern California. It's a less good sign that 3 of the 4 applicants for that seat are already here. So we need to think about how we do outreach for the board trustees position next year.
I don't see the item on here.
It's, I see like Charlie, they skipped over it. I mean,
It's on there. I don't see it. I know, I mean, it's on the main, I think I saw it on tomorrow's, or I saw it somewhere.
it's on page, well,
It's here.
it's here.
It's not C.
It's C like Charlie.
It's there.
Yeah.
Your business. Are you an XCOM?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll just do it.
We'll bring you some paper.
Oh, okay.
We'll go from digital to analog.
All right, thank you. So what we've done is, since this appointment is going to be made by the court, what Joanna and I reviewed all the candidates, and what we have done is given you and therefore the court a slate. And that slate is on page 3 of the material. They're all extreme. We wouldn't have included them on the slate if we hadn't concluded that they're all very well qualified, and they are. And so, rather than tell the court whom, we gave them the slate, and that's what we've done.
And you're recommending 5 names for 2 seats, is that right?
There's 3 for judicial officer seats.
Got it.
There's a judicial officer seat. We've got 3 recommended candidates. There's 1 new lawyer seat. We have 2 recommended candidates. There is, for the open lawyer seat, there's 3, and Mr. Fox is amongst the 3 that we have included.
And the set aside for a new lawyer, I don't think is mandatory, so the court could choose to fill 2 lawyer seats from that second
And we
pool,
would-
and that would be the court's decision, not ours.
And Sarah did the math on that.
It is mandatory.
There's 3 seats open.
Got it. Okay, great.
And so my motion would be to move this slate to this body to present to the court.
So moved by Mr. Stalling. Do I have a second from Ms. Mendoza? Is there further discussion? Please call the roll.
Fox. Lebron. Yes. Lee. Manning.
Yes.
Mendoza.
Yes.
Stallings. Stevens.
Yes.
The motion carries. We are adjourned, and as soon as Jason can get behind the gavel, we'll be in rad.
Jason got his name down.
No.
Oh, okay.
In front of you.
I'm going to start in 2 minutes. Do I do consider all of you? So we got 1 more minute. I mean, Sean is the vice chair. But the machine can still.
Very conscious.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We are now in part 2 of the meeting. We have previously taken a component of RAD, which was closed session, probably about 30 minutes ago. You need to be right on
Your
that.
mic's not working.
Okay. We had previously taken part 1 of our RAD meeting about 30 minutes ago, so we're going to start with a public session. Dag, if you could do the roll.
Broughton. Here. Colatuna.
Here.
Fox.
Here.
LeBron.
Here.
Mendoza.
She's coming.
Soleil.
Here.
Spector. Stallings. Here. Steinbrecher.
Here.
Stevens.
Right there. Say here.
Stevens. Here. Mendoza.
Here.
And Lee.
Here. All right. Well, let's start out our meeting with a call for public comment. I do understand there are 2 individuals. I'll ask, given the time, that you limit your public comment to 5 minutes. And when you come up, if you could state your name. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Carr. I'm a lawyer from San Diego, California. I'm here as the authorized representative of the Association of Discipline Defense Counsel. And that is the bar association for lawyers who defend other lawyers in state bar discipline proceedings. My name is the Legal Ethics Consulting, as well as the commissions for legal malpractice in other areas. They have asked me to come today to make a very brief comment, and the comment is in the nature of a request regarding the agenda item Roman numeral 3E, proposed rule 5.137. As phrased, the agenda item seeks to put this rule out for a 30-day public comment period. We would like to request that that public comment period be extended to 60 days. And the reasons for it are simply that many local bar associations, for instance, my local San Diego County Bar Association, it's very difficult for our association and many other associations to review such a proposal and respond within 30 days. In my case, our local bar association requires our legal ethics committee, which I sit on, to vet that proposal before it's presented to the bar board as a whole. We meet once a month, the bar board meets once a month, and it's just since we only meet once a month, it's very difficult to generate public comment within a 30-day period. So we would like to request that on that particular item, that the public comment period be extended to 60 days in an effort to try to obtain as much public comment as possible.
Which item is that?
It's item 3E.
3E, I believe.
Okay.
The CSS sanctions.
That's what that 513.
You're talking about the monetary sanctions.
Yes, proposed rule 5.137, the monetary sanctions proposal.
Right, well, thank you, we'll take that into consideration. I'm certainly willing to accommodate such a request, provide additional comment as always.
Thank you, Mr.
I think there
Chair.
are interest. I just want to understand why it's 30 days from when she comes up to speak.
I'm sorry, it's very hard for me to hear you, Mr. Chair.
I was going to say, I just want to understand more about why it was set for 30 days when the presenter comes up to present that rule.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know.
Thank you.
I understand we have another, come on up, introduce yourself, welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank the Honorable Chair and the committee for hearing me out. I spoke here about 8 months ago, or maybe a year and a half ago. I'm not too great on time here. And my name is David Thorne. I'm a former Marine and got my honorable discharge. I was a career counselor. I went to Army National Guard. And then again, my country called me back, so I served 6 months in the Navy. I have a mental disability, so if you could bear with me, sometimes I talk in pictures. But I just think that what you're hearing today, the only way I can tell you what my problem is, for example, and I want you guys to just kind of understand what this is. I want to see the story. It's a true story, and it's going to be filed here pretty soon, but we paid for an attorney and charged $30,000, okay? After he took $30,000, he did 3 extensions. After, and follow me on this, and I'm a former police officer, so I also put penal codes inside the complaints, because when I see a crime in a civil proceeding, I believe these cases to be a complex case, and I also want it to be consolidated with all the other cases, which makes this a case in controversy, so we also filed this in federal court. And I filed a Father's Bill of Rights using the court of law, because I'm getting tired of what you can put in, what you can't put in, or when you put in evidence, it disappears out of the file. So here's one of my concerns, and I want everybody to participate, including anybody in the back, in the audience, if you can kind of like put in your 2 cents. And this is what's going down right now, and I usually put in the newest scams, and this is the newest scam. Follow this, and I'll take just 2 minutes and then I'll leave. We hired an attorney for $30,000, just 3 extensions. Then he goes to the judge on the 4th time and asks to be relieved, so the judge relieves him. So we hired this attorney to do a brief, which he never had to do. And then he takes the money. Now, this is a private matter, okay? I paid for a service that I never got. My question to the bar is, and this is what this attorney did, he backdoored you in a way, because now it's going to be hard to do a complaint, because he's going to go, oh, hey, the judge relieved me of my duty and my obligations and my services. Remember, you're supposed to agree. Now, can a judge relieve the attorney of his duties? Now, I'm talking about not just duties. So I'm in the Marine Corps, we have fiduciary duties. You can't lie still at you, they'll put you in prison, they don't play that. I was in border transport, you run out of gas, you go to prison, because you're the commander of that ship. If someone dies in your vehicle, you're responsible, they put you up for murder. We don't play, everything's black and white. So coming to the bar, if this attorney took $30,000 and then goes to court and does nothing, does 3 extensions, we paid $30,000, can the judge relieve him? You tell me. And now it's going to be hard to put in a complaint because he's going to come up here, yeah, but the judge relieved me. You know, change the rules. If the judge is going to relieve him, show us your work production. He didn't do anything but 3 extensions. Think about it. That's easy money. I call that judicial theft. I mean, someone, if you want to participate in this, you tell me, but that's fraud too, fraud upon the courts. Under whatever 473B, and now you got Rule 60. under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Someone explain that one to me, anybody. And just think, the judge would leave him, and there's nothing in his file. He wouldn't even give the file to the client because there isn't one. You just got easy money. And this is some of the problems that are happening right now in this thing that gets sworn underneath the penalty of perjury under Penal Code 118 and the penalty for perjury under Penal Code 126 that says it's a felony. I'm sworn to this panel. All you attorneys and judges here, I'm sworn as a former Marine, the honorable discharge, former Army, Navy, I got an A degree and a bachelor's degree, even with my handicap. Because I don't give up, Semper Fi, do or die, United States Marine Corps, for God and country. And I don't play that. I don't play that.
So
I don't know if you play that.
One more minute.
Okay, one more minute. But you tell me, would anybody just answer that one to me? And another one that's getting me angry is under CCP 446, attached to 128.7. That says you have to sign all your documents, whether you're the client or the attorney, underneath the penalty of perjury. The stuff that's coming into the court, almost every attorney sign respectfully submitted. I don't care how respectful you are, I want to know if you're telling the truth. You tell me. Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you for having me out.
And for your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
So next up is my report, of which I have nothing to report other than Sean and I have been working very closely with Leah and the staff relating to a report that is being completed or in the process of being completed at the request of this body, which is more detailed metrics on how the office, or how to measure how the office is performing. When I say the office, I mean OCTC. It's been a very difficult task, and the staff is doing a fantastic job. You're going to see some of that, the early stages of that later on in the meeting. I do want to call special attention to that because it's a difficult problem, and they really met the challenge on. So thank you for that. There's nothing on the consent agenda, so I'll go to the first item of business, which is agenda item 3A, which is the reconsideration of proposed rule 1.2.1. And I think Randy is up, and Mimi, welcome. Justice Edmonds here too.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Randy Ethan-Torum, Program Manager for the Office of Professional Competence. Actually, my name is on 3A, B, and C, and they all pertain to the new rules of professional conduct. Go back to March of 2017, this board adopted 70 proposed new and amended rules of professional conduct. On May 10th of this year, the Supreme Court approved nearly all of them. And these three items all pertain to some final steps to prepare for the November 1st operative date for the new rules. With me this morning is the Chair of the Commission, Presiding Justice Lee Edmond of the California Court of Appeal, 2nd Appellate District, Division 3. This could be her final appearance before the board.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Unlike Chair, there will be no repeat farewell prosecutors. And in recognition of that, I just want to take 2 minutes to say that a couple of years ago, the State Bar and the Supreme Court went looking for someone to take on a task that was completely daunting, completely challenging. Taking a set of rules of professional conduct that had already been worked over by one group and then reconsidering them in the short span of less than 2 years with a smaller strike force and putting them into shape so that the members could comment on them, so that the board can review them, and that the Supreme Court could duly consider them for approval. And to say that 70 rules were sent up and only one was sent down, an amazing feat. I couldn't imagine going through that project anyone other than Justice Edmond and her leadership. And I just want to say my personal gratitude on behalf of the Office of Professional Competence for the service she has provided. It was not an easy task. It was completely complex. It was often the angels literally dancing on the head of the pin, dealing with stakeholders, with interest very near and dear to their hearts. But without her leadership, I don't think the bar and the court could have had a successful outcome that we have with the new rules of professional conduct.
Thank you all so much. And let me start by saying, Randy, thank you for those kind words. As you all know, the staff that you have working on this project is amazing. Speaking about not being able to do it without somebody, Randy has always been at the helm, keeping us on track, somehow figuring out what it was going to take for us to get all of this work done in the precisely 3 years that the Supreme Court gave us to do it. And Lauren and Mimi and Andrew, and I can go on and on, everybody has been really terrific. And so they deserve a round of applause. So Randy truly did take the words right out of my mouth. I was going to start by saying, depending on your attitude about this, either happily or sadly, this may be the last time I have an opportunity to report out to you from the Rules Revision Commission, because as you know, the Supreme Court did adopt all of the rules but one, and so I'm here today to talk to you about that one. This is, as I know you've seen the materials, this is Rule 1.2.1 that prohibits lawyers from advising or assisting a violation of law, rule, or ruling of a tribunal. And it basically carries forward our current Rule 3-210 and then adds commentary to make it clear that a lawyer can discuss legal consequences with a client without wanting to follow the rule. And then in particular, comment 6 talks about what a lawyer can and cannot do and should do if what you have is a circumstance where there is a potential inconsistency between California law and either federal law or rule of tribal law or policy. So we sent a proposed rule up to the Supreme Court. They sent it back with some revised language to comment 6, which is the focus of the issue of what happens when you have a potential conflict between California and federal or tribal rules. They proposed language, we met. The Rules Revision Commission came up with some slightly revised language, as you know, and then you all approved it going out for public comment with 2 versions. Alt 1 was the Supreme Court's version. Alt 2 was the revisions that had been proposed by the Rules Revision Commission. That was out for a 45-day comment period. The comments came back. We got 15 public comments. Of them, 4 comments are really sort of not addressing either Alt 1 or Alt 2, other things that they want to do to the rules, and we're not going to suggest to you that we adopt any of those. The balance of the 11 comments all were in favor of Alt 2. No one voted in favor of the Supreme Court's version. In case that causes anybody any discomfort, Greg Fortescue, the Supreme Court liaison, continues to work with us on our committee, and he said, no problem. If what you do is propose Alt 2, the Supreme Court won't have a problem with it. In fact, what they really did want was the best thinking of the Rules Revision Commission as to what the rule ought to say. So what we bring you today is the, we came back, had another meeting. We addressed each and every one of the public comments, suggesting responses to each of them, and then made only one minor tweak to the Alt 2 version, which was simply to clarify the language in one sentence by switching a couple of words, which we think made it clearer as to what a lawyer can and cannot do in connection with giving advice and assisting a client. And so you can see, I think, on board there, the one change we are suggesting to Alt 2 is that it say, the lawyer may assist a client in drafting or administering, or interpreting or complying with California laws. We think that's clearer because the drafting or administering really talks to the sort of the public lawyer who's literally drafting the laws. And the interpreting or complying with is the lawyer who's then advising the client as to what those laws mean and how they might be able to proceed. The question had come up, well, the drafting, what does that really apply to? Does that mean a lawyer can give advice with respect to drafting contracts and the like? And we think that this makes it clearer that the drafting or administering goes straight to the issue of drafting the laws. Interpreting or complying with is very broad and can apply to all sorts of things that a lawyer can do in giving advice about the law. And so we bring to you revised Rule 1.2.1, asking you to approve, put it forward to the full board to go then to the Supreme Court ultimately with this version proposed.
Thank you. Any questions? John?
I'll move adoption of the item.
Second. Any further discussion? Can I substitute the roll call?
Nobody's come or gone.
Okay. We had a little late entry, just want to make sure. But I think we're all
I
good.
caught them when I took the roll, I believe.
All right, Steve adopted. Let's move on to
Thank you
item
much.
3B, Rule 1.15E.
Among the rules that the Supreme Court approved was Rule 1.15, which is essentially the new version of the trust accounting rule, Rule 4100. In the current rule, there is a provision by which the Supreme Court delegates to this board the ability to adopt record-keeping standards. For a long time, the attorney has had a duty to render appropriate accounts regarding funds and property held by the lawyer. The case law evolved to the point where some specificity was required in order for the Office of Chief Trial Counsel to really determine if a lawyer had met their record-keeping obligations. And at that time, back in it was 1989, this board was able to get the Supreme Court to approve the authority to adopt specific record-keeping standards that, when adopted by the board, are actually binding. They do not need to go to the Supreme Court for approval. And they require what would be expected, record-keeping obligation, ledgers, reconciliations, all of that. The rules, when we sent it up to the Supreme Court, included new record-keeping standards developed by the Rules Revision Commission. But we didn't seek any sort of approval by the court because the court doesn't approve those, nor did we seek the board to adopt them because we had made one major explicit change to the trust accounting rule, which is to change the reference to client to become client or other person. Because the case law in California has established for a long time that many of the duties under particular circumstances extend beyond your client and also to non-clients to whom a duty is owed. For example, a contractual or statutory lien holder. And so what we've done with the rule through the commission and approved by this board and approved by the Supreme Court is to say in the black letter of the rule that the duties owed to clients extend to clients and other persons. And that is really the only material change that's been made to the record-keeping standards. There's some other smaller things all mentioned in the agenda item, but that is the gist of the changes to the record-keeping standards. It doesn't preclude this board, as we continue forward and after these rules have had a chance to settle a bit, to come back to these record-keeping standards and see if there are any other public protection changes that might be made. But in order to have them in place by November 1st, the staff recommendation is to adopt the record-keeping standards as developed by the commission, again, with the one material change to change the reference from client to client or other person.
Joanne?
My, reading through these, my one concern was the requirement that attorneys keep canceled checks when banks no longer issue canceled checks. It's impractical. I'm not saying we don't approve it, contingent on maybe looking at that issue, but there's got to be a better way to do it in today's world. What are your thoughts on that? Right?
Yeah, that had come up a number of years ago. I think it was referred to in the industry at the time as Check 21 was the proposal. And what came out of that was a proposal that the record-keeping standards be construed to require only what a lawyer can actually produce. And so if a bank offers check imaging as an option, you might have to pay an extra fee for it. But if check imaging is allowed front and back of the check as part of the statements that you can request, if you're no longer taking a hard copy and only getting electronic statements, then it would be, as a matter of risk management, the best thing to maintain as part of your client trust accounting records. I understand that check imaging may be
harder to get from institutions that offer client trust accounts. I don't know if it's completely unavailable at this time. And so this would be, as you say, Joanna, something that we could come back to and look at. But for the time being, I would say we can continue to require copies of canceled checks, and if lawyers can't obtain them. Again, the understanding back when this first came up during Check 21 was that the state bar couldn't require something that lawyers could not obtain.
And that only applies to money, going out of the trust account. What about keeping a record of the checks, the money going into the account?
Cancel checks for things coming in?
You don't, well, you can't get a canceled check for a deposit, because that goes to the other person.
I don't, to be candid, I don't recall the discussion on the inbound checks. But it did come up through the Committee on Regulation and Discipline, and I believe there were representatives, Office of the Chief Trial Counsel also participated in the discussion. And the decision at that time was not to relinquish the record-keeping requirement. It actually exists as a result of case law. There is discipline precedent for the record-keeping obligation to include the keeping of quote-unquote canceled checks.
Michael? Yeah, I think we need to change this rule, to be frank, for two reasons. One is, it is a trap for the unwary, and that some institutions provide the service and some don't, and so we're going to have to find. And yet we provide a list of IOLTA certified banks that sort of have our imprimatur on them, and yet half of them don't provide a service that the rules say is mandatory. I don't think canceled checks are common or necessary, and the reason for it is if you ever need proof of a transaction, the bank can, for a fee at the time, dig it out of their archive, and because memory is cheaper than it used to be, they save everything forever. So I think, and the second problem, I do a lot of training in this area, and I get a lot of questions from the people I'm training, most of them can't believe that these are required. If you get a check imaging service, you get a check imaging fee. If you don't anticipate the fee and keep some of your own money in the client trust account to cover the fee, you then end up using your client's money to cover your banking service charges, which is not a good thing. And adding to the accounting burden in client trust accounts, where accounting errors can be very, very consequential, strikes me as bad public policy. So since I see very little public protection benefit from requiring this waning service, and lots of risks associated with mandating it sort of from some people at some times, I think we ought to change the rule to catch up with the times. The other thing I don't think requires a change in the rule, but requires an awful lot of work out of Randy's department, is the manual on maintaining client trust accounts. I've been practicing law longer than I have. Was based on work done in Ohio even earlier than that, and is quite outdated. And where it seems to be most outdated is it does not speak meaningfully to credit cards. So those of us who've been in and out of the weeds of this know that the best practice for credit cards is to have a separate clearing account that credit card payments come into, so that if the bank breaks money back, which they have a contractual right to do, they're only raking back money in transit. Some lawyers don't see this, and they have the credit cards land directly in the client trust account. So when the bank reverses a deposit, they're taking money out of a client trust account, which they should not be doing. And while I give this training, I'm sure people in this room give this training, there's nothing in the guidelines about this. And so I think it's high time that the guidelines got some loving attention from an appropriate group of people other than me.
Michael, I think that that kind of effort is contemplated in the strategic plan with respect to the self-assessment, preventative education, or the board may want to reconsider the timeline for that.
Sure. There's many claims on staff's demands. I don't know if this is the most urgent thing, but it should be on the list somewhere.
Are you suggesting that we amend the rule now, or the guidelines now?
Can we?
Well, the other question I have,
So I would.
looking at it, is that it requires a written journal. If we are intending to review these with an eye towards modernization, and Randy, really a question for you, would it really be challenging for the overall implementation timeline to put this off until September, so that we can perhaps review these a little more comprehensively? I don't know that a written journal makes sense.
A written journal is not a problem, because each software package that I'm familiar with has a report called a journal, and you can generate it. Nobody does until they're asked for it, but you can.
Okay.
So the one that matters is the first of all, what does it mean to maintain the checks? If the bank has them on the server and you can get them when you need it, is that maintaining them? Or do they need to be in a shoebox under your desk, which is what I think the rule implies.
Randy? The standards adopted by the board do not need to be submitted to the Supreme Court for approval, but they have been handled through the public comment process. And so if there were to be a change, I think we would want to inquire of general counsel if it was not implicit in the version that we have in front of us, such as to require an additional round of public comment. And so I think what is highlighted, Mimi, if you could show it stricken, it would be just all bank statements, strike and cancel checks for each bank account.
In light, I think this is new substance. So what I would do is move the staff recommendation. I'd also ask staff to initiate a new rulemaking with notice and comment to strike those 3 words. We can take our time on this. There may be something that somebody can tell us that we need to know.
Maybe don't write it just those 3 words. I mean, maybe more activity.
Well, I'd like to get this one done. I've been advocating it for 6 years. And I don't know that there's anything else pressing, but if staff thinks a deeper look more broadly is an appropriate use of their limited resources, I certainly don't object. Sean?
I think Michael's approach is sound, which is adopt this now so that there's something in place and have to study this checks issue. You know, there's another issue that came to mind when I read this, which was years ago there was some dispute about whether lawyers could comply with the ledger requirements and so on with electronic records, which of course, again, that would be what everybody does in the modern world. And so I know that the term written is defined to refer to Evidence Code Section 250, which includes electronic records. But it seems to me that that's the same kind of thing that a group might look at in conjunction with maybe updating this rule to correlate a little bit more with modern practices.
Absolutely.
So I think we have a motion. Is that right? Do I have a second? Oh, and just so we can be very clear what's happening, there's a motion to adopt the rule as is, and then a direction to study the rule with a reproposal of any other, I guess, a modernization project, send it out for public comment and have it come back to us. So that's sort of in substance what's on the table now, via Michael.
Yeah, and I would defer to staff as the scope of that additional analysis. If they want to strike the 3 words they send me and be done with it, that's fine. If they have other ideas that are worthy of evaluation, by me too.
Second.
Thanks, Sean. Any further?
I'm sorry, who moved?
Michael moved.
Second by Sean.
Yep. Any further discussion? Can I substitute the roll call? It's deemed adopted. Let's move on to the next.
The third item, item 3C, also a Rules Revision Commission item. We did send up 70 rules, the board did approve 69. And if you were wondering how many words did those rules constitute, there were over 36,000 words. By comparison, the current rules, soon to be former rules, only about 18,000. So not surprisingly, when staff took a very hard look at the attachment to the court's order, we found a handful of cleanup items. They're in the order of typographical, copy editing changes, there were erroneous words in publication, there were some organizational refinements, corrections that needed to be made, adjusting the chapter headings. There was a designation of reserved rule number, something we haven't had. Now that we have the model rule numbering system, it seems very much appropriate. Things that staff didn't notice, the commission might not have noticed, and the court itself didn't notice. And so what you have before you in item 3C is a collection of small, non-substantive changes that are, in the best way I can describe it, quote-unquote, cleanup amendments to those 69 new amended rules, those 36,000 words that will take effect on November 1st.
Actually, about 7 times as long as Delaware's Constitution. I'll move the recommended item.
Second. Sean with the second. Any further discussion? Sean?
I just want to thank Randy and the staff for the painstaking work that is obviously reflected in this memo, and we're all very grateful for it.
Can I substitute the roll call? Okay, it is deemed adopted. I think that.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Is the intention that these 3 items will be on the consent agenda tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Point of personal privilege, it has been delightful working with all of you. Thank you for all you do for the state bar and for the profession. So I will continue to watch as you grow. I know these are difficult times, but really appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Just before you go, I didn't want to just say, the state of California and the state bar owes you a debt of gratitude. Having witnessed some of the important work that you and the commission has done, it truly is remarkable. And just to sort of turn back the clock, I mean, the set of rules that were recommended and then almost wholly adopted by the Supreme Court is an achievement unto itself. But if I can just point out a few things. We have the prosecutor's rule incorporating the Brady obligations and then some into our ethical obligations. We have the rule addressing sexual relations with clients, and we have the anti-discrimination rule. All really groundbreaking ethical rules that puts our state and our profession at the forefront, and all adopted with the thought of public protection as the primary motivator. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is item 3D, the follow-up on the client security fund. I think that's done. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I have with me Matt Zaywa from the Client Security Fund, who will be available to answer any questions, of which I am not capable of answering. I wanted to remind all of you that at the this past March board meeting, we had a fairly extensive discussion with the board. Staff had presented a draft report for the board's consideration. This was a report that was due to the legislature. The report included a list of all the options that we could think of at the time that would help address the significant funding shortfall that we are facing with the Client Security Fund. I have listed in the agenda item itself and in the attachment sort of the 12 options that were presented as part of that report to the board. I listed them in the order that they are listed for a particular reason. For the first 4 items that are listed are options that we presented to the board directed us to pursue, and we have in fact pursued those. The first 3 options have been implemented. The 4th option is the next agenda item. So those are considered complete for this perspective. The next 4 items the board considered and said, yeah, you can list those in the report. You should list all of these in the report, but we don't think that you should be pursuing options 5 through 8 in this list. That left us with options 9 through 12. Limiting payouts to California, CSF payouts to California residents or matters with a California nexus, stopping reimbursing losses that are attributable to loans and investments, not applying license fee waivers or scaling to the CSF portion of the licensing fee, and imposing income eligibility requirements or a means test in order for individuals who have suffered financial losses due to misconduct of their attorneys to collect from CSF. None of these were great options. There was certainly reticence on the part of some board members to move forward with some of these. We recognize that we were looking for ways to address the funding shortfall and increase the timely payouts of CSF payments. These last four options, the board had directed staff to look at further and report back. At which point the board would make a decision on whether or not we should be pursuing these options. In the meantime, we submitted the report to the legislature, and the legislature expressed a lack of enthusiasm for these some of these suggestions. The heading in the Assembly Judiciary Committee analysis that discussed the CSF report, I think, kind of said it all. Study of Client Security Fund makes clear that it is underfunded and provides options to bridge the funding gap, some of which reduce benefits to clients who have been ripped off by dishonest attorneys. If the sort of feeling of the legislature about the options that would limit payouts to California residents only pay clients who meet the means test, or the other options which reduce benefits wasn't clear enough. They further provided in that analysis that all of these options might improve the CSF fund balance, but at the expense of injured clients. Therefore, it is far preferable to consider ways to increase funds in the CSF than to make these types of cuts that would have a negative impact. So we took that to heart, and in light of the negative impact on the CSF applicants and the actions that we've already taken to transfer over $2 million to CSF to use for the current year payouts, in the process of recommending the rule of court on discipline sanctions, which was part of the options, and the board's previous reticence about some of these items, as well as the understood and received message from the legislature about these types of concerns. It's staff's recommendation at this point that no further action be taken to pursue those options 9 through 12.
Thanks. Any questions? I'll move with staff recommendation.
Second. And in doing so, I'll say, I think we should be proud of the achievement in this operational year of releasing $1,750,000 to pay claims. And I'm very grateful to staff for taking a fresh look at this and making that happen.
We appreciate receiving those funds. And in fact, we have a budget of $8.5 million this year for reimbursements. And we've reimbursed half of that so far.
Fantastic. Donna, a question. You know, the response from the legislature leaves sort of the unanswered question of if we can't, I believe we've done our level best in shoring up the Client Security Fund. Was there any thought but did we receive any further comments relating how we would bridge that funding gap then?
So I believe the answer to that is no, except in the following indirect way. A couple of the items that the bar is pursuing in Assembly Bill 3249, our annual fee legislation, is amendments to improve our ability to collect, which would, if we are able to collect on costs that are owed to us, reimbursements for CSF, for example, that will provide some additional resources back into the CSF fund that will allow us to provide more payouts. Is that going to be the silver bullet that's going to get, the $14 million of the one-time shortfall that we have this year? I would expect no, but I'm not aware of any other conversations with the legislature where they had the aha moment and told us, well, don't pursue these, but here is the item. I think they were relying on us to come up with a list of options, and we provided those options, and we're pursuing some collection amendments, and we need to see where we are at this point. We did include in the report to the legislature the idea of the sort of math of how much we would need if we were to get a one-time fee increase to be able to address the funding shortfall, the big funding shortfall right now, as well as the ongoing shortfall. Certainly that would require a fee increase, and that's not something that's happening this year.
But the review of that request will be part of the audit next year, which is going to look at all of the mandatory fees. We've been focused on licensing fees, but it will include our other mandatory fees. So I see that as an opportunity to bring back the CSF report, the amount that we identified, and to have that folded into what the state auditor and the legislative analyst is going to look at next year.
I think that's a good plan. I feel like we've done our best at this point. It's a compelling argument for a potential fee increase to incorporate that funding shortfall. Any further discussion? Can I substitute roll call? Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now at agenda item 3E. Welcome.
Thank you. Antonia Darling, Chief Court Counsel. I'm here on behalf of Suzanne Grant, who is in court today. Item 3E is a proposed state bar rule to set forth guidelines for the imposition and collection of monetary sanctions that would be payable to the client security fund. B&P Code Section 6086.13, which was effective in 1994, requires that the state bar propose rules and procedures for assessing monetary sanctions against attorneys who have been disciplined, and that the money go to the client security fund. So we have finally gotten around to proposing those procedures. The rule that's proposed is 5.137. Oh, let me go back to the very beginning. There was a request that we extend the time for comment, and I checked with general counsel, and they'd be more than happy we can do 60 days for comment.
Great, thank you.
But I get that one taken care of right away. So 5.137, much of the language comes directly from the B&P Code section. So I'll instead point out those areas where we've exercised some discretion in our recommended language so that the committee can understand where they might want to make some decisions or we might get some questions about it. One of the requirements is that there be monetary sanctions in the amount of $5,000 per violation, and we got that, and then it's to a maximum of $50,000, but it doesn't say maximum when, what. We toyed with different ideas, per respondent, per case, in a lifetime, what. Ultimately, after lots of conversation, we came up with per order. We didn't want to use the word case because that's actually sort of a loaded term right now in how we number things. The OCTC will bring several different charging documents that they're combined, so we just thought per order because it's the Supreme Court that ultimately has to order it. So that's one area. Somebody might prefer that we do it per lifetime, per respondent. I don't know what other standards. We put in the language that the monetary sanction order could be set forth in a separate order from the disciplinary order, mostly out of concern that we didn't want any challenges to the monetary sanction delaying the imposition of the discipline and thereby not protecting the public. We made it a may because it may be that there aren't any challenges and we just start putting them all into one order. It gave some discretion to the court in how they want to handle it. Section B, straight out of the B&P Code section, the money goes to the Client Security Fund. Section C, B&P Code section says that we have to set forth some kind of standards, which of course makes sense. Something by which the court will uniformly assess the sanctions. You don't have too much discretion, but you have some. You don't have a judge who thinks this is a terrible idea who won't impose any sanctions, or a judge who thinks it's a great idea will impose burdensome ones. It's an idea of due process and consistency. So those standards are set forth in section G and F, and I'll get down to them. Sections D and E deal with a respondent's ability to pay. Now, the B&P Code section specifically says that the State Bar cannot collect monetary sanctions if it would interfere with the respondent's ability to pay a civil or monetary judgment that arose out of the same misconduct. We put that into section E as sort of an after the order is entered. The respondent can come back and prove to the court that there are such orders because, frankly, OCTC may have no idea about that, the court may have no idea about it. It puts the burden on the respondent. But we also added that they also can come in for a payment plan or even a waiver based on financial hardship. This is part of our looking at ability to pay as a bar-wide process at every place where we assess money and costs. The section D comes before there's a disciplinary order, and this is allowing OCTC to do what they always do, which is negotiate settlements. We've specifically said they can also negotiate that in their stipulation about whether or not, how much the sanctions should be, whether or not they're waived, whether or not there's a payment plan. It just goes into their normal process. If I'm talking too fast, tell me, I'm sorry. Okay.
No court reporter present.
Oh, good. All right, so F and G are, F is completely whole cloth. We wanted to have a range. We couldn't figure out, we really toyed with this a lot of, well, do you do it based on the individual counts, or I mean, what do you base it on? And we decided that because in every order, there's only one discipline. It doesn't matter if you have one, theft of $1 million and then 3, I forgot to file reports. The overall discipline is the overall discipline. So we decided to set the range based on what the overall discipline was. However, the assessment is per count. And so maybe it's not so fair that even though the guy's disbarred, but he has 6 counts, but only one of them is really serious. So that's why we then moved into the G factors, which are, let's look at what really is happening in each count when you set them. And those exact standards, we didn't make those up. We took those directly out of the procedures that the court uses in setting the discipline. So they're looking at the same information per count, both in finding culpability and mitigation, but also in setting the amount for the sanction. Any questions?
Any questions?
Happy to move the amended staff recommendation.
Any further discussion? Can I substitute the roll call? And just so note, we did change the 60. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are now at agenda item 3F, and that's the CTC report. Melanie, welcome. And Hatem. Yes, I see you. Hello.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. A while back, the board has asked us to produce a productivity report that shows the performance of the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. We've worked on several iterations, and the version that we're going to present today includes the inflow and outflow of cases within the department, what came in and what went out, broken down by the different stages, and also broken down by each team in the AMSF office. We've also added the...
Sorry, what time? It doesn't say what time period it is.
Oh, this is for the period of second Q2, which is April through June 30th. So the inventory that we are presenting is as of 6/30/2018. The report also depicts the clearance rate, which is one of our new proposed discipline metrics. So we're able to see what's coming in and what's going out within each of the teams and each of the stages. We've also included some pie charts that show the inventory within each team, broken down by the priority codes that have recently been implemented. The report, I think, is going to show us significant detail, over time. So the more, quarterly in the second quarter, third quarter, I think we'll get better results from, or better insight into the department.
Okay, so just to keep in mind, this is a starting point, and this is the first time that we have generated a report like this. OCTC does use some other reports on a weekly basis to supervise and manage teams on a very individual level. But this gives us an opportunity to look at the teams across the board and the inflow and outflow of the cases. It's been helpful to us to see it in this light because there are questions that stand out for us that we're able to then go back and see if we can answer. There are issues that we recognize that we need to address, and I'll be talking about some of those. So I think this will, in the future, be something that will be helpful to our office, as I hope it is also helpful to you. I do think that it is a snapshot in time, and it is the first report, so I do think that it will be more meaningful to look at it over time, over the quarters. So I just want to take you through it a little bit, and start with the sheet that says intake caseload. And first of all, so these are all of the cases that are coming into OCTC at the intake level. You will see where it says inquiries open on the top line. Right above it, there are particular designations. So OEX is the outside examiner. Those are cases that OCTC really doesn't have any control over. The IT1 and IT2 are really our primary intake teams. We have 2 intake teams, and they're staffed differently. The other teams that you see will not always be reported on this report, with the exception of NUL, which is our NAUPL team.
What?
The NAUPL team, non-attorney unauthorized practice of law team. They are the only non-intake team that performs their own intake functions. The remainders of the teams on here, LA 3, 6, and 7, and 8, you will not always see on these reports. The reason that they are there is because for a period of time during this particular time period, because of some staffing issues that we had on our NAUPL team, we actually looked to some of our trial teams, some of our newer attorneys on the trial teams to do some of those intake functions for those cases, and so they appear on this report. So what you notice about it in looking, I'm focusing here on intake team 1 and 2, is that there are more cases that come into intake 1 and intake team 2, and we know why that is, and that is because 1, you see that down below, sort of in the middle, it says reportable actions opened. One of the intake teams handles all of the reportable actions. So their total inventory, incoming inventory, is greater, 2,665, than the other intake team. In addition, we have more staffing on intake team 1 than we do on intake team 2. Then moving down into this, what we see is that there's a slight difference in the clearance rate between intake 1 and intake 2. I don't know enough to know whether that's statistically significant or not. But what we want to see is at least a 1 at the clearance rate, if not more, so that we are outputting more than we are inputting. On the next page here,
could we pause on this? Sure. Intake case. I just want to point out for the board a couple of things. In splitting out their reportable actions, one of the reasons we did that is when we were initially looking at that different caseload distribution between team 1 and team 2, it helped us to understand that, or at least me, people outside of OCTC that didn't know that already. But then you see that playing out down in the outgoing caseload as well. If you look at the percent of inquiries closed under outgoing caseload, and you just look at team 1 and team 2, you can see that of the inquiries, team 1 is closing 61.6% and forwarding on to enforcement 38.4%, whereas team 2 of the same case type inquiries is closing only 51.3%, forwarding 48.7%. So that's about a 10% difference, and something that we want to look at over time. If you look under the reportable actions section, you see that 77.7% of reportable actions are closed in team 1. So, and 100% of the very few reportable actions in team 2. So there is a difference in their rate of closure as well. So I just wanted to point that out for the board. We don't know if it's good or bad to close versus close more cases, but certainly over time we would expect to see consistency between the two teams. And right now, there's a little bit of a gap there that we'll want to look at again over time.
Okay, so moving to the next page, we're still in the intake caseloads. And this shows us the time that it's taking in intake. So, for example, if you look on the bottom, days to investigation, so these are all of the cases that are moving from our intake team to our enforcement team. And you see that on average, and again, I'm just looking at team 1 and team 2 in particular, it's 26 and 31 days. That's pretty much within the range that we are looking for, because what we know is that the more time that we take in our intake unit, the less time we have when we're looking at the 180-day mark for backlog when it moves into our enforcement unit. Okay. So the next page is our investigations case. So this is really the bulk of our caseload. It's the bulk of what we're talking about when we're talking about backlog, for example. These are all the cases then that are coming from intake into enforcement. And what's depicted on the top here, and incoming caseloads. So to give you an idea, for those cases that are venued in Los Angeles, all of those cases then are assigned on a wheel to the enforcement teams. And then we also have cases venued in San Francisco, and those are also assigned on a wheel. But you will see that there are differences in the numbers. Sometimes they vary in terms of the number of cases that are coming into each team. Now, we can say that for the most part, the reasons for that is, one is that some teams get more cases because they get repeater respondents. And what that means is if we have multiple complaints on a particular respondent, all of those cases are going to go to a particular team. So you may, by virtue, then have more cases on a particular team in a given time period. The other thing is that it also reflects our staffing. And by that I mean that we do make some adjustments in how cases are assigned based on the number of attorneys and investigators that we have on any given team. And it changes over time because we have things that impact our work, like leaves of absences, if people depart the office, for example. Also, when we have new staff, in particular new attorneys, come into our enforcement unit, we don't automatically assign them as legal advisors for this investigation caseload because we want to give them some time to acclimate to our world and our law before we turn them loose as legal advisors. So because of that, we make adjustments on these teams. If we have new attorneys, then that team is going to get less and other teams will get more. So this does not surprise me, these numbers, and I expect that they will fluctuate over time because of those reasons. So also to let you know on what you're seeing here, you see two columns that are shaded in yellow, and that is because those are our two teams that have fully dedicated expediting staff. So on each of those teams, we have at least one attorney and one investigator who are assigned to expedite our what are known as P2 matters, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. We have another team, LA Team 1, which currently does have an expediting investigator and a designated expediting attorney, but because we haven't yet been able to backfill for him to get another senior attorney on that team, we haven't been able to fully execute it on that team. But this will allow us with the shaded portions over time to see if there are in fact differences in the way that these cases are moving. So if you then look, let me also point out, depicting one of our major cases on here in the investigations, on the far right before it says total, it shows NUL, again, that's the NAUPL team, and during this time then it would have shown 117 cases in the investigation phase on that team.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
If you assign cases on a wheel, do you take cases that should be expedited out of that process so that they're assigned only to teams that have expedited personnel?
No, we do not do that at this point. so it is still on a wheel. Now, what we're doing practically speaking, and that's actually one of the things that I wanted to talk about, sort of how the prioritization system is working, is what we hope to do is once everybody gets settled into their caseloads, the possibility does exist then that there may be P2 cases that are on other teams, and they're identified by the supervisors. They actually, if they don't have an expediting staff member on their team and it's not otherwise going to be expedited, they give them what's called a P4 status, which means it should be an expedited case, but we don't have a resource for it. So we will look for those cases, these teams that have the fully dedicated expediters. We'll look for those cases on other teams and transfer them to those expediting folks. Now, what we would hope, if the theory works, is that at some point we'll have expediting staff on each of the teams, so that won't be an issue. Okay, so looking then at the outgoing caseload on the investigations. So the good thing is that on the clearance rate, you see that, I'm looking at the bottom of the chart, that most of the teams are clearing 1+ cases. So that's good because we're outputting more than we're inputting. The other differences, the major differences I think that you see in this, and actually this is going to be on the next page because it relates to the time, is the variations in the teams as to how long it takes to go from investigations to pre-filing and investigations to closure. So what you see on these teams, for example, is that, just taking an example, I'm looking at days to pre-filing. You have LA Team 6, which is highlighted. Their average time to days to pre-filing, 269. SF1 is 586. That's a pretty big difference. Now, what's interesting about this, and these are the things that we can see as we're looking at these, even though you see a large number on SF6 in that category, what you actually see, and I'm going to ask you to flip to another page so that we can do some comparison here, is that on the pre-filing caseload, so it's page 8 on your handout, if you look at that same team, SF1, this is the pre-filing inventory. So this is the time from pre-filing to filing. That number is 87. And if you compare that across teams, you see that that's actually lower than a number of the other teams. So while that team takes longer in investigations, for whatever reason that is, for those cases that are moving to pre-filing, they're taking a shorter time in the pre-filing stage for this. Why is that? I don't know. These are the questions that we're going to want to look at. Let's see. So, the other thing I wanted to point out to you is the NAUPL team, which is depicted on this chart. Towards the far right, you'll notice that as of June 30th, the investigation total is 329. We have a lot of NAUPL cases in our office. Now, these cases, you will not see them depicted then on the next sheet that we look at in the pre-filing inventory, because these are non-discipline cases, so they're never going to go into a pre-filing inventory. All of their work really is in investigations for the most part. Okay, so looking at the pre-filing caseload, you notice overall that the inventory has dropped significantly by the time it gets here, and we expect that to happen. So these cases that are incoming, these are all the cases that we saw on the last page where it was investigations to pre-filing. Now we're seeing them come into this inventory right here. So significantly less of those. What we also, if you look down where it says outgoing, so the options are filed, which is going to be either by way of stipulation or a notice of disciplinary charges. Suspended, which means that it's going to go into our held or abated inventory for some reason. And you'll see that the clearance rate are rather low, actually, for many of these. Now, why is that? I don't know. It could be that, I mean, one of the practical reasons of managing a pretrial caseload is that you are also assigned, as the inventories that we saw earlier, you're also assigned to those to legal advise them. Okay, so if an investigator has 8 cases on their caseload, there are legal advisors who are responsible for all of this. So that's part of the work that's happening. And then also what these don't depict is the hearing inventory that an attorney has. Because we prosecute everything vertically, so the attorney then has an investigations caseload, a pre-filing caseload, and a hearing caseload. So they do have to balance all of the inventories. But it is notable that it is a slow process, and there could be a lot of reasons for that. But it is, the fact is, for example, in the last ADR, it was clear that there was a significant decrease in the number of filings. And again, it goes back to sort of also looking at this, so why is that? Why are these moving so much slower in this inventory? And that's something for us to look at. So, yes.
Oh, well, I killed it. I had a question relative to the difference between closed and filed. And just looking like it's outgoing LA7. They didn't close any, but they did file 10, and 2 were suspended. So when you look down and you've got 0.00, that kind of skews their productivity because they didn't close the case. But if it's closed without being filed, I assume it was dismissed.
Right, it was, right. So we simply closed it in the pre-filing inventory. That's right.
So
maybe cases closed in pre-filing should be counted as part of a clearance, right? Something for us to think about. They're removed from your inventory.
They are.
Right.
And they require some work to do that, right?
Oh, absolutely. But it doesn't show if you're just looking at clearance rate,
right,
and they end up with a 0.00. You wonder, what are they doing?
Right.
In fact, they have been productive. They filed, 10 cases and 2 were suspended. But,
right.
so.
Well, and that's a good point, because you can't just look at clearance rate either, right? Because
Right.
also you look at, for example, L18-5, which shows that 23 cases were filed. And yet it only shows a 0.17 percentage. And I would consider 23 to be very significant.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. So also then looking at the next page, the total inventory, the pre-filing inventory. Now, what I will say, and again, as we use this, I think it will be helpful to look at the pie charts that we're going to look at for the prioritization, because something interesting about this, so SF Team 1, for example, is an expediting team. But the reality is, and I think it will bear out when we look at the pie charts, is that none of the cases that are in this pre-filing inventory are P2 cases. And it would be rare, I think, that we would see one, because many of the cases that go into P2, we think will likely resolve by closure, because it'll just take some work to get some information that we need. Or the other reason that a case might be designated as P2 is to determine if we need to actually make it a P1. So we need to make it a priority, look at it quickly, see if there's a reason that it needs to be a P1 case, and then the priority code would change. So I think it's going to be a rare occasion that we see a P2 in here. And so I don't know in the end with the expediting process that we'll see a lot of difference in this particular inventory when it comes to expediting. I think that the major place that we will see that working is in the investigations inventory. Okay. So the next slides on page 9, in particular on page 9 and 11, these are the team inventories broken down by priority code. Now, let me just preface this by saying that one of the good things that has come out of this is that we've been able to see that we still have some work to do in terms of our prioritization. And by that, I mean, what we see is that we still have some cases in our inventory that have not been reprioritized. They have old priority codes, or they're simply uncoded, and so they're showing in here. Now, keep in mind that this is as of June 30th, and since we've been able to see some of this in the last few weeks, we have had staff go back and make some changes. So I would be hopeful that if we looked at it today, we would see less of this going on, less of color to this chart. But what is interesting about this is, so when the priority code system went into effect, the goal of it was to have at least, well, not more than 5 to 10% of the inventory in P1. Because if we're going to concentrate our resources on those to move, because we're concerned about the public protection risk, we want to move those as quickly as possible. And we would hope that there would be very few of those cases in our backlog inventory. And what we can see, because the P1s here are designated by blue in the pie chart, is that we have not yet accomplished our goal. In fact, there are a number of teams that have P1 cases up in the 20 or 30%, and that's really not going to be manageable. So what it means is that we're going to have to drill down a little bit into, one, what has inflated that number? What kinds of cases are being designated as P1? Are they correctly being designated as P1 to begin with? What kinds of cases are being designated as P1? Are they within the definition? And do we need to reconsider how we've defined P1? So that's clearly high on our priority list at this point. Now, you also see a depiction of the expediting cases on here. So LA6 and SF1 are the teams that are the expediting, that have expediting teams on them. Now, let me also be clear when I say that they have expediting staff, that doesn't mean that there aren't other staff on the team that have a mixture of other cases. So it's just that these primarily have staff dedicated to it. So the P2 cases are designated in red. So this is what we would hope to see, that 20% on LA6 are P2 and 18% on SF1. So we would expect to see a fair amount of those cases on those teams. You do see them on some of these other teams, and some of that is because of inaccurate coding. Again, a good reason to have this pie chart. But the other reason is because we do have some staff, in particular some supervising attorneys, who have really stepped up and taken on also an expediting role. They're not designated expediters, but they have made it part of their work to, since they're identifying those cases, that they're actually then working directly with one of the investigators on their team to expedite cases. So for example, LA3, you see, has 14%. That's one of our supervising attorneys who has taken that on. Also on LA4, you see the same thing happening.
Can I ask a question, just because I continue to be confused about this? I thought that the cases were assigned into investigation randomly, like on a week. So if that's true, then shouldn't you expect to see an equal distribution by priority across all the teams? You wouldn't expect to see more priority 2 cases in the 2 teams that are staffed with the expediters if the cases are randomly assigned.
But they're not randomly assigned by priority code, right? So it's, it's.
But if they're
it's literally-
randomly assigned, then would you expect to see an equal distribution? I don't mean 25%, 25%. I just mean each team would have a similar proportion of cases that is P1, P2, P3, P4 as each other.
Well, I don't necessarily think so, because I don't know that we can say that we have an equal distribution of the cases by priority code in any event. And the other thing is that what is supposed to happen, and that's what, I mean, we can also see a gap here, is that it's likely that there are, if a supervising attorney gets a P2 case without a resource, so doesn't have an expediter on their team, they're supposed to designate it as P4s. Frankly, I would expect to see more P4s on here than are being depicted on the other teams that don't have expediters. And I don't see that. And so that's a question. Why is that? Are they not being properly coded? I don't know. Are they just not there? I don't know. I would expect, just as a random consequence of how they're assigned, that you would see more of those cases. And the other thing, let me also say this. It's not a perfect system in terms of how cases are assigned. So, for example, the other things that we know happen is that, and certainly have happened because we have the expediting staff who is new to it, is that then we have to shift cases around, okay? So you might have a case that started out on LA3 1 month, but because of a staffing issue, it may have moved to one of these other teams. So it's going to naturally skew it as a result. Oh. Okay, the other thing I wanted to point out on this particular pie chart is you see down in the left-hand corner, you see the NAUPLT. And they are also prioritizing their cases now, keeping in mind that they're not disciplinary cases, but we have asked them to do it with the same thoughts in mind. And you will notice that they have 41% of their cases as P1 cases. And I would expect that. Frankly, I might expect it to be higher. And the reason for that is because of how we've defined the P1 cases. One being that we're looking for significant or ongoing harm to a vulnerable victim, but also if there's evidence of UPL and that has harmed a victim. So as a result of that, because all of these cases impact UPL on some level, you would naturally see a higher rate on that particular team. So then looking at page 11, and some of these other pie charts are just the inventory by office overall, not broken down by team. But on page 11, you see the pre-filing inventory by team and priority. Now, what is interesting about this, and I would say with the exception of where you see SF2 that has 23% of their inventory listed as P2, again, this is a good reason to look at these things. We realize that those were actually mistakes and they were miscoded, so those are being corrected. But it's true that what you see here then is you see very few P2 cases in this inventory. And again, and back to what I said earlier, we really would expect that the majority of P2 cases that we see are in the investigations inventory, because the bulk of those are going to be closed by a resolution, either closed or some kind of low level, like a warning letter, something like that. It's never going to find its way into the pre-filing inventory. So overall, I know that the board is interested in seeing the productivity of the teams and looking at it over time. And I will say that it's really been a benefit to us to take a look at it in this way. And I think that over time it will be meaningful to see what the trends are and see if there are areas that we need to address. And particularly when it comes to the prioritization system, it helps us to make adjustments as we need to do so that it can work in the way that it was meant to. Does anybody have any questions?
I've got a comment when you're done. Are you done with these?
I'm done.
I want to thank you for the work and thank Oriah for the work in presenting this data. And I want to express gratitude for how many times you said you didn't know the answer. Because what that means is this exercise is really valuable. It's putting us in a position to ask deep questions about how to use the resources of your office most efficiently. And I would say that nobody can manage by formula, but you can't manage without data either. And so I think gathering this data and presenting it is allowing us to ask the right questions about how you should run your office. And at the end of the day, you need to run your office, and it's not our role to do that. But it is our role. In fact, only RAD can have the role of holding you accountable. And this is part of that process. I think this has been very valuable. I think it will get more valuable over time. And I just want to applaud you for the effort.
Any other comments? I have one comment and then probably a general comment to the committee. On the teams, I don't know whether we need to identify teams to the board in this level of detail, as long as you know what those teams are when we review. Leah confirmed to me these are actually the team names. I don't think we need to have those here. So if you want to sort of anonymize it, but then you know what we're talking about when we're asking questions. The other sort of general comment is, as this process evolves, think of this data as an overlay to the other data that we have that's at a much more macro level, and to think about how this plays out in our overall responsibility, as Michael so eloquently put, to oversee OCTC. But also to think about how this operationally will work at a board meeting, given our policy level type of charge with CTC. So, Sean and I will continue working with you, Latem, Oriah, to really get this in a place that I think it's already done a lot, and I think we'll extract more from it as time progresses. So thank you.
Let me state a slightly different perspective on that. It's no surprise to me some of this data is wrong, and that the process of gathering it and publicly talking about it made it better. You get what you measure, and now that you're measuring these things, the people you manage have incentive to go back and make sure it's right, because it now matters. If we anonymize this data, we lose an awful lot of internal peer pressure that raises the standard. So I don't want to dictate to Oriah or to OCTC or to Leah how to present this information publicly. But my sense is that there's something to be said for having it out there where everybody can see it. So that the water cooler conversations allow people to get attaboys and attagirls and let other people get, hey, what's up with your unit? That's how you run a place, is with peer pressure, quite frankly, particularly given the constraints on public management. So I don't know the right answer to that question, but I wouldn't want to dictate the answer to that question, because it may very well be this is precisely what needs to be made publicly available.
Anything further? Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're on to item 3G, the lawyer assistance program.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay. My name is Michelle Harmon from the Lawyer Assistance Program, and
I know that you all are running behind, so I'm happy to forego some of my presentation for the sake of efficiency, but if I skim too much over something that anyone is interested in, please let me know and I'll slow down. A short, brief reminder of the Lawyer Assistance Program and what we do. We provide confidential support and professional monitoring for attorneys, former attorneys, bar applicants, and law students who struggle with mental health problems and or substance use problems. We're not a treatment program. We provide assessments, recommendations for recovery program, for treatment, and of course the professional monitoring in order to track a participant's compliance or lack of compliance in order to do reporting. So we've had a lot of changes over the past year due to the National Center for State Courts Workforce Planning Study and our own oversight committee's adoption of a 3-year strategic plan last year, and our contract with Patrick Krill, who is a leading, if not the leading authority in the country on substance use and mental health issues in the attorney population. And so the 2 agenda items today are related to a couple of the changes we've been making. The first one is regarding our financial assistance program. The financial assistance is provided in the form of a loan, and it can cover up to 1 year of fees for the LAP support group and 1 year of the urine testing fees. Only licensed attorneys, active or inactive attorneys, are currently eligible for the financial assistance. The LAP Oversight Committee is the body who evaluates the applications and determines the eligibility for the loans and the amounts of the loan. So the statute in AB 3249 already has an amendment in it to provide that any LAP participant could be eligible for financial assistance. Although it's already being changed, we would also like to make a change to the state board rule because the rule is very specific in limiting financial assistance only to the terminology used at the times members. And so of course that leaves out a large segment of the people we deal with who might be in need of financial assistance, students and disbarred attorneys. So the LAP is seeking a 4 to 5 day public comment period for an amendment to Rule 3.252, as I think you have in your memo as attachment A, which will add inactive California attorneys and, former California attorneys and candidates for admission to be eligible. Any questions?
John?
I would like to move the resolution.
Second. Any further discussion? You have another item?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So moving on to the next one, this is the topic of our evaluation committees. All 3 of the entities who I mentioned before who had recommendations for us mentioned problems with the evaluation committee process, and I had a list of things I could tell you about. I won't go through all the problems. In short, the committees were volunteers. We had a couple of therapists, attorneys in recovery, psychiatrists who volunteered for those committees, and they were the ones who had the authority to officially admit participants into the program or not admit them, or make important determinations about their participation, such as if they need to be terminated from the program or if they meet the successful completion criteria of graduation. The Oversight Committee instituted a pilot program, which is the clinical review teams, to replace the evaluation committees. And the clinical review is made of the clinicians who work most closely with those participants. So the clinical rehabilitation coordinator, who's formerly the case manager, and the group facilitator, who's also a licensed clinician who works with the participants and sees them weekly. I'm involved in those meetings, and we seek input from any outside therapist or psychiatrist who they may be working with, and of course the participant is welcome to participate either with a written statement or telephonically if they don't want to appear in person. So this amendment to the state board rules, which we're also seeking a 45-day public comment period to amend the rules to eliminate the obsolete references to the evaluation committees and clarify that the responsibilities that formerly belonged to the evaluation committees now belong to the clinical review team.
Any questions? Sean, then Joanne.
Do you have a question? Because I was going to ask you if you will accept as a friendly amendment that the motion be approval of the second one as well. So G1 and G2.
I made a motion.
That can sound pretty much.
Are you all in favor?
I thought you moved to approve G1.
She did.
Yeah.
This one is G2, we're on G2.
Yeah, so will you accept as a friendly
Are
amendment
you
to
going
approve
back?
both of these as the bundle, G1 and G2?
Adopt both.
Please say yes.
Yes.
The peer pressure.
And then I'll second the
I need
amendment.
to say yes.
All right, any further discussion? It's up to the roll call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, we got the last one up. To bring us home, item 3H. Take it away, Richard and Donna.
No peer pressure to go back.
Yes. All right. Well, while we're waiting for something to come on, hello again. Same exercise as earlier, but essentially trying to apply the framework of operational and governance to one program, the lawyer assistance program, which you just heard from. And I'd like to say at the outset, I've benefited greatly from all of my conversations with Michelle. We worked together creating flow charts of how these programs work, which will ultimately end up in your report to help visualize all the moving parts to this program. But the questions before us with respect to this, if my laptop will also unfreeze. Yeah, sorry. So thinking about our 5 dimensions, we go here to some challenges in the program, which are well known to those in the program. These include engagement, a low level of utilization by the lawyers, law students, and other eligibles. And that perhaps is attributable to some, what we know are their fears about confidentiality, career impact, and whether the program is effective. This has been revealed in a couple of different surveys in a couple of different ways. The numbers have varied, but the point is that there isn't a lot of confidence or even awareness about the program, which, given its construction, is unfortunate. So, as she mentioned, the rate of utilization in California, it's pretty hard to figure out what normal is for these things. If we're looking across states, I tried to normalize this using something called opening of files, but you don't know, given the differences in programs, exactly what is required to open files, or a phone call, and an appearance. But nonetheless, I mean, just to give you a sense of the scale, California's program opens about 11 files per 10,000 active attorneys. Other larger states, that numbers between 25 and 90 per 10,000. California refers more people to LAP out of its discipline process by far than other states, and has far fewer self-referred people. So characteristics are a bit different, even allowing for the program differences. And they are working on getting a better sense of the outcome measures. Who does it work for? Where do they come from? Who are we serving in this? And that's an ongoing need as well for that kind of accountability, transparency, outcome reporting. The consultant report you referred to made the following recommendations: that at the end of considering other states, this state, the structure of the oversight committee, that the LAP program should, for now, remain as part of the bar, that the board should monitor its progress toward improvement, which the key elements of which are really increasing awareness among the eligible population for it, as well as utilization. They have hired a staff person to do that work, and that the board should continue to monitor and revisit this issue in a couple of years to see where we are. That's where the consultant report conclusion. The future directions of options could be maintain that one, maintain status quo, but working to improve the focus of the oversight committee and the awareness and utilization of the program. Alternatively, It could be trimmed down to where the staff are managing disciplinary referrals from state bar court, or alternative discipline and admissions, and self-referrals would go to some outside entity. Of course, there's uncertainty with respect to that option because, as the committee expressed, the question is, where would that be? Is there a provider that would handle both mental health and substance abuse? How would that be funded, given if it's outside the bar, that portion of it? And how could a transition be made without interruption of service? In addition, they also expressed concern that, as Michelle alluded to, that they felt it was important that this kind of mental health and substance abuse counseling be done, and support be done in a legal profession context, as opposed to generic programs of that type. So those were among their principal concerns. So those are the issues that are being teed up for your full consideration with full information in the report. Happy to discuss any of those now.
Thanks, Richard. Michael, Donna, do you want to say something?
Yeah, if I can just add, because this, I'm sure this sounds to all of you a little different than the presentation you were hearing with regard to the other sub-entities. The initial question that was teed up in the 2017 Governance and the Public Interest Task Force report as it related to LAP was whether the state bar is the appropriate host for the voluntary lawyer assistance program, whether that's part of the regulatory mission, whether despite sort of everyone understanding the importance of the work and the importance of the goals, whether we had the expertise at the state bar to really be providing this, or if we really should be focusing on the monitored LAP, where we were really doing the alternative discipline program, sort of the drug court kind of model. Because this is such a foundational question, we opted not to present to you options today of, and what might the ongoing role of the LAP Oversight Committee look like? Because the answer to that question will be very different depending on what the answer to this first question is. Should the will of the board be that that LAP, as it is currently constructed, remains with the bar, then we will be working to develop between now and September recommendations for revisiting the role of the Oversight Committee. There are a variety of things that we think certainly can be changed about the role of the committee should the voluntary side of the LAP program stay with the bar. I would also note that we took a vote at the LAP Oversight Committee meeting to see where the committee currently landed on this question. And it was a difficult one for them. There are a variety of instances when they've been incredibly frustrated by the bureaucracy of being part of a state entity, having to be subject to the overall classification and compensation structure, for example, and them not having had a role in determining whether or not the clinical rehabilitation coordinators should be licensed clinicians. They were very troubled that they didn't have a role in making those kinds of determinations, which they wouldn't know other sub-entity would as part of a bar-wide decision. So there were things like that which sort of made them go back and forth between, yes, we should separate from the bar, we should form our own nonprofit, we should sort of do something differently. But the feeling was, and sort of begrudging on the part of some of the members as we went around the table and they took a vote, yeah, for now, we should stay with the bar. The thinking as described in the report by Patrick Krill, there are a lot of initiatives that have started that we hope will improve utilization, and there was a concern about not sort of stopping in the middle while those initiatives are ongoing.
Couple thoughts. One is I'm content to defer the governance questions until we've settled what it is we're governing, what our programs are and what their missions are and how we will accomplish them. But when we get the governance, I'm going to have the same disinclination to exceptionalism that you've heard me express earlier today. I think they should come to the same standard of what's your role, is there clear accountability, you stay out of budgeting and staff that we've applied to everybody else. As to the mission, from where I sit, and I say this as somebody who cares deeply about these issues because I have a sister who's been sober for 30 years and other folks in my family who aren't there yet. So it's an issue that I feel pretty strongly about. I think we should both be engaging in harm prevention as well as engaging in something akin to drug court after harm has occurred. I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. But they're very different missions and they might need to be in different parts of the bar. And as to the drug court type program, I view that as an opportunity to engage with the discussion we've had about our probation function as well. Modernizing that function, bringing it more into sort of a casework, social work, how do we help people move on in their lives kind of a perspective, rather than how do we check boxes on forms and make sure we're overseeing them in a well-documented way. So I don't really have an answer to these questions, but I can tell you what values I see to frame the thinking. And the values are harm prevention is one of our core commitments. Drug court makes as good sense for us as it does elsewhere. Those two missions may need to be staffed separately, and once we sort these things out, we should circle back to governance. That's the framework I bring to this discussion, but I'm eager to hear the thoughts of others.
Thank you. Reading through Patrick Krill's report, the survey that was done with attorneys as to why they don't use the program, to me was the most enlightening, because it's clear that a majority of attorneys are not going to use it as long as it's under the umbrella of the state bar. We're talking about the voluntary program. And I don't see any amount of outreach changing that, because even if they know it's supposed to be confidential, the fact that it's tied to the disciplinary body keeps people away. If we, in my view, it would be a better move for public protection to make sure the program is more utilized, and in order to do that, we have to separate it out from the umbrella of the state bar so that there's more utilization in that respect. I think that serves our mission better than trying to keep it in, trying to improve it. It's repeatedly referred to in the report as a service for lawyers. And a service for lawyers sounds like very much a trade association function. However, the outcome, just like better MCLE, is improved public protection. But I think the goal should be, what's the way to do this so there's more utilization? Because it's clearly underutilized. And to me, based on the survey and why people are not utilizing it, I think that makes the most sense.
So Joanna and I have gone back and forth on this, and this was surprising. And one of the things we talked about with Patrick was whether there was that nexus between our mission and and what LEP does. And when we really fully explained the mission statement to Patrick, he was like, "Oh yeah, of course, there is that nexus." And I think this is something that the board should continue to do, both on the court-ordered portion and also on the voluntary. We've invested some time and resources into making recommendations and how best to get the message out there. I think we should give LAP a shot to get that message out there, and I think change that culture with attorneys, where if there's a concern about confidentiality, get the information out there that this is not going to affect them, and maybe bring some light to an area that's stigmatized. So I think that's one of the first ways to address this issue.
Anything further? Sean?
I'm a little unclear what the game plan or the staff recommendation is at this point, if there is one.
So how we've approached the Appendix I review with respect to LAP, as Donna mentioned, has not been to focus on the committee, because the charge coming out of the 2017 Governance and the Public Interest Task Force with respect to this area, and I would say also legal specialization, really was to look in the first instance to, should this function be performed by the bar? Then secondarily, if the answer is yes, then we need to look at the governance model. So what we've been focused on as staff, and really working with Patrick, who we did hire to kind of help facilitate the review, akin to what Elizabeth and Elise did for CBE, has been that initial question. Should the LAP program be housed within the bar? There are long-standing concerns about utilization and our low utilization rates, and that's really motivating that discussion. So then what we're saying is, I think our initial, at least my initial recommendation is, and likely will be, that we should separate out the voluntary portion of LAP, retain the mandatory portion. That's my opinion. I'm not sure how things will materialize between now and September, but that is going to be a question for the board to decide. If we retain LAP, we will retain the oversight committee. We also will need to grapple with this roles and responsibilities and division of labor between staff and the committee and relationship between the committee and the board. So right now we're really in the first phase. If we had staff recommendations up there, it would be, and maybe Richard, you actually had it, but it would be separate out the voluntary portion, retain the mandatory or discipline portion. As Michael mentioned, one way to do that would be to fully incorporate the discipline-related LAP program into the Office of Probation as part of our efforts to implement a true drug court model here at State Bar.
So that makes a lot of sense. I mean, is the plan to put that before the board in September? Because I'm just a little concerned about, we know we have an underutilization problem, and I think we have a pretty good sense of why that is the case in the voluntary portion of the program. And I'm just concerned about not kicking the can down the road indefinitely.
Yes, it will come to you in September.
Okay.
As a set of options. I think with this program, we will have to give you a set of options.
Very good, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anything else before I convene, close out this meeting?
Let's take a 5-minute break and then come back as the Board of Trustees for a training session starting at 3:25.
Can you get MC?
Okay, we can come back together. We are reconvening as the Board of Trustees. The purpose of this meeting is to get training for the board on our access to justice functions. The board members will be aware that we do continuous training. We slice up all of our responsibilities and train every meeting rather than trying to orient new members in September or October as had been our past practice. We can no longer assume that all of our trustees are going to arrive in September and October. The appointing authorities have the freedom to fill seats when and as they choose. So we have a cyclical ongoing training cycle, and we are getting to our access to justice agenda now. Donna tells me that she and her team can accomplish this training in 60 to 70 minutes, and so we are going to try to achieve that. And then we will turn to our legislative discussion with Jennifer Wada, who's come down from Sacramento for that purpose. So with that, who's kicking off? Do we need to call roll or for training? I think we're probably okay with that.
So, first I want to thank you all for giving us this opportunity to talk about the Office of Legal Services and its work. It was clear to me from this morning's session that this is long overdue. I think at one time the trust fund program did report to the board, but hasn't in a while, and I do look forward to an opportunity to educate you all on our grant-making process and the important work of the commission. But I do want to urge that it's an education issue. I'm a little bit afraid that it feels like they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The commission did a very, very thorough job in reviewing bank rents and coming to decisions on those bank rents. And if there was an issue about the board not knowing about those bank rents, I think it was a management issue. If I had realized that the board was wanted to be involved in the process, then it would have been easy for the board to become involved in that process. So that doesn't spell that the answer is getting rid of the commission. It spells that we need to talk more to see how the board and the commission might work together. The other thing I would say is that this morning was the first I heard an actual recommendation that the commission be eliminated. And so when we created this presentation, which was going to be 2 hours and now is 1 hour, I did it a little bit in a vacuum. And I feel now that because our chairs, so let me introduce Judge Mark Uhas, who is the chair of the Access to Justice Commission, and Rich Reines, who is the chair of the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission. They're here to present today. We'll give you a shortcut version, but to make the most use of your time, it would seem to me to make some sense to give them a background of anything that might be of particular interest to you in light of the recommendations this morning. And then before you do that, if I can introduce Jessie Corbett. She is the president and CEO of VetZetic, one of our premier organizations. I don't think we ever can talk about the grant work that we do without letting you hear from a program about the important work that they do, because that's the whole point. So she's here to give a very short, now even shorter presentation. And Pat Lee, who you all know is a kind of our national voice on diversity and inclusion issues. But before we kick off, if there's some framework that you might like to provide in terms of direction that the board might be thinking based on staff recommendations, if you can recap staff recommendations so that we can make sure that the presentation is targeted most to respond to your needs.
I was intrigued on the presentation related to the commission's appendix I reviewed. What seemed to be a binary thing on maintaining independence. So if you could fit that in, Judge Uhas, in your remarks, I would be interested to hear more about that.
Gleefully, although I'm not aware of what the binary that you're talking about is. I understand there were some staff recommendations this morning, and I don't know what those are. So I'm happy to respond to them, I just don't know.
And it's not our purpose here today to discuss the Appendix I review. Our purpose here today is to get basic training on our access and inclusion topics. We have agendized the Appendix I discussion. We've done part of it. We will do more of it. When we have those discussions, we have the appropriate staff in the room to assist us. And so, and quite frankly, the Appendix I review needs to be driven by the board and not, quite frankly, by the sub-entities because of the nature of the dialogue. So we are very grateful for the service of the folks who are in front of us. We recognize the great talent that's here. But this is a training session about our access to and inclusion missions.
So let me start off with just a very, very brief overview of the department. So the Office of Legal Services is in transition. It was previously operated more separately as a trust fund program, which had a staff of 10, and the Center for Access to Justice that had a similar size staff, and it's now integrated into 16 positions. And the vision is that it'll be staffed by a director and 3 program supervisors, with everybody having a chunk of all of the work so that policy informs grant making and grant making informs policy. Having said that, we still are in 3 major buckets, and the first bucket is the legal aid grants, and on the flip side of that, working with banks and attorneys to understand their IOTA obligations. So the program was founded on interest on lawyers' trust accounts. A core function of our department is to make sure attorneys know their legal obligations to hold funds in a segregated account, but also to work with banks to make sure that they are paying their legally required rate, and when we can, to make them pay above their legally required rate. So that constituency is banks and attorneys. And the funding source for that is all specially funded. It is all from the interest on lawyers' trust accounts. Administration comes off the top. The next big bucket is the Access to Justice initiatives, and that department is really responsible for the vision, the leadership, the advocacy, issue spotting, what's on the horizon, big picture thinking about access to justice issues. And a huge part of that is increasing funds for legal services. Their constituency is much broader than the legal aid constituency. Our grants to legal aid, I'm backtracking a little bit, serve at 125% of the poverty threshold for the most part, which is very poor. It's about $31,000 for a family of 4. And there are exceptions, but basically that's the eligibility criteria. So that program serves the poorest of the poor. The Access to Justice Commission is a much broader spectrum of creating access to justice for everybody. And that includes people of modest means, and it works within a broader constituency, whether it's other bar associations, nationally, the courts, pro bono attorneys, and the legal aid organizations. And that program is funded by the bar, general funds. Then the diversity and inclusion work, its core mission is to make the legal profession inclusive of the rich diversity of people in California. So that constituency is really lawyers and a pipeline for lawyers. It's got nothing to do with the legal services community, and its issues are a little bit different, and that's funded by the Elimination of Bias Fund, which is dues checkoff or fee bill checkoff.
I think that means that the mic passes to me. My name is Rich Reines. I'm co-chair of the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission. I've been on this commission for a number of years. I was appointed by the Chief Justice, and then my term expired, and I do this work because I find it interesting, but I also should point out that it's been a learning experience for me each year. And I think as I become more familiar with the process that you're about to hear me describe, you will understand that there is a learning process. And a significant goal of the commission members is to understand what we do and then to improve the performance of staff if that's at all possible. The commission members are the equivalent of a board of directors in a corporation overseeing the management. That's what we do. I think of it as downside protection for the state bar and the board of trustees, to be certain that we intervene when necessary between staff recommendations and performance of the legal services providers who receive the grants. The nightmare I have, the thing that keeps me up at night, which a lot of judges ask me from time to time, is that one of the grant recipients is using the funds for purposes not intended. And we all need to be protected from that. And that's the role that the commission plays. That's what we do. So to be quite specific, you all know what IOPA stands for acronymically. You can see that from this chart how varied it is. Since 1981, when this program was first enacted by statute, interest rates have varied considerably, and one of the goals of the commission and of staff has been to be a reliable source of income each year by way of grant to the grant recipients. To be a reliable source of income means that we have to control the funds very carefully, and the commission establishes policies for reserves. If interest rates go down, IOPA funds dry up. Those IOPA funds at one point when I joined the commission exceeded $22 million and then went down to 14. How do you provide the continuous form of support for qualified legal services providers when you can't control them? And it has nothing to do with the amount of money that's deposited by lawyers in the trust accounts. It has to do with the interest rates that banks charge. And banks can deduct their expenses from that. So as interest rates have declined, expenses have increased as a percentage of the total, and we get less money. So this is a significant part of the work of the commission. You can see from the slide how much money is involved. The $50 million that we make in grants makes us the largest grantor to legal services in the state. I'm going to go through a lot of this more quickly than I had intended. We have other sources of funds. The top sources of those funds, as you can see from IOPA funds, come each year, and they are granted by virtue of statute. We have discretionary grants that are made, which are called partnership grants, and then the bank grants have been discretionary. Those are the other two columns that you see there. I should point out that I've learned this after practicing almost 50 years. The statutory language is not in concrete. It is subject to interpretation. Legal service providers have a way of interpreting the language most beneficial to them. It's the job of staff and commission to see to it that our interpretation of the statute is applied. And as a result, there are quite a few sticky issues. We're going to discuss some examples as we go through this later on. So the next slide asks the basic question of how do we determine who's eligible for grants and how much money an eligible program receives. It's frequently said this is done by statute, and staff applies the statute simply and rote, but as I've just mentioned to you, that doesn't happen quite as easily as it sounds, or as it perhaps was intended to be. This is all defined by the legislature, but that requires interpretation. Except for the discretionary bank settlement and partnership grant money, both of which we'll get to in a second, all funds are allocated according to this formula. Other funding sources, such as the $40 contribution that appears on attorneys' fee bills, are also subject to distribution by virtue of formula, and that includes funds that are donated to the Justice Gap Fund as well. So who gets the money that we grant? 75 qualified legal services providers and 22 support centers. Now, this number changes somewhat under the Business and Professions Code. We have new members from time to time who are qualified legal services projects. For example, this year there's a new program called Community Legal, which is receiving $57,000 in grant money, and grants go up as high as $19 million to the Disability Rights Funding Organization. The support centers.
And I should point out that they are east of the peak of the coastal range.
Okay. People ask me what support centers are. Qualified support centers provide backup support to the legal services projects. These centers tend to have a specific substantive expertise, such as housing or foreclosure, and they serve particular constituencies such as seniors. They are tasked with leading legislative and other advocacy efforts, identifying emerging issues for litigation, and providing technical assistance and training to QLSPs. And we have in all about 99. As to the qualified support centers, each of them gets exactly the same amount of money. The QLSPs get differing amounts of money dependent upon a very complicated formula I do not have time to discuss, and Stephanie's guiding me on moving.
Oh, that was an accident. I didn't
Ever so subtle move along.
Okay, so the 2018 distribution is $14 million, as you can see from this. The formula leaves minimal discretion, provided that you are defining the terms that are used appropriately, and that requires a good deal of work. All IOLTA grant funds and all funding sources distributed by IOLTA funds, such as contributions to legal aid through the fee statement, and 90% of equal access funds currently distributed according to a complex statutory formula. That formula is in part based upon indigent persons by county, which is on the next slide. And once you are then, you make the decision as to how much money each county is to receive in total based upon the indigent population of that county. You must then take off 10% from the top for pro bono qualified legal service providers. And the result of that is a formula that results in the grant this year of $14 million distributed widely. The point I want to make again, which I made initially, is that this process is intended to provide a recurring stream of grant money to QLSPs so that they can organize and budget annually with some reliability. The discretionary part of what we do is found in the almost $3 million of partnership grants that we make, and this is not a recurring section. The bank grant section happens to be almost $10 million in 2018 based upon bank settlements that were made with Citibank and Bank of America. There was a time when we thought that these funds would be recurring, however, due to the current conditions, we don't see this as recurring, and it is here that Stephanie mentioned there were some issues. But one of the things I want to point out about bank grants is when that money was received, policy considerations were brought to the commission. The commission interviewed QLSPs who might have the special expertise for which these funds were granted. Policies were created after interviews of each one of those service providers in the community that they were to serve. There's a tremendous amount of work that took months by commission members, all of whom were divided up and performed, in my opinion, admirably to create reasonable policies that enabled us to distribute these funds in a fair and equitable manner. Committee members read all bank grant proposals in their entirety to ensure uniformity in judging because the applications were so different in their scope. Commission members brought specific knowledge, including members of the judiciary, members of the recipient panel, the client members, and those members of the commission with special expertise. For bank grants and partnership grants, commission members worked in teams, and those teams, as I said, produced a policy system of grant making that proved to be quite successful. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so in summary, what you can see is the 97 IOLTA funded recipients. Pro bono took, which is from the same set. Pro bono recipients are those who perform legal services on a pro bono basis. The partnership grants included 42 different recipients and 74 recipients of the bank grants. Just a few more words on process. This is a year-long process. Staff is involved in this each year on a moving basis. We start in March with the discretionary partnership grants, June, the Equal Access Fund and IOLTA grants. Those applications are then considered, followed in August next month with a budgetary process that results in our ultimately coming to the Board of Trustees with recommendations. We perform monitoring of all of the QLSPs, the staff does, and commission members participate in monitoring visits so that they understand what the client recipients, what we look like from their perspective. And I will say that the presence of commission members during those interviews changes the tone of the interview substantially from when it is simply staff members. And then I want you to just understand who it is that makes up the commission now. There's 21 of us who vote, 3 judiciary, members of the judiciary who are non-voting. Presently, it's 16 lawyers and 5 public members who are specifically by statute not lawyers. And you can see from this slide that the role is principally to determine eligibility, monitor grantee compliance, select discretionary grants, which takes up a great deal of time, make policy recommendations, not only as it relates to establishment of reserve funds and distribution of money so as to take into account possible reductions in contributions in subsequent years, but also to deal with some sticky issues that I want to discuss with you in a second. And I think this is a slide that is, we can skip for a second. I want to just discuss these. These are just 3 examples of the kinds of problems that the statutes don't solve. These are the kinds of problems and many others, I want to give you an example not on the slide, that result in staff coming to the commission with questions. For example, when a QLSP makes a budget presentation to us in a request for a grant, we examine their expenditures to see if they're qualifying expenditures so that we meet the statutory obligation. There isn't a statutory definition of these qualified expenditures that's satisfactory. The lawyers who run these organizations know how to expand or contract those definitions so as to enable themselves to qualify for the largest possible grant. It's our job as commission members to interpret that. It's not as easy as it might seem. The same is true in other areas, for example, social services. Are those costs of social services qualified expenditures, as one example? And lastly, we have a partnership grant system that requires our QLSPs to be in partnership with local courts. Not only are they local, but they have to be at or near the courthouse, and interpretations of what that means are questions that are put before the commission. In addition to that, we sometimes have QLSPs who have made questionable use of the funds that we are granting each year. And it is as to those that we've had some arbitrations, litigation, mediation to resolve. The last thing we want to do is to have a public squabble with a QLSP over a grant. So these are the kinds of issues that have confronted the commission since I've been on. And there is a difference between equality and equity illustrated in these 2 visuals. We can certainly do the equality part by using the rules as they're written. The idea is that we strive to ensure that resources are distributed to leverage legal aid ability to achieve equity, to help programs serve their constituencies efficiently. Then we need to consider the differences between programs, the fact that what works for one may not work for others. And as a result, it becomes a more subjective analysis than you would otherwise imagine. So I think that finishes my slides. I hope I kept within my time.
So I'm going to go back just, oops, I went too far. I was going to go back to this slide. I just wanted to point out that the commission acts within the authority granted by the board, which you all know. So what the commission has always brought to the board was IOTA distribution, as you heard this morning, appointments, obviously, and then any state bar rule revisions. Any policies always have gone through the board. And then there are things that go to the Judicial Council, because the equal access funds all come through the Judicial Council. So the Judicial Council approves the equal access fund distribution, the discretionary partnership grants, and then they make their own appointments. And then NICSA, and this is coincidental, I want to talk to you a little bit about the reboot process, just because it's something that staff have been working on for many, many years. I don't know how to fix that.
We need a mouse.
You need a mouse. Just replay the slide and correct it.
The reboot is exactly what you all are doing now. It was staff saying, we've been running these grants for many, many years. It's time to stop and rethink. Are we doing it the most efficient way? Are there other ways to do what we're doing? And so to do that, we went out to the community and we had a series of convenings to say, what would you like changed in order to make the grant making process more efficient? And that isn't to say that we gave them control of it. We just got their feedback on it. What's going on from your perspective? And at the same time, we realized, based on our national discussions, and I should let you know that IOTA, there's an IOTA in every state, so we work very closely nationally with other organizations and know what they're doing, right, and get ideas and priorities from them. That legal services generally was behind the 8 ball in collecting data and evaluative information. Basically, legal aid was counting widgets, and that's all they were doing. And some states were being very, very proactive about developing outcome measures to count some things other than widgets. We knew there would be pushback from the legal aid community, and there was. But so we rolled this all in together. We said, you know what, we're streamlining on this end, we want to collect data on this end. And we had a series of convenings. It was a several-year process. Out of it came a lot of efficiencies, a lot of reduced data collection in the application process that was unnecessary. We also put all of our grant making online, which was quite a huge process, but it increased efficiencies a lot and allowed us to collect better data. And I talk about this because it was raised by staff as an example of, I don't know, it felt like we were doing it without authority, and we were doing it, and the chickens were running the roost in terms of the grantees being able to tell us what to do. And it was not under control of the board, not under control of the commission. But this was really a process that was operations-based under staff's control, usually, not a board or volunteer issue, but an operations issue. And it was totally done within the confines of the state bar knowing what was going on. But it was really a way for us to get feedback to improve our processes, and then to make the decisions, whether popular or not, and some of them were not popular, to do the best thing for the program. And so out of that came this big evaluation process, but that was many years in the making because, and I have one copy of the handbook if it makes sense to circulate. For each main benefit, for each outcome, for each substantive area that the community identified as important to collect because it reflects their work, we put descriptions under it so that there was no ambiguity when programs were reporting whether they were putting it under HL1 or HL2. Staff don't have that expertise, and neither does the commission. That's solely reliant on the programs knowing the substantive areas in which they work. So I think there's a misconception about that, what the reboot process is. It was a very expansive process, but it wasn't grantees telling us what to do. It wasn't us working outside of a process. It was us using the resources we need to make it happen. And I spent way too much time on that slide, but I wanted to emphasize that point. And so very quickly, I'll just talk about the evaluation that we came up with has 4 components here. It's actually 5. So we count outputs, case service reports, how many cases closed, and in this example, which comes from domestic violence, there were 14,500 domestic violence matters closed in 2016. We count outcomes, which we call main benefits, because it felt a little friendlier to the programs. So that's an example of that is we obtain protection from abuse for 4,000 more clients. We count the economic benefits. DV is not a good example of this. This counts custody and support, which isn't always in a DV context, but how many dollars do we bring back to the client? And then we apply to that a social science analysis. So are there studies out there that say for every DV that you prevent, you save X in hospital costs or in police costs or in other things? And last but not on this, we just recently developed our impact and advocacy report where we collect narrative information on the big cases. And so how this looks in housing, for example, 52,000 total services, prevented loss of current housing in 4,000 cases, almost 5,000, negotiated or facilitated move out or provide a soft landing. Here's an example where the legal aid community was really important. Staff would not necessarily have realized how important it is to prevent entering on a credit record that there was an eviction. It prevents you from getting housing in the future, but it also lowers your credit score, which impacts your ability to get cheap credit in the future or cheaper credit in the future. And then in the housing context, our economic benefit numbers are much stronger. I can't see, 443 million, and then 19 reduction in claims. So that's an example of the work that we're doing out of the reboot process in communications. And it's very important because, as you'll see, what we realize is it's not one thing that legal aid programs are solving. If you prevent homelessness, then they're not going to have health care needs. And if you can prevent the health care needs, then they're not going to lose their job. Or if you don't lose your job, you don't have the resulting family instability. You don't have kids maybe ending up in foster care. If you end up in foster care, you're not able to participate in the school system. If you don't participate in the school system, there may be resultant criminal justice costs, which lead you back to homelessness. So the point is, for the indigent people we serve, it's really a revolving circle. You have one legal problem and it leads to many others. And I think I can skip the next two slides. It talks about how the IOTA statute works. The important thing you need to remember, because it keeps the program constitutionally safe, is it only applies to nominal or short-term funds, and that we regulate attorneys and not banks. This is a fun chart, but I won't go into it. And last is just to talk about the legal aid community in general. The grantees that we serve have budgets from like 500,000 to 22 million. Some of them serve particular constituencies, some of them are urban, some of them are rural. It's not all sizes fit everybody. I mean, there are different needs for different programs, and we consider ourselves very much partners working with the community to leverage funds to its best use. So when we go out on the bank grants to obtain feedback, it's because programs know on the ground how best the money can be used in their communities. So our partnerships are broad. You know, we work with the Legal Aid Association in California, with the Judicial Council, and that's where the tie with the work in the policy and advocacy for access work comes in. And with that, let me introduce Jessie Kornberg again, who's going to talk a little bit about the work of BetSetic.
Thanks, Stephanie, and thank you all. Good afternoon. As Stephanie said, my name is Jessie Kornberg. I'm the president and CEO of BetSetic Legal Services. For those who aren't familiar with us, first of all, BetSetic is Hebrew. It means House of Justice. In 1974, The nonprofit was started by a group of volunteers from the Jewish community, lawyers mostly, and some rabbis, who took a line from the book of Deuteronomy that says, Tzedek, tzedek tiraf, justice, justice you shall pursue. And we like the shall part. And they started a storefront operation on Fairfax Avenue. It was a kazoo shop at the time, so not everything has stayed the same. But one of the things that has remained a constant was a commitment on those first earliest days to help serve the most crucial legal needs of whoever walked in the door on those first Wednesday night clinics. And we really have taken that to heart, and it is in our DNA to say wherever the most urgent need is in the community, we want to be responsive to that need and be thinking always about how we can do more. I think that's relevant to you because without IOLTA and EAF funds, we really wouldn't have the flexibility to be true to that commitment to ourselves. So many other sources of legal aid funding are designated for extremely limited purposes. We're going to give you this grant and you can only serve homeowners in this zip code with this income who have this kind of real estate fraud. We'll take it and we'll use the money and we'll help those folks, but oh my goodness, what if there's a real estate fraud case on the other side of the zip code line, right? That's the moment where we turn in our budget to an IOLTA dollar or an EAF dollar that just tells us to use the dollars in the areas that have the most critical need for the clients who fit IOLTA and EAF eligibility. So I want to just give you a broad overview of what that Tzedek's entire practice looks like right now. I'll try to highlight for you places where IOLTA and EAF funding have been particularly critical in giving us that kind of flexibility and the opportunity to grow to meet increasing or changing demand. And then, of course, let me answer any questions that may come up. So we are now a staff of 75, 55 of whom are lawyers or legal advocates. So it's a lean operation. Cases at any given time, which is heavy. When I was a trial attorney, I was underwater if I had 9 clients, right? And so it's a lot. It's a lot. And I think that's the context you have to keep in mind whenever you think about any legal aid attorney and what life is like. Because we're saying yes to 40,000 people a year, but we get 100 new calls every day into our call center, and we say no to 2/3 of them. And there are 8,000 eligible clients in Los Angeles who meet our income thresholds for every 1 legal aid attorney available to help them. So we are really proud of how efficient we are, and we really do our best to stretch our dollars to as many people as we possibly can and to deliver high impact with our service model. But the reality is, every single decision I make is a decision made in the context of scarce resources. So what do we do with the dollars? We have 3 basic areas of client service focus. The first is a focus on seniors and disabled adults. We are the only legal service provider in California that focuses on seniors and disabled adults in any of its program areas. It's a legacy program for us. We've been serving older adults since we opened our doors in '74. What are the kinds of legal needs that an older adult is likely to come to us to? Our average household income hovers around the $1,100 per month mark. So, as I do, that doesn't cover the rent, much less medical costs, much less a lawyer, right? The kind of legal needs that people are coming to us in their older years are in a couple of categories. Housing security is so critical right now. In LA, it's part of every conversation we have with every client who walks through the door. Most of our senior clients who are coming to us with housing questions are in 2 categories. They're either facing an eviction or a rent increase they can't afford. In LA County, we don't have rent control or rent stabilization, so there is no limit to the amount that a rent can increase at any given time. And the second category is real estate fraud, and that is a growing category for us over the last 10 years. This is sort of the flip side. You know, we did 17,000 foreclosure defense matters during the crash. We don't see as many foreclosure cases now coming from inability to pay. What we see instead is a high incidence of real estate fraud. We've got a lot of older adults who are sitting in equity. There's gold in the ground now, right? And many people are benefiting from it, and it's a good thing. But on the flip side, it means that an older adult may be diminished by disability in their capacity, maybe has a language barrier issue, maybe is just starting to have a chronic intellectual disability. That person is going to be a really attractive target for a scam or a fraud. These are the calls that, you know, if you have an aging parent, you are terrified about. The phone is just ringing and it's someone saying, this is the IRS calling and you need to dial 4 to make sure that you don't know. No, the IRS doesn't call. They write you a letter. But you pick up the phone and somebody scares you on the other side and you end up signing something. We have, you know, a sort of rampant fraud in construction that targets monolingual Spanish-speaking homeowners in South LA. We now have such a high volume of those cases coming in that we're looking at, you know, multi-plaintiff relief mechanisms because we just can't handle the volume of individual matters. So this is the contractor that comes in and he says, I've got great news for you. You qualify for a tax credit. I'm going to give you some new solar panels for free. It's going to be fantastic. You're never going to see a bill. Just sign here on the dotted line on this iPad. And you do, and then you get a property tax assessment for $80,000 on a property tax bill that last year was $300, right? And your entire world is turned upside down because having access to your paid for, you know, low-cost housing was kind of the thing that was making it all work when you were on your pension or living on Social Security. So housing is number one. Access to stable income is number two. So, you know, Social Security and supplemental security income for people with severe disabilities are critical lifelines for older and disabled adults. And the challenges to maintaining those payments are real. The Social Security Administration is, let's just say, less efficient than we are. And the bureaucratic mess that is trying to get an answer from Social Security about a benefits question is a struggle, and you need an attorney to do it. So we're doing a lot of benefits appeals for older and disabled adults. A similar program, in-home supportive services through Medi-Cal, critical dollars that can help a family pay to keep a person in their family at home instead of going into a nursing home or another institutionalized setting. Right now, there are so many cases of underpayment of in-home supportive services that are coming to us that our current case acceptance criteria says that if we do an assessment of your benefits and you're getting more than 30% of what you're entitled to, we're not going to be able to take your case. So right now, most of the cases we're taking are people who are getting 20 cents on the dollar in terms of what they're legally entitled to under law from Medi-Cal to pay for the care of a disabled adult in their home. And if you are getting half of what you're entitled to, we have to give you a self-help guide because there are just too many of these cases right now. So those are a couple of examples of the kind of benefits cases we see. Third example for older adults is long-term caregiving planning. This is a way to prevent abuse, thinking about power of attorney, healthcare directive, statutory wills. This is a way to prevent abuse before it starts. Also thinking about, you know, this is the first generation of disabled adults who are outliving their parents, which is awesome. But we haven't, as a community, figured out how to care for those folks when their parents are gone. So, you know, in Los Angeles County, conservatorships are handled through the probate department. This is probably my favorite example of a state bar-supported program. 10 years ago, the probate department came to Bed-Stuy with a crisis. They had so many self-represented litigants in the conservatorship process in the probate department in LA County that they couldn't get through a daily docket. And they came to us and asked, you know, we know you have an attorney who knows how to do conservatorships. Can you help us figure out a self-help model? Because conservatorships are complicated. It's a 72-page petition, and it's a serious undertaking, and it's tough to do. And these self-help litigants, they can't do it on their own. They need counseling. And so today, thanks to a state bar partnership grant through the EAF fund, VetSedic now processes 70% of all conservatorships in LA County through our self-help clinic. More than 80% of them are successful in the first hearing, and the probate department is functioning beautifully. It's the kind of change that's possible in partnership with the state bar. Okay, second big category, workers' rights. LA is, welcome here, the home of more wage theft than any other city in America. $3 billion in minimum wage violations in Los Angeles every year. Again, our sort of triage in terms of the cases we're able to accept, we only take cases where workers are getting paid less than $4 an hour. The minimum wage here, now is more than $12 an hour, so we're talking about egregious violations of the minimum wage. The industries we are mostly seeing those types of wage violations occur persistently in are the garment industry, restaurant industry, domestic service, port workers, warehouse workers, car wash workers. It's a largely immigrant community, and in this political climate, that's a community that is less protected, feels less able to assert their rights, less able to go into court and file a lawsuit, and employers know it. So a lot of our cases now include a retaliation and harassment claim. So the classic case, this came in last week, we have a client who worked 2 weeks in a row on a construction site. He was doing heavy labor on the construction site. At the end of his 2-week job there, contractor refused to pay him a wage, period, just zero. And he texted him and he said, I really need to get paid, I have to pay my rent. Contractor texts back and says, yeah, well, my friend works in the sheriff's department. What are you gonna do about it? I'll report you to ICE. Right? So that's gonna set up a retaliation or harassment claim in this environment. We wanna be aggressive about that because your immigration status does not determine whether or not the laws protect you to earn a wage once you've performed that work. And we can't have employers abuse someone's vulnerability in that way. The other piece of our economic justice work, again, not possible without the state bar, is our small business support. I love this program. This is part of our bank grant program. We are the only provider of legal services to entrepreneurs in Los Angeles. So right now, we provide those services through domestic violence shelters, homeless shelters. We're working with the vocational schools and a number of other community organizers to identify small business owners and entrepreneurs who don't know that they could reduce their tax burden if they incorporated as an S Corp, who don't know that they could qualify for the earned income tax credit if they issued themselves a W-2, who don't know that right now they're vulnerable because they don't have adequate insurance on the food truck that they're using to sell their food. And this is something we're excited about because we want to use these grant dollars that came out of a place of abuse to start building intergenerational economic opportunity. So, love that program. Last bucket, and then I'm done, I promise. Rapid response. Again, this is all about flexibility. So we have always said we want to be able to say yes to the people that are walking in the door, whatever the most urgent problem is. And we need flexibility to be able to live up to that promise. And so our rapid response programs right now focus on homelessness prevention, immigration, and transgender legal rights. Homelessness prevention is the area of biggest growth this year. You heard a little bit from Stephanie about the cycle of poverty that chronic homelessness is part of. That's absolutely what we're doing day in, day out, is thinking about how to prevent homelessness from happening in the first place so you can prevent all the other legal issues that are attendant to that experience, and then how to get someone on stable footing if they have been homeless. It's not easy work, but there are legal solutions to these questions. And it is, again, a state bar funded program that helps support the pilot program for eviction defense in LA County. There are 70,000 evictions in LA County every year. Less than 1% of tenants will be represented by counsel in those unlawful detainer actions. I promise you, you are lawyers, you know this better than I do. Having a lawyer in court makes a difference in the outcome of the adjudication of your matter. You know this because that's why you went to law school. Otherwise, you think there's nothing to do, right? So we gotta do more there. So those are some examples of what we're doing right now, and some examples of ways that EAF, bank grant, and IOLTA dollars give us the flexibility to grow to meet the needs that are coming to us as the most urgent needs in our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessie.
Happy to stick around for questions, but also happy to get out of your way.
Okay, I guess I'm not.
We have about 15 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take all that.
But thank you for being sorry to be the policeman on time.
No, it's all good. As Stephanie said, I'm Mark Uhas. I'm the current chair of the California Access to Justice Commission. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this very briefer presentation today. My court reporter complains that I talk too fast. I fear that you all are about to become a victim of that, even more than normal. But my purpose here today is to fill you in on the commission, who we are, and how we got to where we are. And I want to say that, in making this presentation, that I've been mindful that since 2012, the legislature made it very clear that public protection was a primary concern to the bar, and the bar's primary obligation. I think that as Jessie just so articulately showed, that access to justice is a matter of public protection, and making sure that folks have access to lawyers, the court system, the arbitration system, all sorts of different systems, make sure that they are being protected. I'm also mindful that both the mission statement of the bar and the current dues bill reflect that the bar's mission is access to justice in California. So, very briefly, we were formed in 1993 as a result of the Board of Governors, then Governors, now Trustees, appointing the Access to Justice Working Group. They published this booklet called And Justice for All. If you haven't had an opportunity to read it, I think sadly, it's 20 some odd years old at this point, and it's still timely. We've made significant progress, not nearly enough progress. But as a result of one of the recommendations, in 1996, the Board of Governors created the California Commission on Access to Justice. We are not statutorily created, we are created by this body. The board at that time, the governing group at that point made the following comment: that we are a unique entity, that we are created by the board and supported by the bar. All of our funds come from general funds, but yet we function by design and practice with autonomy. It's to the benefit of California attorneys and to all Californians. We are 26 people. I'm not going to go over who we are on this slide. However, there are 10 bar appointees, and then there are 16 appointments from the governor, the legislature, Consumer Attorneys of California, the various other people. And the reason is because when we were initially formed, the idea was that access to justice is not just a lawyer's thing, it is a community issue. And so having many people sit at the table, providing information about access issues would render a significantly more robust product, and a product that was far more able to protect, as I said earlier, Californians. In preparation, I took a look at the letter that the bar sent to the Supreme Court in 2016, and that letter talks about the California Commission on Access to Justice. And I think it sums up a great deal about the commission, so I'm going to read a couple of paragraphs. The bar told the Supreme Court that the commission has been instrumental in establishing the Equal Access Fund and creating or promoting other significant access initiatives, such as court self-help centers, language access in California courts, limited scope representation, risk management materials, and modest means incubator projects. I would drop a footnote that the limited scope materials that are currently on the State Bar website were formulated and written by the California Commission on Access to Justice. Through these activities, the State Bar has been able to assist in the protection of Californians across the state, including some of the state's most vulnerable residents and communities. The collaboration of the center, the bar, and the Commission provides a statewide infrastructure for protecting the public through expanded access to the courts and legal services. This is particularly important given the enormity of the justice gap and the size, scale, geographic, racial, and language diversity of the state. Currently, on the State Bar's website, we are described as being instrumental in establishing the $10 million Equal Access Fund for Civil Legal Services to the indigent, and that we work closely with the Judicial Council to improve access to the courts. So the question is, how have we done that? And as I just indicated, we were instrumental in increasing the legal services funding. We have, with others, not by ourselves certainly, but with others, we've increased, we've gotten $170 million in equal access funds since 1999. We have been a think tank for research and policy. We started the language access in the courts. Our report called Language Barriers to Justice in California kicked off the language access that the courts are now picking up and running with. The legal limited scope representation, all of the various rules and whatnot concerning limited scope all came out of the Access Commission. We promulgated minimum access standards at the height of the budget crunch so that the Californians, lawyers and not lawyer Californians, had access to the courts, had an opportunity to have their legal redress heard in the court system. Most recently, we piloted incubators. This is the incubator guide, which is now national and has been sort of the touchstone for all other incubators and all others. I'm overstating it a little bit, but has been the touchstone for many incubators in other states in the United States. BetSetic currently houses the incubator here in Los Angeles. The Access Commission, through Justice Liu, was sort of the driving force. The Access Commission was able to get some seed money and got incubators across the state going. Those all have been very, very successful, and those provide an opportunity for young lawyers to get some experience and establish a little bit of credibility as they go out and become solo lawyers or work for small firms in the future. Into the future, we've had presentations on licensing of paraprofessionals, which is going on up in Washington. I know that this board is looking at non-legal, non-lawyer licensing as a way to help solve part of the justice gap. The program in Washington has met with mixed reviews. Nevertheless, it's up there chugging away, and I think that we've been sort of taking a look at that and trying to think about how that might work here. We have been working with Donna and others in the staff on the Justice Gap survey that needs to be done here in California. So given sort of the shortened version of all of this, I would just like to say that in concluding over the last 22 years, the Access Commission has been, continues to be a respected nationwide leader in access. We have operated in the past with significant autonomy. The bar has funded us. The idea of the Board of Trustees 22 years ago was that we were to operate with significant autonomy, and for that we've been grateful. And I don't want anyone in this room to walk out of here and think that we are not grateful, because we most certainly are. And I think that that autonomy has allowed the Access Commission to do great things, which should have been and should allow the Board of Trustees to take significant victory laps about the very, very good things that are going on in California because of the support that the bar has given us. In the future, the new bar, as it's being reconstituted and sort of working itself through, may not allow the same range of motion that the Commission has had in the past. But I do think that I would be remiss at this point if I didn't say that maintaining flexibility to allow both the bar and the Commission to do the work that we have done in the past would not be in either the Commission or the bar's best interest. So, having said that, I guess, unless there's any questions, I will pass the baton to.
I'm not going to run through the slides.
Got it. I think I'll be grateful for that.
Yeah. I just wanted to highlight what I was going to say is some of the things that you haven't heard before, some of the history of diversity and inclusion work here, some of the issues that remain outstanding that you're going to have to consider in terms of challenges and how to meet the challenges. So first of all, I think that if you have a slide, the first slide, it talks about the history of the diversity and inclusion experience in California. Before 2006, there were 5 access and fairness committees. They focused on ethnic minorities, women in the law, LGBT attorneys, attorneys with disabilities, and senior lawyers. They were 5 separate committees, but they all had the same charge. They were all funded out of the Elimination of Bias Fund. They all did the same thing. So when I first came here, one of my assignments was to manage the EOB fund. And the first thing you would notice is that in about 5 years, 6 years, the fund would run out. So something had to be done, some measures had to be taken in terms of trying to restructure, to stabilize and maintain the ongoing diversity and inclusion work that the bar was doing, and to maintain the EOB fund. What we recommended was to transition to one single large entity, a high-profile entity with a lot more authority as an umbrella entity to look at all the issues that impacted the various constituent groups and to collectively address those issues and challenges and to come up with strategic initiatives, report to the board, and try to implement the solutions that would best meet the issues that have been identified. It took probably 3-4 years to get people to understand that we were very serious about that, and we didn't want to lose the opportunity to continue addressing diversity and inclusion work at the bar. So what we did was, as a trial run, we asked the board to create the Diversity and Pipeline Task Force. What that was a group of bar leaders that focused on corporate entities, law firms, government entities, public interest, diversity organizations, and so forth, to look at 2 things. They had 2 assignments. One was to develop a set of data and information to assess the status of diversity in the legal profession along the pipeline. And the second thing was to gather sufficient information to create a resource document that had model programs, model diversity and inclusion programs along the pipeline that could be used by statewide, nationally, for organizations to either create new programs or to expand their programs. They created a model template for what those programs should look like. They vetted the programs. They had 5 criteria that they used, CSIRE, continuity, sustainability, impact, replicability, and evaluation. If the programs didn't fit this, they did not make it into that resource guide. The experience of that task force was extremely successful. It showed that the groups could work together, they could function, and to look at their collective expertise instead of separately siloing based on their constituent groups. So what happened was that the board decided at that point that they would sunset the 5 committees, they would sunset the task force, and they would create the Council on Access and Fairness, which is what you have now. I just wanted to make a note that when that council was created, we worked very hard internally to ensure that, number 1, it could not take any action on its own without coming to the board. Number 2, that the charge was very specific. They could only do certain things that helped to advance the goal of increasing diversity in the legal profession. They could not engage in legislative advocacy. They could not do other types of work, and it was very clear what the council should be doing. And that's how the council has functioned up to this point. We made the serious effort to manage that group very closely because we had experiences with the 5 former committees where it was just very difficult to manage those groups and to keep them on track in terms of the work that they should be doing. The other thing that this board needs to consider, the state bar needs to consider, is with the new mission, the public protection mission, licensing, regulation, and discipline of attorneys, advancement of the ethical and competent practice of law, and increasing greater access to and inclusion in the legal profession. The state bar will need to develop and be able to articulate the case for diversity based on that public protection mission. We've had other descriptions of various cases for diversity that relate to the administration of justice, policy making, the demographic rationale, and the business case. But we have not used the new public protection mission in terms of creating and expanding that case for diversity. The reason I say this is that one of the most difficult things when we started doing the diversity work initially, and it's still the case, is that the pushback you get is from individual attorneys who don't understand that they're part of a profession, and the profession has a responsibility. The bar needs to be able to articulate what that is and in a convincing way, so even if the attorneys don't want to participate in that, they understand what their responsibilities are, and they look to the state bar to advance that mission. That has evolved over the years with the various approaches to the administration of justice, business case, and so forth. But you need to expand this case for diversity now with this public protection mission to make it really clear what the responsibility of the profession is. In terms of the Council on Access and Fairness ongoing work, I summarized that in the report this morning, but I wanted to highlight a couple of challenges that they faced and have not been able to address, and they're still trying to figure out how to do that. In terms of the college and law school approach, you'll see that in the proposed strategic plan that will come before you, I think closer to the end of this year, they're still looking at ways that law schools could modify their admissions practices to allow an expanded admission on the part of students from diverse backgrounds. And we're also looking at ways to communicate with potential law students in terms of how they evaluate law students and determining where to apply for law school. Both of those relate to prior work that we did with the U.S. News and World Report. U.S. News and World Report has a great influence on law school admissions. They look to the criteria used by U.S. News, and the main criteria are GPA, LSAT exam scores, and other issues as well. But what the law schools do is if they find that their LSAT scores are below what U.S. News finds is acceptable, if the GPA of the incoming students is below what's acceptable, it reduces their rankings. And they're all about the rankings. The rankings are important to the law schools, and unless there are other ways to ensure that their rankings are maintained or increased, they're not really going to expand their admissions criteria. Some schools are really good about having a holistic view, and they're able to control it, but they also have the resources to provide the kind of support that students need across the board so that they're successful in terms of their law school experience. Also, what we're doing is looking at all the reports that are filed by the ABA accredited schools. They're required to file what are called the 509 reports. Those are required based on the accreditation standard number 509 that requires that they report on the demographics of the students, of the faculty, the kind of financial support they provide to students, the bar exam results of the entity, and also the success in providing employment following graduation from law school. All those factors, as you could imagine, are included in the analysis done by U.S. News and World Report. If they don't rate high on those various aspects, then their ranking goes lower. So what we decided to do was, because we could not influence U.S. News to incorporate diversity factors into their rankings, what we're going to do is to gather all the information from those 509 reports in a way that's useful to the students, and we'll post those on the California Law website so that students can review that information and making the determination as to which law schools would be most beneficial for them to apply to. Let's see. In terms of the legal profession side, the main challenge in the legal profession is with legal employers not willing to expand the criteria that they use in determining their employment efforts, retention efforts, advancement. Again, they look at the LSAT scores, the grade points, where the student went to law school and so forth. But there are other factors that exist, and they're the factors that are identified in what I referred to earlier as the effective lawyering, 26 factors for effective lawyering. There are testing tools that have been developed for that in terms of that study. We tried to get funding to create those tools, but the funding resources weren't out there. And we did focus groups among all the legal employers and explained to them what those testing tools were and how they could benefit them in terms of their evaluation of applicants. 100% unanimous, they said, we would like to use those tools. The law schools said the same thing, but we didn't have the tools at that point. And some of them, the government employers, were willing to use that testing too, but the very next day. That's how important it was to them. So we're still looking at ways to try to get funding to do the final development of that testing tool. And it's particularly important right now because the ABA Law School Division has a resolution before the House of Delegates in the ABA to get rid of the LSAT as one of the criteria for law schools. So if that happens, then there has to be some other testing tool because the feedback from the law schools is that you have to have some kind of measure. And if the LSAT isn't the standard, then there has to be something else. So this might be an opportunity to open the door to revive those discussions. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that we need to develop a leadership pipeline in terms of individuals who are experienced and who understand the issues related to diversity and inclusion, who are creative enough, who can come up with ideas that are thinking outside the box, that can have a major impact because many of the leaders and experienced individuals in the diversity and inclusion community are becoming a lot older, they're retiring, and they're leaving the community, and there aren't that many individuals who are staying behind who have that same level of experience. So that's a challenge that we all face in terms of a legacy. It exists in everything we do, but particularly in the area of diversity and inclusion. And then the last thing I want to point out is when you talk about diversity and inclusion, one of the hallmarks of that effort has to do with what we call it the more, the merrier. The more individuals at the table, the more you could tap on the expertise, the collective expertise, the better, so you have more input, more feedback, more discussion, and the outcome of whatever it is you decide to do is the best that you can come up with.
I appreciate you taking the time to present to us. We've heard from, on behalf of 3 of our commissions and 2 of our important statutory directives, access to justice and diversity in the profession. We are late in the day and have other things to do, but we can take a couple of comments from trustees or questions if there are. Seeing none, thank you again for helping us think through these missions. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back in open session as the Board of Trustees to address our legislative program.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Thank you.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
That makes sense. We've got a lot relating to that.
The Board of Trustees is back in session. We have a brief open session to discuss our legislative program, and then we'll be in closed session to discuss labor and employment issues. Sarah, could you call the roll?
Broughton.
Here.
Chen. Here. Fox.
Here.
LeBron. Here. Lee.
Here.
The Fox. Manning.
She's here. Temporarily absent.
Mendoza. Here. Petula. Selig.
Here.
Spector. Here. Stallings.
Here.
Steinbrecher.
Temporarily absent.
Stevens.
Here. We have a quorum. I don't think there's any public comment at this hour. Amelia, you're getting tomorrow to address us. Yes, great. We'll jump right into our open session item. Dad and Jennifer.
I'm going to try to be really brief. As you all know, this year was the first year that we put forward affirmative legislative proposals. So the board adopted criteria for how to evaluate possible proposals at their January meeting, and we came back to this body at least 3 times with subsequent requests to include in our list of legislative priorities, as we began calling them, because we were concerned that the legislature, we got word that maybe the legislature didn't want us to have proposals, didn't want us to have affirmative proposals. We were a bit wary about how to approach that relationship, and I think that my main takeaway from this year, what I've gotten from interacting with the legislature, is that we have a great deal of alignment on specifics of ideas that we had and things that we wanted to put forward. We got a lot of traction. We got most of what we were interested in getting into legislation based on those affirmative proposals. The underlying relationship remains something that we, I think, need to continue working on. I think that there's still a certain, dare I say, distrust, and we still need to work on instilling confidence in the legislature in the work that that the State Bar does. But I think that we, in terms of the specifics of what we put forward, technical cleanups, revenue enhancement initiatives related to utilizing the franchise tax board to improve our collections efforts. This was mentioned earlier in an item on the CS Client Securities Fund. Also utilizing third-party vendors and providing the information necessary in order to enhance our collections activities. A number of somewhat technical public protection items related to the inactive enrollment of attorneys, utilizing LAP funds outside of only licensed attorneys, but also for people who are going through the admissions process. Reporting requirements. We've got some cleanup that will make it a little bit easier for us to not be like searching left and right throughout the year for what we have to report, but rather putting a lot of our reporting requirements in one place. So that is the big picture that I would say about our affirmative agenda for advancing legislative priorities. The other side of this that I was much less prepared for was the way in which interested groups come to us and identify opportunities to, or rather go to the legislature and identify opportunities to advance their interests through the State Bar Act or through parts of the Business and Professions Code that affect us. And so I think we spent easily as much, if not more time, sort of wrestling with proposals that came from places that we had no idea that they might come from. So some of them are no longer part of the State Bar Act, but others of them are. So one of them that came as a surprise were proposals related to allowing for trade-offs between pro bono work and mandatory continuing legal education. There were a lot of discussion about that. The most recent version of the fee bill no longer includes that. It's been struck. But there was also a discussion about the appropriation of $1 from the $10 lawyer assistance program fee that active attorneys have to pay. That has moved forward. That is still part of the bill. I think that so that it would be in an effort to be succinct. I would leave it at that, like sort of big picture overview of where we are with the legislation at this point. And the one final thing I would add is this, that some of the discussions about access and fairness and diversity of the profession and access to justice have been incorporated in a more fundamental way into the legislation, so that now Business and Profession Code 6001.1, which defines the mission of the bar, now has an explicit statement that protection of the public, and then the new text is which includes support for greater access to and inclusion in the legal system, is now in the most recent version of the bill. I think that that's a positive thing. There was, again, some discussion about that earlier when we were talking about, is this something that should be handled by a sub-entity, or is that something that we bake in rather than bolt on? Is that the expression that we've been using? So in terms of like really integrating it into the mission of the bar, I think that that's a good thing. Similarly, 6001.3 has added the legislative intent that the bar shall maintain a commitment to and support of policies to embrace access, fairness, and diversity, and also has a reporting requirement included within that, so that we're going to be reporting to the legislature in March of 2019 and every 2 years after that on the efforts that the bar has made to and the outcomes of its efforts to improve access, fairness, and diversity. So those are, I would be remiss if I didn't mention one final thing, the audit. So our audit, which we have a regularly scheduled performance audit, has been transformed into an audit which will be part of what we need to do in order to justify a fee increase. So we were roundly, it became clear we were not going to get a fee increase this year for many different reasons. But what we got was, well, let's look at you really, really closely. Let's scrutinize every penny that you spend, and let's do another in-depth audit of the bar, and then maybe next year. So based on that audit, so it's an interesting. So the Bureau of State Audits will be conducting the audit, and then there will be the Legislative Analyst Office that will be evaluating, reviewing the results of the Bureau of State audit. But that's going to consume a fair amount of our time and energy, and it was one of those things that wasn't exactly on our short list of things that we were looking for.
If I could just add on the audit piece, I mean, one thing that was said by the author of the bill for why we needed the audit was kind of this notion of let me help you, right? And that their position is that the legislature won't feel really excited to just hand over a fee increase, right? And then especially if we're just using our data, they may not trust that for a variety of reasons. So this audit piece is a foundation to try to help the legislature justify a fee increase, and so that's why that's in the bill. Two other things that I wanted to follow up on what Dag said, that pro bono piece that he mentioned, I just want to be clear that that was removed by Senate Judiciary, so that is no longer in the bill. That was the piece that would have the bar do a rule that would allow attorneys to satisfy some of their MCLE credit with pro bono service. And that was removed by Senate Judiciary because they just thought that required more thought. And then the last thing that Senate Judiciary did, which actually was somewhat of a surprise to all of us, is that they removed, or are proposing in the bill to remove the checkoff for the Conference of Bar Associations. As you know, that's one of the many checkoffs on the fee statement, and that is proposed to be removed.
We should also just note that we've cleared the Assembly Judiciary Committee, Assembly Appropriations. We've cleared Senate Judiciary Committee. The bill is now in Senate Appropriations. It'll be heard on the 6th of August, is it?
Yes, it's set for hearing on August 6th, and then it's just the end of session. So the session adjourns August 31st. The last day technically to amend bills is the 25th of August, and so we may have one more round of amendments because we'll need to do what they call chaptering out amendments to make sure nothing gets chaptered out by other bills that are amending the same code section. But other than that, we're hoping smooth sailing.
So we have fiscal committee, Senate floor, and the Assembly floor to concur in the Senate
Correct.
amendments, and then the governor's desk.
Correct.
And other than that, you can have your vacation.
Yeah.
Sad one.
Yeah, true.
Are there any other bills that are still alive in the legislature that we are publicly taking positions on?
Not publicly taking position. There are a variety of bills that I can go into if you care. There's some on mediation confidentiality and other things that we have been providing technical assistance on, and the bar has secured amendments to those bills.
There's a bill that's come back to life regarding the homeowner's bill of rights and the way in which the homeowner's bill of right interacts with OCTC's ways that they evaluate whether someone is making a good faith effort to help out somebody who may have been ripped off by the mortgage company, or if it's simply an attorney who's trying to defraud them. And so we're in conversations between, we have a call center.
Yeah, that's not an actual bill, but it's
Oh,
something
sorry.
for potentially next year. They wanted to do a bill this year.
Okay.
It got put on hold, but we're working on it.
Anything else from either of you? Any questions?
Just for me, why would the conference be eliminated?
So no one really knows.
Okay.
Okay. That was a surprise.
It was kind of a surprise to everyone, but I think that maybe if I could guess, one of the thoughts is that now you have the Lawyers Association on the scene. And I'm thinking that they thought maybe CCBA had been on the fee statement for so long that it was just time to take one off since more are being added. I have no idea.
Okay.
There's also other various positions on the legislation that CCBA pushes as well, so that could
Copiously. And
Now we're
a
making
lot of work for
now you're
members of
making sense.
staff. Anything further on this topic from trustees before we adjourn to closed session? Okay, we're going to adjourn to closed session to discuss labor and employment issues. We will continue the closed session in the morning, starting at 9. So trustees should be here sharp at 9, although breakfast starts at 8. We do not expect others to be here until 11, and we will do our level best to start an open session at 11 in the morning. So we'll give just enough time for Joe to turn off the cameras and other folks to leave, and then we'll dive into our closed session. Thank you.